Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Topstep TV. Today, March 24th, 2026. This is the opening call, and we got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got JD, and to the far right, Coach Ray. JD, Ray, how you guys doing this morning?
Morning, Jay. Good morning, Ray. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Turnaround Tuesday to those who celebrate. I'm not saying it's going to be a Turnaround Tuesday, but it used to be a thing, right? Ray, how you feeling this morning?
Oh, feeling good, feeling good. Top of the morning to everyone. Top of the morning to coaches. Raring to go here. See if we can provide some context that will support our traders again.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We are going to look at a potential trade here in gold. We got gold opening up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. Right now, gold is up 0.4% on the day, trading 44.2680. Opening up in about 15 seconds here. Take a look at these charts. You guys look like anything for an opening range trade here?
And we're trading right above. Oh, go ahead, Ray. Go ahead, please.
No, I was going to say to the upside, possibly. I'm liking how it's reacting away from some of these moving averages. I do see the 200 above it, but maybe to the upside.
Sounds good. Ray likes the upside. We've been just kind of jockeying around settlement price from yesterday for the last couple of hours. Settlement price 44.0730, trading 44.22, 44.22 right now. So we're in range, in value from yesterday. Might get a little two-way trade here to start the day, but I'm okay getting into this on either side of the market, I think, right now. Still trying to figure out what happened at that 6:01 a.m. Central Time candle. There's a little dip here. I've been scouring the news trying to figure out what happened. It might have just been a fat finger. Anybody have a clue what happened at 6:01? It was only gold that moved. No other markets were moving at that time. But man, what a move.
Yeah. What a move.
60.
That is a 70.
65. Yeah. $70 move in a second. It was something. Something was moving.
It was definitely something. We got a 1 minute range established here. 44.2540 at the high, 44.1960 at the low. We just took out the low. So this is either going to be a short or a no trade if it invalidates and trades above the high. We're gonna wait for a 1 minute candle to close outside this range, which is getting pretty wide here.
I've got a high in the micro of 44.2040 and a low of 44.1590 now. Almost a $50 wide or a $5 wide opening range.
Coach Hoop saying gold's getting close to rollover. This is going to looks like it's going to just trigger a short here, JD.
Yeah, looks like it.
I was looking at the wrong candle, by the way. 44.2510, 44.19 low. I'm going to start with a one lot. I think this is going to be a two-way trade to start. Maybe we can get better location on a second one. See if it pops for us. Nothing done yet. Nothing done.
All right. Opening range trade triggering a short, looking for maybe some better trade location here. It's a decent amount of risk, but this one, it looks like it's just going to go.
Ooh.
Okay, gold.
We're right on top of settlement price. We're testing settlement price, bouncing off of it a little bit.
44.0730 is set. Oh, we're just.
Oh, man. Totally missed that trade. Horrible miss. There's your pop. All right.
Let's see. We got a full session VWAP 43.90s. Could be another potential target here. And then maybe the low of whatever that 6:01 Central Time candle was. Traded in the upper extreme of it. This is just.
It's a good target. Low 43.7370 was the low of that candle.
Yeah.
It's a good downside target. Man. Try to get cute with it, guys.
No being cute with gold for sure.
Right?
It's hard to. Yeah. Oh wow, look at this thing melting away here. Gold trading 4,400s now. 4,400 even. It was just up about 0.4%, down about a quarter of a percent, tenth of a percent right now. Pretty volatile market. It's been a volatile market. Maybe if we get a little bit of a bounce here, JD, we could potentially get in. But why don't we take a look at that eco? Take a look at that eco calendar. Anything on the news that we need to watch out for?
We had the ADP employment, the weekly ADP employment report come out just a few minutes ago. Came in at 10,000. What was the week over week? I keep losing that. We'll come back to that. Later on this morning, 7:55, we got the Red Book. We've got the S&P PMI composite flash at 8:45 Central Time. Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index at 9 o'clock. 2-year note auction at noon Central Time. What else? I think that's it for today. Oh, we got money supply at noon. Michael Barr is scheduled to speak after the close, but I've got a feeling we're going to get a few more. If not Fed speakers, maybe a couple of visits from the president today. Headline risk is still on in these markets. You always got to be conscious of what's happening in the headlines. They keep popping up all day long. We got some NVIDIA headlines popping up right now. NVIDIA is in talks to invest in AI startup Sarbum. That's from Money Control. So there's just a slew of news that's hitting the tape all at the same time this week so far. Be ready for it. We're going to do our best to pipe in as much as we possibly can. We've always got one eye in the ditch for you. One eye in the ditch, one eye in the charts. We're here for you guys. Man, I'm
Awesome
just
stuff. Thank you.
I'm aggravated that I missed this gold trade. I was trying to talk through the news, but all I'm doing is thinking about this gold trade.
Yeah. This is going to be one. So here's a question. Is there room to get in where we don't have to take risk above the high of the opening range?
Yes. Settlement price now. Couple closes before, couple closes below settlement price. That'll be our line in the sand. Move back above there. Let's see where this candle takes us, though. Looks like selling pressure is dying just a little bit.
We're getting into that full session VWAP area, 43.90s here.
Yep.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see a little hesitation. I think if you get short here, you could go risk above 44.10s and
yeah.
Let's give this another minute to play out.
Yeah.
Mark down. It was.
This is also the area where we've seen it bounce about an hour ago. So.
Yep.
Yeah, the mysterious bounce.
Yeah, ACH.
44.01.10 is also a yesterday's value area low. So a significant move outside of value from yesterday. We could see more acceptance of lower prices, but they are defending this area so far.
A little bit. Let's go through. JD, let us know if you get into that trade. Let's go through that checklist. Hogue is out, but we still got to make sure we do our homework. Topstep daily checklist, pre-market research. That's what we're getting ready to do here. We'll cover a couple of different markets, provide our context for where we think the markets can trade to, hopefully helping you with your trading journey. You should be doing it as well. Morning checklist. Did you get a good night's rest? Did you get your coffee? Did you take your walk outside? Check your mindset. Are you separated from any trades that you took yesterday or this morning? Trade entry checklist, have a reason to get in or out of a trade. And then your post-market checklist, make sure you review what you did for the day. Join myself and Coach Paul for At the Buzzer. Join Coach Ray in Discord at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Coach Vince at 8 p.m. Coach Hoop at 6 p.m. And review what you did for the day, what worked, what didn't work, and what you can take into the rest of your trading journey. Coach Ray, checklist checked?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it. We just popped up back to settlement price here. Yeah, this is a interesting spot in gold here.
Mm-hmm.
A little doji candle on the daily right now.
Yeah.
I'll continue to monitor this. I'll let you know if we get into a trade. I'm not just going to caveman into it. But
yeah,
we've got some volatility right now in this market. So I'll keep you posted. You say we dig into those charts a little bit. Oh, how about some news first?
Let's do some news. Let's do some news, JD.
Sure. Toyota. Toyota is making a pretty significant investment in Kentucky and Indiana assembly plants. Toyota announced yesterday that it plans to invest $1 billion in its plants in Kentucky and Indiana. Let's roll it. Let's learn more. The Japanese automaker says 80% of the money will be spent in Kentucky. Expanded capacity at its Georgetown plant will prepare it for a second battery electric vehicle and room to build more Camry sedans and RAV4 crossovers. Another $200 million will boost plants in Indiana to create more space to build Toyota's Grand Highlander sport utility vehicle. The automaker says the investment is part of a bigger pledge to invest up to $10 billion in U.S. plants over the next 5 years. Toyota is the world's top-selling car maker at the moment. $1 billion investment in the heartland.
$1 billion. Look at this gold here. Look at this gold. We're going to take a look at the gold charts on a higher time frame. We do got some minor numbers coming out here at the top of the hour, but I don't think they're going to affect these markets. So, Coach Ray, what do you say? Let's take a look at these numbers or the charts. JD, we want to wait for these numbers. We got 20 seconds here.
We got about 20 seconds. The dome really thinned out. It's about half a dollar wide, maybe $1 wide.
Yeah, we'll wait.
What's it going to do here? Maybe we'll get in on the knee-jerk reaction if it pops to the upside. Couple seconds. Non-event.
U.S. labor cost revised came out at 4.4%. Forecast was 3.6. U.S. productivity revised came in at 1.8%. Forecast was 1.8. So not a whole lot there. JBR trader in the chat says it's about to flush. We'll see. We will see. I'm assuming you're short when you say that, or maybe you're looking for a better spot to buy it. But we will see here. No trade yet in the house account here. JD's going to keep an eye on that one. But Coach Ray, let's take a look at these charts on a higher time frame. Where might we be heading in gold today?
Yes, sir.
So yesterday we got a tag of that 200 moving average on the daily in gold. Like Coach Hoop did say in the chat, we are approaching rollover, and I see a build in open interest of 8,000 contracts. That's a loss of 8,000 in the April contract, a build of 15,000 in the June contract. So volume a little split between the two contracts right now. So, you know, as we get closer to the end of rollover, you take these open interest and volume numbers with a grain of salt. But a build in open interest of positive 8,000, which is very interesting looking at the day, right? We ended the day lower than where we opened it, but definitely some short covering coming in off that 200 moving average, some profit taking. So, and my question is, did we attract new buyers into this market? Maybe some higher time frame buyers that got better prices here. Again, we tagged that 200 moving average. It's all the way down at 41.7980. Daily ATR in gold right now, $187. Yesterday's range was huge. Over 440. So I'm looking at today as a potential inside day, Coach Ray. I don't know how much gold can sustain 2 days like yesterday. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of a balanced day coming into the market today. What are you seeing on the daily here?
Yeah, I see a market that is looking quite bearish. Obviously, it's coming into an area where we would expect maybe the market to kind of rally here a little bit. I'm looking at the visible range volume profile, so it wouldn't surprise me, like you kind of had alluded to, wouldn't surprise me in the least if we were maybe to kind of come up and maybe fill in the kind of this toothy part of this volume profile here on the right-hand side and hang out around that area a little bit, right? So looking at the DMI is still telling me that there's a fair amount of interest in this market to the downside. I understand I'm at a level where we could expect to see some buyers, but on the daily chart, again, I'm kind of looking for areas where maybe I can participate in the continuation trade, because we've been pretty parabolic to the downside in the gold market. So a nice little pullback maybe to this area over here, maybe to offer me maybe an opportunity to participate, maybe even in a longer time frame trade. That's kind of what I'm expecting. So maybe over the course of the next few days, maybe we do get that little pullback that maybe we're looking for here in the gold market.
Some stuff. We already tagged 50% of yesterday's range, 43.1860, pretty close to the low of the session so far today, about 10 points lower. 43.06 is the low of the session there. But I'm keeping an eye on that. Again, that 43.1860 price. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here in gold. A lot more consolidation. If we look at overnight inventory right now, it's pretty flat. 43.1860. We got Hoag's weekly kickoff level here, 43.65. And we have a 30-minute candle where that opened up the session last night. Volume never left that range, and price advertised lower than that range and higher than that range, but really no follow through, which again just goes back to the point of we may be seeing range bound markets here. We are seeing some selling coming in gold right now, 43.78s. But if I'm going to trade this, I'm kind of looking at it as what type of environment are we going to get today? We've seen it already. Last night, I actually took a loss on my live account getting short gold. If there's no follow through, then I may have to trade it like a range bound market. Right now there looks like some selling pressure coming in, but if I'm trading this, Coach Ray, I'm looking at the extensions, the lower extreme of this range, 43.06s. We already talked about that 43.18 price. And if we don't see any volume outside of that, then I think it's a range bound trade. You see profit, take profit. We are under the 200 moving average, which is a downtrending line, but the 20 and the 50 are kind of wrapped around each other. We also have the highest volume candle from yesterday. That was when we got the news from the president, which has been the range since we've traded it. So again, a lot of indications that we're probably going to be comfortable in this range unless something else comes out. Of course, this is headline driven markets. Anything can happen. But from what I'm seeing technically, I'm seeing a range bound market here, Coach Ray. Anything else you see on the 30?
Yeah, I mean, I think Coach D is kind of alluding to the same, right? We're kind of in rollover, so they're going to want to secure some good rollovers on their contracts to the new contracts. So that kind of speaks to the fact that we'll probably be most likely remain in this kind of range that we're in right now, 4,400. Maybe trying to pin the market here at the 4,400 level does not seem like out of the question here. Looking at the DMI, you can see that the DMI is quite range bound, right? Really no strong momentum in either direction in this market. We're at the low end of value, right? So assuming that we do close, maybe we come back down, possibly down to this 44.20 level that I'm kind of looking at right now before we see any sort of significant bounce in this market. I'm going to maybe mark this level here, right about here is kind of what I'm looking at as maybe an opportunity for maybe the market to come back down and maybe offer us maybe a nice little reversal trade on the long side. But yeah, I think we need to continue to focus on areas of extremes in this market. I would say 44, what's this level here? 44.40, probably on the upside on the top end. And I'm kind of looking at 44.20 on the low side. So kind of fade 44.40, look to buy 44.10, 44.12, somewhere in those areas.
43.20. Looking to buy.
43.20. You're right.
43.20. Gotcha.
43.20. Yeah. 44.40, 43.20. The range that I'm kind of looking at right now.
Bracketing out that range there, Coach Ray. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of selling coming in. We just did see a rejection there at settlement 44.07, and we got Hoag's weekly kickoff low here 43.65, which we kind of traded around. Going to be an interesting market for sure. Right now, gold is down just about 0.5%. We'll see what it does from here. I do want to bring up an alternative market that may be tied to gold prices a little bit here, definitely tied to the dollar. If you saw us on Slow Markets last night, I was talking about trading the euro currency. So I do want to pull this up. The euro has been pretty interesting. We've seen a lot of movement in the dollar recently. And I want to go to 6E, which is the euro. I know we probably don't have too many traders trading it, but I think it's actually a very comfortable market to trade with Topstep accounts. And the euro on the daily, as we're seeing strength in the dollar, the euro is basically going to just do an inverse of whatever the dollar is doing. So if you're a currency trader, or if you pay attention to the dollar when you're trading, the euro might be that type of market for you. So looking at the daily, what we have here is a 20 moving average that crossed below the 200 a couple days ago, and it's acting as a resistance. I was actually short the euro last night because of this rejection at this 20-day moving average here, which is a pretty steep angle on that 20 moving average. Looking at it on the daily, we are about half of a daily ATR range so far. Looking at yesterday's range, which is a pretty wide range, that 50% level could be an interesting target, potentially to the downside here. I'm going to keep an eye on the euro today. Anything you're seeing on the daily in the euro, Coach Ray? I know I just brought.
Yeah, I mean, as far as maybe a location for maybe a continuation opportunity, I think we're coming into that low end of the visible range volume profile on the daily. So this could be maybe a nice location to maybe for a continuation trade, and maybe continue this range that we've maybe started on the euro. I'm liking the location for a possible bearish trade right now. up against
Okay.
this little area of consolidation, up against the 200 moving average. That gives me kind of a little bit of a reference level where I can kind of manage my risk and maybe open myself up to maybe an opportunity to the downside.
Nice. It's a very comfortable market to trade. Very comfortable market to trade. Looking at the 30-minute here, that news that we had come out yesterday really affected every market that we trade. And looking at this 30-minute here, again, that highest volume candle from yesterday. Why I like the shorts in the overnight session last night was we opened up here and we had price and volume leave that range relatively early. Now, we came back and checked it. That stopped me out of the trade that I was in on my live account, did take some profit there, but we came back, checked this 30-minute opening range, but volume never moved, right? The VWAP stayed below this purple box here. So I'm looking for maybe some potential continuation as volume comes in for the rest of the session. We see, currencies trade around the, more volume comes into the currencies as more volume comes into the equities as well. So this could be a pretty interesting trade if we see volume continue back into the midpoint of this range. We do have the 200 moving average on the 30-minute, which is right below this midpoint. That would be a potential target. Maybe not today. We'll see how aggressive this gets to the downside or how aggressive the dollar gets to the upside. But another about 0.25% move potentially as a target here. That's what we got in the euro. Anything you see on the 30, or should we move on to the equities?
Yeah, I like the confluence that I see here on the visible range volume profile, right? You see that there's that point of control, which will probably serve as a little bit of a magnet to your 200 moving average. So again, seeing a little bit of structure, I would say, maybe the beginning is showing us some signs here. Maybe for a continuation trade down to that point of control would not be unrealistic, I would say.
Thank you for that, Coach Ray. A little look in at a different market, looking at the euro as gold sells right back off to Hoag's weekly kickoff low. 43.65 is that price. Gold trading right back at the 50% of that high volume candle from yesterday, what we were talking about. We're going to take a look at the S&P coming up next. But before we do that, JD, we got some more news.
We sure do. Yeah, taking a look at that gold trade, we took out the low of that 6 o'clock bar also, Jay. That low again was 43.73.70. Took that low out, bounced right off of our weekly kickoff low, 43.65. What a horrible day to try and nickel and dime an entry on an opening range breakout trade. I feel horrible right now.
It's okay, JD. We forgive you. We still love you, JD.
Should have been.
Yes.
I don't deserve your love today, guys. All right, let's move on. What happened overnight, guys? Stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. The Hang Seng Index closed up 2.79%. The Nikkei closed up 1.43%, and the Shanghai Composite closed up 1.78%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little bit mixed this morning. The DAX is down 0.27%. The FTSE is up 0.19%. The CAC 40 is up 0.12%, and the Stock 600 is up 0.18%. U.S. dollar index 99.387, up nearly a half of a percentage point. We were just talking about the dollar. It's making some moves this morning going into the open. The volatility index, the SIBO volatility index, we know it as the VIX, 27.1, up just about 3.5% overnight. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note up marginally to 4.386% to start the day. There's a quick update on what happened overnight going into the equity open. All right, let's take a look at those S&P charts, boys.
Let's take a look, starting with the daily here in the S&P. Very interesting day that we saw yesterday, right? The entire day's range was pretty much a 5-minute candle. Daily ATR in the S&P, 120 points. Yesterday's range was double that. We had a 264-point range and a rejection under the 200 moving average. What I'm looking at here on the daily is a potential cross of the 20 moving average below the 200, which is basically just telling us that for a little while now, we've seen some sell pressure come into this market. The last time we had a 20 moving average cross below the 20 moving average cross below the 200 was in 2025, and everybody remembers what happened in 2025. Looking at this here, we're kind of right in the middle of the range from yesterday. Again, a pretty big range to start the week. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of consolidation, but of course, headline-driven markets, if a headline comes out, it could move these markets around. Looking at open interest, just positive 663 in the June contract, where most of the volume is trading right now. We did have the March contract go offline, so we don't have to worry about that. But small build in open interest here. Trading right at this major 6,600 level now. These markets still look heavy to me. We're starting to leave the. I'm almost ready to talk about a different candle, chat. We've been talking about this October 10th candle since it printed, and yesterday's candle, March 23rd, could be something as significant as that candle, right? If we remember what happened, right, that's the president saying that we are going to delay attacks in Iran, and maybe talking about making a deal there. There was a significant amount of volume that traded in that candle, and significant price action as well. So I'm going to keep this candle framed out. It rejected the October 10th range. So far, the upper extreme of the range for today is rejecting October 10th as well. We may be seeing market structure shift in this market here. What are you seeing on the daily, Coach Ray?
Yeah, I mean, similar. I mean, looking at the DMI, I'm seeing a good amount of momentum to the downside in this market. We have an ADX reading of close to 50. We have our negative DI well above our positive DI, so it kind of indicating to us that there is a good amount of momentum to the downside. I've kind of marked off this little yellow line here. That's kind of the most recent area of support that could maybe potentially act as some sort of resistance here around was that 66.50 is kind of what I have that level marked, and maybe that, as long as price remains below that level, maybe that could be service, maybe a little bit of a reference level that we can use maybe to support maybe continuation kind of moves here to the downside. If I look at the volume profile, well, there's some low end of value here. Well, I would say well above the market here, around 68. Was that 67? Actually, 68.42. So that's well above the market. So I don't think necessarily going to come into play anytime soon. But more immediate, I would say, is probably that 66.50 level. I do see evidence that that area was supportive in the past. Now we've actually crossed below it and held below it. Now it's a matter of time. Now it's a question: is it going to continue to offer us maybe some opportunities to the downside?
So it's that 66.50 area right at the low of that October 10th candle. We got a settlement price 66.3475, and Hogue's weekly kickoff low all the way down there at 64.20. It seems like it's all the way down there until we get there. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here in the S&P. Yesterday's high volume candle, we looked above the 200 moving average on the 30-minute, which is this white line on my screen. It's been a downtrend. We've had price trade above it a couple of times, most recently being yesterday. But what I think is significant is that we have price trade above this, but volume doesn't, right? So if we look at this red line, this VWAP, every time we get up here, it's kind of a hollow move, right? Especially yesterday after that 5-minute candle that was, almost 200 points, over 200 points in the S&P. Not a lot of traction from buyers up above this 200 moving average, which right now is at 66.45. We can see in the overnight session, we took a look at it. Here is last night's open. That range is 66.23 up to 66.39. We took a look at that 200 moving average. We have volume trade, and we're seeing some selling coming in here. We had price trade above, volume really didn't. A couple of looks at that 200 moving average and rejection. So as long as the market stays under here, I'm bearish here. This high volume candle from yesterday, we are trading below 50% of it. Since we printed it, there was not a lot of volume that traded here yesterday. We were just talking in the green room. I was looking at a footprint chart. I have to go back and confirm it, but it looked like there were 90 points in the S&P that didn't trade any volume yesterday, and it's all in this range here that we haven't revisited. So could this be the day where we're repairing some of this? So far, that's what it looks like, right? Volume is trading below this 200 moving average, below 50% of this high volume candle. Do we get the rotation back down to the lower extreme of this candle near these 6,500s? Coach Ray, what are you seeing on the 30 here?
Yeah, so again, focused in a little bit on the DMI here to start. I could follow my arrow here. You can see that the positive and the negative are basically kind of overlapping, indicating that we are in some sort of range in this market. I see that price is below the value range from yesterday, so kind of indicating that folks are willing to pay a premium to be a part of this market to the downside. We have the low end of value in the visible range, but right now we're starting to, I would say, kind of staircase our way down to the downside. I think we're still inside this this candle here, I think that you're kind of alluding to, right? So the question is, as we get maybe closer to these lows, is this fundamentally, are there participants that are potentially going to defend this area? This I think candle was, I think, a result of some news event, right? Trump talking about maybe some cooling of minds or cooling of talks with Iran. So the question now becomes is as price comes back to this level, are we going to see maybe participants maybe potentially come into this market? But right now, I would say, given the fact that price is below our value range, assuming that we can get below the 65.83 level, I think that opens up the door for maybe price to come back and maybe retest that 65.20, 6,500 level.
Stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Ray. I just had to confirm it. So the prices that didn't trade yesterday, it looks like it was from 65.52 up to 65.70. So about an 18-point range that did not trade yesterday on that spike. So we'll see what we get here. Do we get the rotation? We're going to get a lot more information as volume comes in for the New York session, as headlines potentially come in throughout the day as well. I think you could make a case for either side here. I'd probably be leaning slightly to the downside, but we will see what the market presents. Right now, the S&P is down slightly on the day, down about 0.5%, just over 0.5%, trading 65.98s. That is what we got for the S&P there. We're going to take a look at oil in just a little bit. Gold looks like it popped after taking out that low. Yeah, gold is very range-bound market here.
Gold definitely popped.
Yeah.
It's rallied about $20 off of Hoag's weekly kickoff low. Weekly kickoff low 43.65, trading 43.85 right now. How does Hoag do it? Those magical numbers.
I don't know. He'll never give us the full secrets, but as long as he keeps sharing them with us, we'll keep trading him. Lou Gold says, what about the Russell? We can definitely take a look at the Russell. We got some time before Crude. JD, take a quick look at the Russell.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see. Take a look at the Russell. We talked about it yesterday. You guys saw me trade it during fast markets. I actually really love trading the Russell. So we'll take another look at it here. Right now, we're sitting at the 200-day moving average. The Russell is, I believe, the one equity market that we do have that's already in correction territory. I'm not sure that the NASDAQ is there yet, but it's providing some huge ranges to trade. 73-point high to low range. Yesterday's range was double that, 159. So we've been seeing some pretty big ranges recently in this market. Today is about what happens at this 200 moving average. 24.8550 is that price on the daily. Shout out to Henrico, who I believe is going to be on the show with us tomorrow, who called the Russell the snitch. And if you were watching yesterday's price action, it kind of played out that same way. The Russell looked like it went first, and then everything else followed after the fact. Rejection off that 20-day moving average yesterday, right at those highs. We talked about that yesterday. And right now we're right back into the middle of the range. So very similar to the S&P here. Could be providing some trading opportunities, but I'm going to be watching that 200-day moving average, 24.85 on the daily. Coach Ray, I heard you traded the Russell yesterday as well.
I kind of watching you on, started off with the opening call, right? And was kind of watching it and got involved in an opportunity that kind of was aligned with kind of the things I look for. And I got involved in a long trade in the Russell, which I haven't traded in some time. Not really a whole lot of size, especially when you're experimenting with a new market. You don't want to go all too crazy, right? But it was a nice little trade. I think it was 25.11 to 25.23 or was something along those lines. Somewhere in that range. So, but daily is coming in at a level here on the low end of value here. So it'll be interesting to see if we do hold this level around 24.80 for maybe a rotation in price from maybe a market that's been quite bearish, I would say, to a market that maybe might be turning a little bit, maybe losing a little bit of momentum here to the downside. You can see on the DMI that we've lost a little bit of momentum pressure or selling pressure to this downside. We're starting to get a little bit of buying pressure coming into this market. So certainly possible, given this bullish candle here, that we could maybe see a little bit of a rotation. I see a little bit more maybe a possibility of rotation, similar to maybe what we were seeing on the ES as well. But yeah, interesting levels, interesting area, maybe potentially to entertain maybe a bullish trade.
All right, let's see if we hold those 2480s. That 200 moving average is right there on the daily. We take a look at the 30-minute now, and very similar to the S&P here on the 30-minute. Again, that high volume candle. We are trading below the 50% of it right now. The 200 moving average, pretty much a flat line on the 30-minute. And we had price trade. Overnight inventory sort of flat here. It looks maybe a little heavier in the S&P right now. In the Russell, a lot more indecision in the overnight session. We can see we traded above the high of the first 30 minutes. Price and volume did, but we saw a rejection. We traded below the low. Kind of back and forth here, which is not surprising. Again, we see this huge range. The market has to figure out what happened here, how to decipher this, and how to continue to trade. So right now we're sort of in the middle, which I kind of welcome. That might mean that we have more potential for a trade during the New York session. But as we see the volume come in, maybe if we get away from this full session VWAP 250150s, then we'll get a potential trade from there. Anything you're seeing on the 30-minute chart, Coach Ray?
Yeah, I'm kind of focused a little bit my attention on what caught my attention was the low end of value, maybe providing us maybe a little bit of opportunity, maybe a little bit of an extension below this 2478 level down to this 2470 level. Maybe could be kind of a nice little spot there, maybe to entertain maybe a potential reversal trade. If you're interested on the long side, still seeing a little bit of selling pressure in this market. I still see the negative DI above my positive. So there's still some selling pressure in this market, but this location here I'm seeing on the left that maybe could offer us maybe a little location here, maybe to entertain an opportunity reversal wise, if I'm more long. So kind of be patient. Maybe a move down to that level might serve as a target. But I think that level might be challenged there a little bit. 2470 is kind of what I'm looking at, maybe 2468.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Ray. The low of value there. That is what we got on the Russell. We're going to take a look at crude oil that opens up in about 4 minutes here. We'll take a look at that crude oil opening range. But before we do that, JD, I know we got some news on gas prices.
We sure do. Actually, we've got a little lesson planned for you here today. The question is, when will gas prices fall? Well, David Goldman is here to help us learn a little bit about how crude oil affects gas prices and when we can expect to see a little reprieve at the pump. I found this very interesting. Let's roll it for everyone.
The president just said that for the next 5 days, we're not going to bombard Iran's energy facilities, and instead we're going to negotiate. So the markets took that as really welcome news. We were at $110 a barrel for oil right before that announcement, and now we're just below 100. That is welcome news, but your gas prices are still stuck at $4. How do we get $4 gas back down under $3 where we were right before the war? Well, that's going to take a lot of doing. Let me show you. First, you have barrels of oil, and they need to be converted into gasoline at a refinery. To get it to the refinery and then stored and then put on a truck, it's going to take a while. This could take weeks, this process. And then your gas station needs to get this gas at $100 and not at $110. But that doesn't mean that we're back to $3. Where were we before the war? We were at $70 for oil. It's going to take a long time to get back to that. And one of the reasons is the Strait of Hormuz. This is the key. If we don't have the Strait of Hormuz opened, nothing else matters. And so President Trump can say that we're pausing and we're negotiating, but Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. And until this opens up 20% of the world's oil traffic, we can go back up to here pretty quickly.
Looks like e-bike for a while.
right? I figure we turn this price action into a teaching moment for everyone.
Yeah. No. Good stuff there, JD. Good stuff
All
there.
right.
Gas prices will come down eventually. Right now, we're seeing oil prices continue to rise, so maybe not just yet. 91.89 last trade here in oil. We are going to take a look at this 1 minute opening range trade. Oil does open up at 9 a.m. Eastern time, 8 a.m. Central. Right now, oil up 4.2% on the day so far. Settlement price 88.13s. What are you guys thinking for this opening range trade?
Kind of in the middle of the range. I'm not really liking the location at the moment, but I'd like to maybe focus a little bit more on the extremes, kind of force me into the decision. But
yeah, and after a day like yesterday, an over 10% move down yesterday, we might see a little bit of a hangover day in crude. We're creeping higher right now. I think we've got overnight inventory to the long side, it looks like. But I think there could be opportunity on both sides of this market also today.
I agree.
I'm ready to go for this opening range breakout. We got about 10 seconds before the market officially opens. 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time is the opening bell for crude oil.
And we are open. Let's see. We've been seeing a ton of volume trade right off that open. Yeah.
Up, lower.
There you go.
Higher.
Ooh, there's a 100-lot bid, 91.89, and the micros got filled.
Somebody's trading it.
Yeah.
You usually get an influx of a little liquidity injection right at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Institutional traders still respect those old pit trading hours, 8 a.m. Central Time to 1:30 p.m. Central Time. You'll always see a little boost in volume and volatility right around there. I've got a high in the micro of 92.02 and a low of 91.69. 33 tick wide opening range.
That lines up. Another 15 seconds for this 1 minute candle to close. Then we'll be waiting for a 1 minute candle to close outside of that range for confirmation. If it closes above the high, we'll be long. Closes below the low, we'll be short. Stop goes on the other side of the range. Oil right now trading 91.96. 4.3% up on the day. Dolby in the chat asking who is going to trade some oil today. I took a trade in it last night before I had my fatal mistake in my live account, but it was a decent trade. We were looking for a bid. Let's see what happens here. Trading in this range now.
Yeah, it's just
33 tick wide opening range. Yeah, smack dab. It's a very precise term, everybody.
Smack dab in the middle.
Smack dab. Precise term, precise location. Moving towards the upper end of the opening range, but have not broken out just yet.
Had some trouble getting above 92.
Here. Yeah.
Is
there anything there? What's on the book here at 92 in oil? I don't see anything there.
Don't think we're getting a trade after that. Nope, no trade after that first confirmation candle. I will keep an eye on this, though. If we do get a breakout, I will jump in. Let you guys know. What do you say we take a look at some charts, though? What are you guys seeing in these markets today?
Take a look. So yesterday, starting with the daily here in oil, the gold line on my chart is the 20 moving average. It's down at 84.90. We took a look at it yesterday. The low of the session yesterday was 84.37. So it's close enough, especially with how oil is trading right now. Daily ATR above $7, $7.69. We had yesterday's range, $17 range, and of course, most of that was in that one candle after the president's comments. So does this have the potential to be our range for a while? It really didn't change much as far as price goes. We looked above $100 yesterday. We looked below 84, but oil is still in this major range from the aggressive sell-off that we saw early March. So sort of still in balance here. Could this candle have broken the structure? I think it really is contingent on headlines, right? What happens? What's going to come out? What are we going to continue to hear to change the structure of this market? And from a technical perspective, it's still kind of awesome to me to see technicals play out, right? The 20 moving average I would be looking at as a support area before any headlines come out. So it's interesting to see that. And I think we have to take a technical approach to fundamentally driven markets. That's how we trade. but headlines are going to move this thing around. So be very nimble in your executions in oil, because it could change on the drop of a dime. What are you seeing here on the daily in crude, Coach Ray?
Yeah, well, I'm seeing price still remain above this value range that we have identified in the visible range. So obviously there's a little bit of a slowdown and maybe in the momentum that we've had of late to the upside. You see that indicated in the on the DMI with the dropping positive DI. Momentum is maybe up to flat. Okay, so maybe we're losing a little bit of momentum maybe to the upside in this market. Maybe we're picking up with the advent of this candle here to the downside. Pretty strong bearish engulfing candle on this most recent day, yesterday, right? The question now becomes for me is, can we get back inside this value range? If we get back inside this value range, that gives me kind of maybe a little bit of an idea that maybe we can rotate maybe through this range here a little bit and cut through some of this bullish price action that we've seen here on the left-hand side. So right now, I would say 88, 80, I'm gonna say 87.30 is kind of my level here in order to kind of hold. And then maybe on the top side, we have that 100 level that we've been talking about, right? So 87.20, 100 is kind of that range that I'm kind of looking at right now.
87.20s up to 100s. Let's take a look at the 30-minute here. We do have some long overnight inventory, maybe seeing it get reconciled just a little bit here as we reject off these 92s. Here's where we opened last night, 88.72 to 89.50. And these are pretty wide ranges. Again, your charting platform does a good job of aggregating this information so it doesn't look like this is a volatile market, but it is extremely volatile. So if you're going to trade it, maybe consider trading the micros. There's more than enough opportunity to trade with micros in this market. But you can see we're holding this 30-minute range from last night as a support. Every time we've come down here so far, we found buyers right at that 89.50 level. And volume is staying above it for now. Now, the question is, what happens throughout the rest of the day that is going to move this market around? You're going to have to stay tuned to Topstep TV to find out. We will bring you any market-moving news, any headlines, and how it affects the markets. But right now, we're sitting right at 50% of that high-volume candle from yesterday. 91.57 is that price. We're trading 2 ticks above it. So I think the way I'm trading oil, and I've been saying this, is I'm going to wait until it starts to move and then maybe catch a piece of the momentum from there. If I'm sitting in an oil trade for too long and it's not doing what I want, I'm more inclined to just cut the trade because of the potential headline risk moving this market around. What are you seeing here on the 30-minute, Coach Ray?
Yeah, well, we had that move yesterday to the downside, right? And we really haven't been able to recoup that move much, right? So we've been kind of in range ever since. We have price now below our 200 moving average, around 94 level. And we look at the DMI, and the DMI is also indicating that we are in some sort of range. So I would say that, maybe waiting for maybe a better price location. I think certainly this 200 moving average above me kind of serves as kind of maybe a place maybe where I can maybe entertain a short trade. And maybe I'm long up until that point is kind of what I'm looking at right now. The visible range volume profiles gets kind of toothy once we get up to that 200 moving average. So maybe we fill that range in with some volume and maybe chew through some of these single prints that we got here on this move down, earlier in the week. So right now, I would say as much as I'm it's difficult for me to say, a little bit maybe bearish and waiting maybe for an opportunity, maybe a little bit on the upper end, maybe closer to the 200 moving average, maybe to entertain maybe a continuation trade is kind of what I'm looking at right now in the crude oil, being patient and waiting for that to maybe book and then offer me an opportunity to the downside.
Let's see what it provides here. Nothing. Okay, and we're just seeing up. There it goes. Pop in oil above 92 bucks there really quick and right back down. This is an extremely volatile market, everyone. Just understand wherever your risk is. Slippage is a real thing, even in simulated environment. What we have seen in oil is that it's not super thin, right? It's not as thin as we've seen in gold, but it is volatile, right? So it's going to move around a ton. we can see we're still chopping around this $92 level. No trade there, JD, right?
No trade. Technically, it triggered a short, but we saw some buying come in right as we got that signal. So I held off, and now we've traded the other extreme of the opening range and validating the trade. So nothing done, no harm done, no harm, no foul. Working nothing done in crude. So 0 opening range breakout trades for the house account this morning. Flat, scratch, nothing done. Good no trade.
JD, that good no trade, right? You felt bad about the gold no trade, but this crude oil trade balanced it out, right? We would have just lost money if we took it. So yeah, that's a good eye, JD.
Missed some money in gold, saved some money in crude. All right, I'll take it.
Yep. It is popping here, 92.50s. Did not hear a headline come out just yet, but of course we are always on headline watch. Watch these markets moving around. We're going to get to the NASDAQ next here, but we got some more news before that.
We do. Apple.
Oh, headline just came out, JD, from the New York Times. The Saudi prince is pushing the president to continue the Iran war. That's a headline that just came out.
How about that? Trying to egg on the president?
Yeah.
I bet it works. I'll bet it works.
Seeing a little spike there. We just saw the president in Saudi late last year, right? Like rolled out the red carpet for him. McDonald's food truck and everything. All right, let's take a look at that news, JD, before we get into these NASDAQ charts.
Yes, Apple adds new background security updates to its devices. Introducing automatic background security improvements to deliver ongoing protection between updates. Let's roll it. Apple is rolling out a new security feature that works behind the scenes. It's called Background Security Improvements. It delivers small fixes without waiting for full updates. The security patches target systems like Safari, System Libraries, and Apple's WebKit engine, which includes Apple's Mail and App Store apps. The new security feature can be turned off in settings if you don't want it updating in the background all the time. New features from Apple.
Buyers come to daddy.
Make sure you update your iPhones. Make sure you update your iPhones.
I've been on the Android kick for a couple of years now. I probably won't go back to Apple products.
No,
I'm saying that now.
It's just so simple.
Now. It could change.
Yeah.
It could change. Right now, the way I feel, I'm sticking with Android for a little while. That's just me, though.
Let's take a look here at these.
Yes, let's do it. Give the people what they want.
Let's give the people what they want, which is taking a look at this chart here is the euro. Look at this euro trade we were just talking about, Coach Ray. It's starting to pay out to the short side. Yeah, maybe we should have taken that one. But let's take a look at the NASDAQ on the daily. On the daily, we've already had that cross, the 20 below the 200 moving average. Happened a couple of days ago. And again, seeing some pretty heavy sell pressure in this market. We are under the October 10th candle, 24,623 quarter is that price. We did trade it yesterday. Is this going to be one of the first days since we've printed that candle that we don't trade it at all? Is my question. Are we finally leaving the October 10th candle behind? We'll have to wait and see. We did trade above the high of it a couple of days, but we quickly came back to it. But we're spending a lot of time below this low. We got settlement price 24.08. We tagged Hoag's weekly kickoff level yesterday on the open, 23,900s. But again, this market does still seem pretty heavy to me. I think part of the reason we're seeing this sell-off is the uncertainties in the world right now are still uncertain, right? We don't have much clarity, and markets don't like uncertainty, right? So right now we're sitting at 50% of yesterday's range, 24,267. I would not be surprised to see us have an inside day today with just how wide of a range that was yesterday, over 1,000-point range. But more than enough volatility. Daily ATR is 532 points. What are you seeing here on the daily, Coach Ray?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of have that little area marked in yellow. That area that you mentioned, October 10th, is maybe serving as maybe a little bit of a resistance zone right around, what was that? I don't know, 24,550, 545, somewhere in that range, kind of serving as maybe a little bit of reference level that we maybe potentially could use maybe for continuation trades. Looking at the DMI, still a fair amount of selling pressure in this market, with a ADX momentum reading of about 41, which is quite strong. So I don't see that there's necessarily any weakening on the daily on the sort of a bearish sentiment perspective. I have kind of another level that I've identified up here, up at the high end, a little higher than the October 10th candle that we've been talking about, right at the low end of value. That would have to get through some of this price action here. But this 24,800 seems like maybe another level that we might be able to use as maybe in some future date for maybe a potential trade to the downside. But that's a couple of areas that I'm kind of looking at right now on the daily on the NAS.
24,800s. Taking a look at the 30 here. Of course, got to frame out that high volume candle from yesterday, 7 a.m. Eastern time. It wasn't the highest volume of the day, but of course the biggest range on those headlines from yesterday. Another market that's below this 200 moving average, and you know, that 200 moving average is a down sloping line. We saw yesterday we traded above it, volume never did. We kind of fell back into the middle of the range. The question again for me is, do we trade the lower 50% of this range in all of the equity markets that we see? Overnight inventory right now is getting a little short here. Here's this purple box is where we opened up last night. We see we traded above the high of the range. Volume never really did. And maybe getting a little short here. We'll see as more volume comes in for the New York session. We say this with all the markets, but how the volume agrees here. We're getting maybe a little extended from VWAP. But I'm looking at, again, that 50% of this major sell-off, 24,319s. If we start to see VWAP trade below that, I'm looking for a full rotation, maybe back to settlement price here, 24. That's actually not the correct settlement price. That was yesterday's settlement price, but maybe looking for a little rotation down to the lower extreme of this high volume candle here. You know, this is still a really resilient market. And again, headlines are going to move everything that we trade. So you have to keep an eye out for that. There are market participants that are trying to keep oil below $100. And in turn, that's going to, we're going to find a bid in the equities with doing that. So just keep my eye out for any headlines, any volume that trades, and then taking your opportunities from there. But wide enough range to definitely trade here, Coach Ray. What are you seeing on the 30?
Yeah, well, we're right up against an area here where we maybe is a nice, maybe a little spot right here at the low end of value that could offer us. We haven't made a new low of late, so that maybe giving a little bit of indication that maybe there is a rotation in store for the NASDAQ, maybe back to this other side of this range that I've kind of have drawn here up at what's this level here, around 24,550 is the other side of the range here. So assuming that price can maybe hold this current level, maybe we see a little bit of a rotation back to that level, maybe the top end of this area here. Looking at the DMI, again, the DMI is still kind of indicating to me that there's a fair amount of interest here to the downside. I see my negative DI above my positive, indicating that there's still a fair amount of pressure here to the downside, but we're not seeing that kind of separation that we would normally see in a trending environment. So indicating that there's still a fair amount of kind of range, kind of price action. So I'm kind of I guess going to be kind of keeping my eyes here peeled at this recent pivot here and see, you know, this 24,189, whether that level is going to hold, or whether that's going to leave a little bit of a demand area or support area for maybe price to potentially rotate. If we break that level, I'm with you, Coach. I think we come down and maybe revisit some of these lows here that were created as a result of this candle from yesterday.
So thank you for that, Coach Ray. We are trading 24,250s right now in the NASDAQ. I see a lot of people in the chat saying NASDAQ's getting ready to flush. We will see. We will see. That is the context that we provide every day for these markets, hopefully helping you with your trading journey. Shout out to our friend Sodbuster in the chat. Mute. Did I pronounce that T? Don't get muted in the chat this morning. JD, let's take a look at the schedule today to see who's trading with us on Topstep TV.
Let's do it. Coming up next in Fast Markets, we've got Andre and Coach Jay sticking around. Jay's going to be here for another hour, and Aaron Luce. I almost called him Andre Luce. So first hour of Fast Markets, Andre, Coach Jay, and Aaron Luce. That's 8:30 to 9:30. Then Dakota and Mandy will be taking over from 9:30 to 11. Make sure you're sticking around for Fast Markets. I think we're going to get a lot of opportunity to trade these markets. After that, Power Players at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Coach Jay is going to be back again with Diamond Hands Diamond Hands George, and Dolby Time. Group Coaching, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Gabe's going to be here with Anne-Marie and Hoop. In just a little while, there's going to be a form pinned to the top of the chat. It's a question form. If you got a question for group coaching, grab that link, fill it out, fill out the form, click submit, and we're going to answer your question live here on Topstep TV. So if you got a question for Gabe, Anne-Marie, or Hoop, or for all of them collectively, grab that form, fill it out, and we will do our best to get to it and answer your question live here on Topstep TV. 1 o'clock Central Time, I will be back with Coach Hoop and James S. for Trade with Topstep. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dakota, and Dolby Time. Full day of tradertainment heading your way right here on Topstep TV. We are here for you bell to bell all day long. Don't forget at the buzzer, Coach Jay and Coach Paul, 3:15 p.m. Central Time also. A lot happening today.
Thank you.
A
A lot happening today. We got markets moving around. You haven't done so already, traders, hit that thumbs up button. I heard it's lucky. If you hit it before the session opens. I cannot guarantee that. That is not financial advice, but it can't hurt, right? Can't hurt to hit that thumbs up button.
Only winning trades if you hit the like button. Only winning trades today if you hit the like button.
Only winning trades. Coach Hoop, is that a Paul drop that we're seeing? It may be. So we are, JD, Coach Ray, you guys know how everyone in the trading space just names something after themselves. We're trying to figure out how to name a trade after Coach Paul. It's something that he's identified all the time. What do you guys think about the name Paul drop?
Paul drop.
Paul drop?
Yeah, like a ball drop, but he's Paul.
So Paul drop?
Paul drop. Yeah.
Or like a Paul wall, like a call wall.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Something like that. We'll keep working on it. We'll keep working on it.
Yeah. Work in progress.
Right. Work in progress. We'll hit the writer's table. We got some more news, JD, before we get into fast markets here.
Yes. One more piece of news. Our Consumer Watch, your public service announcement for the day. The Iran war could be threatening food prices moving forward. The cost to buy groceries continues to go up, and consumers could soon be faced with even higher costs because of the war with Iran. And today's Consumer Watch, everybody's favorite non-AI reporter, Jen Sullivan, is here to help explain why.
Grocery bills continue to rise. A family of 4 now spends between $1,000 to $1,600 on food every month, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And farmers say those prices could go even higher. They're facing surging costs that will likely be passed on to consumers.
Our food supply is national security.
Kevin Maynard is a soybean and corn farmer in Missouri. He's been farming since 1982. Soybeans are used in a variety of products like animal feed, food, and bio.
We can plan and we can make the best decisions that we can, but it's all subject to Mother Nature and the cost of inputs.
By inputs, he means things like labor, machines, seeds, and fertilizer. The war with Iran has caused vast disruption to the world's oil supply. Most fertilizer is made from products from the energy industry. So as oil and natural gas prices rise, so does the price farmers pay for the necessary ingredient in their crop cycle.
I'm worried because most farmers have taken equity out of their farms for the last 2 years to just be able to keep going.
And now is the time farmers like Maynard are getting everything ready that they need for spring planting season.
We made a budget to put in a crop, and overnight we saw the production of that crop increase by about $53 an acre.
They're also facing surging gas prices. Most farm equipment takes diesel, which is averaging over $5 a gallon nationally, up 42% from a month ago. The American Farm Bureau Federation sent a letter to the White House recently urging the Trump administration to take immediate action and warned food prices could go back to 2022 levels when inflation reached 40-year highs. And farmers like Maynard will be forced to make tough decisions.
We just can't go any further, and that's the sad part.
Maynard says many farmers will raise their prices, and that could mean higher prices at the grocery store. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
So a comment in the chat says 80% of soybeans is fed to livestock. So here's another teaching moment. There's a thing called the soybean crush, if you're not familiar with it. There are actually 3 products that come from a soybean plant. There's the actual soybeans themselves, soybean oil, and soybean meal. What they do is when they harvest the soybeans, they extract the actual soybeans, and then they crush it to make the soybean oil. And then the byproduct, the leftovers of that, is called soybean meal. And the meal is what they use to feed to cattle. The more you know, right? There's your another teaching moment for the day. And there's actually a spread trade that you could trade called the crush for soybeans. If you're thinking all of the soybeans that we plant goes to feed cattle, that's the process for it.
Good stuff.
Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday, potential turnaround Tuesday we got going on here. We got a ton of information. You don't get that stuff anywhere else. And that comes from years of experience. It's family business for JD. Don't get that anywhere else. So make sure you stay tuned into Topstep TV here. Hit that thumbs up button, like and subscribe. I think we are good to go. I see the team getting ready in the back. Andre's here. Aaron's here. I'm going to stick around. Coach Ray, good stuff as always. Make sure you check out Coach Ray in Discord at 7 p.m. Eastern time if you want more Coach Ray. But we are good to go. Let's do the thing. We got fast markets coming up here. Thanks everyone for joining again. I'm never going to find out who was first in the chat. So we love you all, especially you, Sodbuster. Let's get into fast markets in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Let's go. We got markets moving around here, and gold is on a tear. I jumped the gate. That was a little bit of a false start. But welcome to Fast Markets, everybody. We got our resident gold trader here, Aaron. Andre's here as well. We're ready to trade it up. Andre, pass it over to you.
I'll let you drive. That was pretty good. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Who we got on the right there? The star of the London Open, 1:30 a.m., Monday through Friday on Topstep TV. Aaron trades in the house. Aaron, we got about a little less than 4 minutes to the opening bell. Gold, look out below. Trading 43.77. Thoughts on gold?
Yep.
Just
good to be back with you guys. Good to see you guys. Gold having a nice sell-off. The guys who were on the London stream this morning, we actually had some nice gold buys. But pre-New York here, we've had a pretty decent sell-off. Personally, these markets on gold right now are all over the place. So personally, for me, I'm just trading combines right now. The news coming out, 1 minute gold's gone up, the next minute's ripping down. And these ranges on gold, we're talking like 1,200 tick ranges, which is huge. In terms of what I'm looking at for the day, I am trying to see if there's potential gold buys up into about 4,450-ish. But with that being said, right now we are squeezing lower. So I'm trying to see if we can get back above this VWAP, back above this sort of intraday resistance 86s, and then I'm going to see if I can see if we can try and take this higher. So I am looking for gold longs coming into the session. If anything changes, I'll flip the bias, but right now that's kind of what I'm looking at this morning.
Stuff perhaps along above 43.86 last trade in gold, 43.77 now 78 as I speak. Let's take a look at crude oil. All eyes on crude, trading $92.48. We got the Dow selling off right around the lows, trading 46,148. NQ right around the lows as well, 24,235. And the ES selling off about 5 points off the lows, 65.85. Jay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes till the open. We got news in about 15 minutes. What do you got your eyes on? Markets, prices of interest. What's up, Jay?
So I got my 8 markets up here, looking at the 4 equities, gold, crude oil, and the euro also, which has been a pretty interesting trade here. Watching this crude oil catch a bid. I am going to be trading in the combine today. Had a little bit of a mistake in my live account yesterday. I tried to get short gold. It was 3 big contracts instead of 3 micro, so got to make some adjustments there. But gold is really interesting as well, right? We're sitting right at we're right under the full session VWAP 43.88s. We'll see here. There's definitely going to be some opportunity. I actually have 9 markets up, Andre.
What's the new one?
I was born and raised in New York, and Jay-Z tickets go on sale at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So I'm gonna pull that market up. I'm gonna pull that market up on the side. Jay-Z at Yankee Stadium. So I gotta see if I can get those tickets as well. We'll see what that market is looking like.
Okay, there you go.
Nice.
We will see.
Actually, that's how I teach supply and demand to people. In terms of like Taylor Swift tickets or Jay-Z tickets, that's how I teach.
Oh yeah.
Supply and demand. So,
yep.
All right, we got 45 seconds till the open. We do have a number about in 15 minutes. We got U.S. S&P Services PMI. We have some Fed speakers later on in the day. President is doing a swearing-in ceremony around 12:30 p.m. Central Time. Anyways, get locked in. Here we go. Take a look at the tilt. Nothing really jumping off the page right now. 50-50 across the board. Also, one more thing. We have the 10-year. 10-year yields above 4.4%. It was like 4.41%. So yields continuing to climb.
Did I see it right that it tagged 5%, or is that wrong?
Might be the 30-year. It might be the 30-year.
30. Gotcha.
I got to check. All right, we are now open. Buckle up. Let's do this.
Get a quick squeeze lower there on gold at literally the last couple of seconds of that 30 minutes. So for my longs here, with that 30 closing pretty bearish, it's tough for me to want to buy yet. But that was a if anyone was watching that live, last couple of seconds there, which what gold loves to do. Quick squeeze lower last couple of seconds to give that 30-minute breakout. So we'll see.
Aaron, this sell-off in gold. When are we going to get back above 5,000? It's not a flight to safety anymore. Perhaps has something to do with the stronger dollar, some liquidation events as well. Just general thoughts on this the sell-off that we've been experiencing and seeing. Some of the perhaps technical reasons.
It was nice to see. This is kind of what we've been talking about last week in our London session, where I was kind of speaking about, kind of gold had been stuck in this major all-time high from 29th of January and a huge low from the 2nd of February. And what we were talking about on our live stream is this FOMC day was kind of the big make or break level. I was like, if we break 5,000 on this day, we're going to sell all the way back down to the lows of the 2nd of February, which ended up playing very, very, very well. Interesting thing with gold right now, though, is although we have been having an aggressive sell-off, 2 levels that I've been watching yesterday was 4,000 and 4,100, which we actually had a pretty decent bounce off yesterday. So, although we have had a huge sell-off, looking to the left, we are coming into some major, major support levels where I do believe there's potential for gold to have, not looking for a full-blown reversal high or anything like that, but it's not an area where I really want to be shorting. I do want to see if I can buy gold from these big areas. But yeah, no, to me that sell-off towards the end of the month was really, really nice. It's kind of what we needed on gold. About time to see it having a good breakout again. To me, anyway, it's better than seeing gold at all-time highs. I prefer to see gold here than all-time highs every day.
Prices we've traded, prices we've seen before. Gold just did print some new session lows right around 43.56. Jay, to that the 5% yield. That's the 30-year. 30-year is closing in on. We're at 4.962%, closing in on 5% yield. Last time we were 5% about a year ago. So,
about a year ago.
Yields going the wrong up direction. Yes, they are. Perhaps could put some downside pressure on the equities. But right now we're seeing a bit of a muted open. I did see some buyers step in.
VIX is trading at 25 right now. We have everything in the Mag 7 pretty much red. Meta's down 0.94, Amazon 0.92, Apple down 0.25. Google down 0.85, Broadcom down 0.2%, Microsoft down 0.75%, Nvidia pretty much flat. So right across the board to start here, saw a little pop in the NASDAQ, but I usually wait for this first 3-minute candle to play out. We just got it there. Now we're looking for a potential flow in any of these markets in either direction. See what happens here.
Right. Some buyers jumping in here in the ES back up to 6,600. This 5-minute candle. Looking about a 15, 16 point pop. Same story in the NQ. NQ again, like Jay was saying, catching a bid. It's 5-minute. We popped about 90 points or so. We'll pull back in crude. Crude oil now trading $92.30. Gold trying to catch a bid off the lows, off about $7 off the lows, trading 43. Sellers just came right back in on gold there. We were trading 43.64. They just smashed it down to 43.59. We got a number in about 11 minutes. 11 minutes. That will be U.S. S&P Services PMI. And we do light number at the top of the hour. We'll see. Pretty muted right now. Old new lows.
This
New lows.
trade I was looking at last night was a short gold, and it was kind of in this area here that we're trading now.
What happened? You sold 3?
Yeah, I sold 3. It was bigs instead of micros. Trade played out really well too. It's just stopped me out before it eventually went in that direction. So maybe got to hit the lockout on symbol block on
Yeah.
We've all done it. We've all done it.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
A little more buying here in the equities. Yes, above 6,600, 6,604 last trade. This 5-minute up about 19 points or so.
One thing I do like about gold right now, I know we've just seen this little squeeze lower, which is obviously a little bit of a 5-minute breakout. But one thing that I'm kind of watching here is we are below these previous hourly lows. And if I look to the left, this is pretty decent support. So I know the 5-minute is breaking down, but for me, high time frame always paints the bigger picture. And being at these areas, I kind of want to, I don't look for buys just for the sake of looking for buys, but it's not really an area where I want to get short. So if we do find a 5-minute breakout here, we will break out below previous hourly lows where you've had some nice wick rejections. So if we do get a 5-minute breakout, I'm going to look to take that trade.
Crude continues to see a little sell side pressure. $92.18 last trade.
Long 2 micro ES here, 65.99.50.
Oh, heads up.
Yeah.
Would you
99.50s.
Okay. That selling was pretty aggressive. What was that?
Yeah, we just had about 1,000 contracts trade in a second there in the S&P. Let's see here.
Interesting.
Russell's pushing up pretty nice. Let's see if we hold this opening range.
All right. NQ seeing some selling as well.
Yep.
Keep an eye on crude here. Nothing from the headlines just yet. We will, of course, Topstep TV, keep an eye on all those headlines. They do hit the wire in real time. I am seeing some selling as well. See if crude does.
I'm gonna take a small, just single micro long here on gold. I want to give this a shot. I'm going to risk some of the London profits.
All right.
Long at 60.8, risking at about 44.2, risking about $160 here.
4360.8, long 1. Okay. We'll pull them back here, 92 even.
Yeah, I see some comment in the chat that I'm gunslinging because I'm in a combine. I'm not. So I would actually take this trade in my live account. I saw some volume get absorbed there at those highs. We'll see. We'll let it play out. This is about $150 worth of risk. if we take out the low of the opening range, which the NASDAQ is doing right now. But we'll see.
Holding bid.
For now, yeah.
Watching gold here.
Russell's catching a bit as well.
Okay. Crude staying above 92. A couple cents right now. $92.03. 50-50 on the tilt. ES holding bid. Who's in? Who we got? Aaron?
Not me. No, I'm not in.
Jade,
No, that wasn't me. No, that wasn't me. I don't know who that was. Who's sharing the screen? That's trading up right now.
Who's getting in there?
I heard that.
Yeah.
JD trading back there.
All right. Hopefully it was a winner. Hopefully that was a winner. All right. Buyers trying to hold it right now in the equities. Gold top around 43.60. Nothing on the tilt. Oh, market barbecue. Nothing yet. Nothing to get in there with just yet.
People saying Aaron on his personal. No.
Oh.
It wasn't. It wasn't. I wouldn't mind if it was, but it actually wasn't.
All right, NASDAQ's looking a little heavy here.
Yes.
Seeing some rejection.
Gold as well. Let's see a little sell side here. Just going to go without crude. Pushing a little higher, $92.33. NQ selling off. NQ 24,210. This 5 minute, we're down about 100 points in this 5 minute. 20 points off the lows in the NQ. Dow seeing some selling. Heads up, yeah. Oil catching a bid here. NQ looking to test the lows. 5 points to go. Overnight lows in NQ 24,193. We got within 5 points of it. Nothing on the tilt.
And no, I don't mind flipping buys here and going short. We talked about during the opening call the potential for rotation through all that buying that we saw yesterday. So if we do
Here we go.
see some sell pressure continue here, I don't mind flipping this trade short.
New lows NQ 24,183. Yes, not quite there yet. About 4. All right, NQ continues to sell off. New lows NQ. Same with the Dow. Dow new lows. Sellers are coming in now.
Gold trying to find some support down here. Not really moving too much. Trying to. Kind of hovering around my entry.
Is that 1,000? Jay, that was 1,000 lot that sold into the ES there?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Right at 6,600s.
Okay.
It was the volume point of control from the overnight session, so I was seeing whether or not they just held it up there. But they did not. So let's see if they get some follow-through flow here. Could be a really nice sell. Yeah.
New lows, equities all around. ES 65.76 now. 46,065. NQ down about 150 points, 160 points make it in this 5 minutes. New lows. Equities, we got crude catching a bid. Seeing headlines, no headlines. Crude popping here, $92.60 last trade in crude, about 8 cents off the I call it overnight highs. A little bounce back in the equities. Let's resell into it. Crude pops here.
Yep. Yeah. Now this is where I don't want to just flip bias immediately, but if this bounce doesn't hold any traction, this could be where if they're going to continue to sell it. We'll see.
Just there you go, about 15-point pop or bounce there in the ES 65.86.
92s is where I would look to maybe sell.
Did you cut?
Yeah, I'm out. So lost 150 bucks on that one.
Ooh, maybe get short here.
Yeah, this is what I'm looking at here.
Equities went without. Oh, you know what it might be? Take a look at the 10-year. Did the 10-year price? Did 10-year sell off there? Yep, 10-year selling off. Yields going up. There you go.
Number in 2 minutes.
Yep.
Millet Man, why are you guys trading combines? I took a loss on my live account last night. So switching over to a combine, show still goes on. But took a loss there. Got to manage risk.
10-year yield, 4.41%. And your prices on the lows. You got number, yep. In it's about 1 minute.
Yeah, I'll right back into the middle of the opening range.
I figured. Aaron, you still long?
Yep, I'm still long, still hovering around, just trying to see how this news comes in 1 minute here. I'm still long around 60.8, just kind of hovering around my entry. But the more it hovers down here, the more I like this potentially push out. I do want to see some volume to want to hold this. I want to see some volume come in pretty soon. Thing is with gold, we've already moved thousands of ticks today. So if we do create space down here, it wouldn't be too surprising. But I'm
Just
still
getting
long,
started
still
too.
long.
Here we go. Number in about 20 seconds. U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI flash expected 51.5. Crude catching a bid. Print some new highs. Price would be $90.68. Expected 51.5. Actual 52.4. Pretty much everything in line. All right, got that number out of the way. What was the reaction?
Oil popping a little bit here. Equities not really doing too much.
Yeah. Okay, we got that number out of the way. Yeah, not seeing anything on the schedule from the president this morning or just yet. So, all right. Aaron's still in this trade. Take a look at gold. 43.56 last trade there. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the name of the segment. Yes, this is called Fast Markets. Do I tell you this? If you be so kind, use the hashtag Fast Markets or hashtag Power Hour to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X. See some trader wins. Lots of trader wins we saw yesterday. Payouts as well. Swag. Screen setups. Anything you want to share with us here at Topstep TV, we'll turn that around to you in Power Hour. Towards the end of the New York session. Again, hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep TV on the X.
Just had a comment here in the chat, which I think is really smart. Someone said here, may trade combine today, feeling a bit off. I want to point out, having the reason I'm trading combine here today is that exact reason. Having that recognition is so important. You don't need to be trading your XFAs, live accounts every single day. If you're not really feeling the markets right now, or it's not moving how you want, there's nothing wrong with trading combine. Absolutely nothing wrong with trading combine. Wait till you get a feel for the markets again. Markets are going nowhere.
100%, especially with all this headline risk that, let's be honest, can blindside you. Right?
There were 18, I think it was 18 points in the NASDAQ that in the S&P that didn't trade yesterday on that news.
What do you mean? 18 points.
We talk about slippage in thin markets, right? When that news came out, there was a gap of about 18 points that did not trade.
And that's in the ES. Crazy. Wow, good stuff.
So,
good stuff.
Yeah. These markets are pretty volatile. So if you don't want to take the risk on an account that matters, that is okay. That is okay.
Thank you, Jay. Yeah.
Got a bid here in the S&P below the market, 65.85. That is 500 on the bid.
Job using that level 2 data. Topstep X. Also, you heard the fellas talking about some levels, prices of interest. Well, where do they get that? Pin to the top of the chat. You got the Topstep daily levels. Those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. Do you want better? Click on that indicators tab at the top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels. You have right there on your charts. And those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. Catching a bid here in gold. Watch that 500 lot in the ES. 1.5 lower right now. And pulled. Pulled. Yep.
Lower. 80s. Sitting at 65, 80s now.
What was that 2000 lot? 2000 was it 6620?
66. Was that yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 6620. 6620. Yep.
Cut.
It held the market up yesterday.
It did. It did. Crude about 12 cents off the highs, trading $92.51.
All right, let's see if we can caveman into this.
I'm about to as well.
Short one from 81.75.
500 lot was filled. What price did you? Well, you short
I got
what?
81.75s. Short one, 81.75. This kind of has to go now.
I'm short from 79.
Let's see.
Gold.
NASDAQ is continuing to sell.
Gold pushing higher here.
Yep. Get a nice bounce here on Goldie. My upside target for this gold trade, I'm trying to play pullbacks into 4,400. But to be honest, it will depend on how we react around 75s-ish. 75s-ish.
Last trade, 43.56. You're short from 81.
Yeah, 81.75. 1,000 lot here, 65.74. Let's see if these orders keep acting like magnets here.
Nice. Okay. Let's go. Downside pressure in equities.
And pushing into this 1,000 lot here.
So
Pulled.
Pulled. Yep.
Down to 70s.
Same 1,000 lot.
Yep.
Heads up crude. Might be seeing some downside pressure here. Catching a bit in the 10-year. The 10-year offered. The 10-year back offered. Talking about the price. Equities went back offered. And Q seeing some more selling coming in here. 24,155. 18 points off the lows. More selling and Q.
Honestly, I'm looking at this and I just want to get out if that 1,000 lot fills.
You don't
or goes to market.
Go fill them.
65.70, 11.25 on the bid. NASDAQ continue to make new lows.
I'll sell another one. Short 2. ES.
See if we can continue to get some selling here. Headlines quiet right now. Oh, more size here now.
What do you got?
900 on the bid, 65.71s. They did the same thing yesterday, and that set the lows for the day. So I'm just being cautious here.
Average price is 65.77. Last trade, 65.79. Gold. Grinding lower just a bit. Now back bid.
It's got
Stay short, Jay.
Someone said, why don't I just close the trade and look for another trade? Gold's just it's kind of got 10 minutes to show me something. We got this hourly close coming in 10 minutes. If the hourly close is this bearish, that will be the point where I close the trade. But it's got 10 minutes to show me something. I want to see if we can hold these previous hourly lows and wick back above. If it doesn't, then I'll close. Yeah, give us some volume.
Do you need to hold bid though?
Yep. Trying to hold up.
10-year turnaround.
2,000 on the bid here between 70 and 71. So I'm just watching that here.
Go get it.
NASDAQ did make a new low of the day.
Taking out down here. Stalling out. Yep, got 2,000 pretty much. A bid about 7 points lower in the ES. We trade 65.80. 81s. Cutting here. Gold catching a
Yeah,
bid.
they kind of have to go now.
Gold on the move higher.
Well, there you go. They got gold squeezing now.
Yep. What's your upside target, Aaron?
4,400 ideally.
Okay.
I will see how we see how we act around the 80s. There's nice squeeze right into that hourly
There you
close.
go.
That's what gold loves to do.
Gold pushing higher here. 43.75. Last trade.
Potential add on this hourly closure too here on gold. This hourly could show me what I want to see. Gonna bring my stop up a little bit here.
Gold cooking.
Is this the?
Oh, I puked already.
Oh yeah! Wow, look at this. This gold trade is looking nice, Aaron.
Yep.
Yeah, looking good, man. Looking good.
Way to hold.
Nice squeeze
Hold
there.
that thing.
Yeah, that's what someone said. Why don't I close? But that's what gold loves to do right before that hourly close. 7 minutes before
Right.
it's going to close, can shake you out. Right before, a couple minutes before the closure, can do exactly what you want. So higher time frame candle closures are key here. Very, very key.
How do you manage your stop when you're in the money?
Depending on, so if I have a look at this hourly, because this is what the trade's really based off, buying below previous hourly lows. And as long as we kind of hold above, I would say 67s, I would be happy to hold the trade. Any kind of maybe 30-minute closure against me, then I may start to get out. But right now, hard stop below this current hourly low because I wouldn't want to see price come down one more time. I think if we come down again, we may come much lower. So I'm happy to risk off current hourly lows because I wouldn't want to see a new low printed on this hourly in the next 5 minutes when it's about to close.
Okay. Get back in here. Jay, did you hold it?
Yeah, I'm holding on for now.
Lucky. Good job.
81.75s, and we just had a burst of selling come in there. I'm just looking to
Sure
see if
did.
there's some follow through flow behind this. We got some bids here in the NASDAQ also, right
Ready.
below 150s. What are they at? Just over 500.
Nice.
140s, 25, 140. Where did they just go?
Where'd you go? Get back here. I got short again. Ooh. Oh. Take a look at the again that level 2 data. Oh, I see a 100 lot down there.
Yeah, there's 100 lot on 145s.
65.80 last
The
trade.
selling is getting absorbed here.
Yeah, but they keep reloading.
910 on the 140 bid in the NASDAQ.
140 on 910 last trade. Okay, so about 35 points lower. 900 lots. 900 lots. What's Crude doing? Crude trade $92.34. Pretty quiet on the headlines right now. Top of the hour, 5 minutes.
I'm flat there.
Yeah, I'm about to.
No follow through yet.
Uh-uh.
May sell it higher.
And Q catching a
It's
bid.
not going.
Another push. It's gold doing gold, holding bid. Gold 43.72 now.
Yep.
Uh-oh. We're buying equities just to be met with some selling. What's Crude doing? Staying offered. $92.20. In the chat, they're saying lows are in. Real John Ross says lows. Or lows are not in. Lows are not in. I agree. I mean,
Delta negative right now in the NASDAQ, negative 900.
is that
And full session, we got it at negative 1500. Full day 1500.
what about
Negative.
ES?
S&P positive 35.
Oh, this again? 3,500?
Yeah, 3500.
Great. In Q about 16.
Aaron got the good one. Aaron has the market that's moving right now.
Yup, 100%.
Yep.
I should have been. We're
squeezing
going
there.
higher. Going higher.
What we like
in
to see.
gold. 43.81 last trade. Crude selling off. $92.10. 10-year caught a bid.
This is that point where I just mentioned earlier why high time frame is so important. You know, you see that 5 minute selling off. See that 5 minute selling off. The reason I don't try and chase that short is because I look at my high time frame and I go, you know what? We're below previous hourly lows. We have nice support to the left. When I drop down to low time frame, that's where I want to be looking for longs, not shorts. So the guys who are trading the 5 minute more, especially for gold. You can trade the 5 minute, but just understand the location of your higher time frame, because you could see this 5 minute breakout and go, oh, you know what, this is going to be the next big short, but you forget you're below previous hourly lows that held support, then you can get trapped on the wrong side here.
I like that perspective. Zooming out.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, equities cannot make up their mind right now. Pop there.
No, they can't.
Just came out with some selling. 0 for 2 right now on the shorts. 65.83 last trade. In
Top of the hour coming in 2 minutes. Aaron, what is the shortest time frame chart you'll use?
Good question.
Oh, 5 minutes the lowest for me, and 5 minutes pushing it sometimes, to be honest. Yeah, whenever I'm not on stream, even most of my trades are like probably 30-minute candle closures. That's kind of my sweet spot for gold. Anything lower, I feel like it just becomes too noisy. But yeah, 5 minutes the lowest I'll go. Even that kind of gotcha me sometimes.
Buyers fighting the good fight in the equities. And Q, let's trade 24,210. We see 220s. 220s incoming, about 90 points off those lows that did print pretty much right on that New York opening bell. A Richmond Fed number in about 30 seconds, top of the hour. Not the biggest market mover. However, we will bring you anything on the economic calendar here. Equities. Buying right now. 50-50 tilt.
Top of the hour here in 5 seconds.
Yeah,
nice out on the shorts.
We got -8. Yeah, actual. Who cares? All right, we do have a 2-year auction at noon Central. More buying here in the equities. There they go. Same with gold. Gold trading 43.85 last print. Wow, they are lifting the offer in the ES aggressively. All right, 10-year.
Now we got offers here in the S&P.
There's a 1,000 upside. And the 65.98 offered 1,000 times, about a point away.
I may take gold off of this previous hourly high around 43.90. I want to see how we react around these previous hourly highs here on gold. If we tap it pretty quick, I may just take this trade off here.
8. Crude selling off $91.80, now 74 cents. What was that price? 65.98. Filled 1,000.
98, yeah.
Yep. Now catching a bid.
I'm going to take gold off there.
Nice
I'm going to take that trade off there.
Nice trade.
Thank you, man. Thank you. There's there you go. Previous hourly highs hit anyway. So
nice
was that about 270-ish ticks there? Buying off them hourly lows.
Well done.
That's a nice squeeze higher.
Long from 43.60, selling right around. We got out right around 43.90, give or take.
Yep. 89s.
Got Coach Dakota in the chat saying he's long as gold as well, looking for 4,400s. Settlement price 44.0730.
Might get there.
Yep, nice.
Aaron, you exited. That wasn't your initial target. Obviously, you used discretion there. Market generate information. One more time. What? In my opinion, I always believe it's the hardest part of a trade is knowing when to get out. What made you get out there? I mean, nice exit. We're turning around.
So, yeah, that's a really good point. One thing to note with gold is gold loves to come up and tag previous hourly highs. So this current hourly in the first 2 minutes here has opened and instantly pushed up. So if I see this hourly opening and instantly squeezing up, to me, this is a potential top wick for it to come down and create a new low on this hourly. So, if this hourly had opened and squeezed lower, I would have been happy to hold this trade higher. But the fact in the first 2 minutes, we've opened and pushed up. By the time this candle closes, I think we could easily find some resistance around this previous hourly high. And I wouldn't want to see my trade being up from, 270 ticks to maybe back down to like 50 to hope to squeeze out more. So previous hourly highs to me is a nice potential reversal level, nice resistance to the left. So tapping in the first 2 minutes, yeah, I'm happy to take the trade off there. If we come lower, maybe there's more entries, but as a intraday trade, 270 ticks, yeah, it's a nice part of the move.
You're still leading long. Still looking for perhaps some more room to the upside.
Yep, I like longs all the way up into 4,450. To be honest,
4,450.
I don't want to see it just run there, but yeah, overall, I like 4,450. Yeah, yep.
Last trade 43.94. Closing on those 4,400s. Dakota's got his eye on buyers continuing to push it higher in the equities. Closing in on 6,600. ES, couple points to go there. NQ did pop all the way up to 24,256. So step back in. Man, we were wrong with those shorts, huh? I thought it was look out
Well, a little
below, Jay.
bit.
Well, you know what we got to do, Jay? What we got to do is we got to plan for different scenarios. You want to know why? That is the Topstep TV tip of the week. We got short twice there. Not so good. There it is. Topstep TV tip of the week. Plan for different scenarios. Have a plan for failed setups. Oh, Jay, that's me. Know your re-entry criteria up front. Define rules for managing runners. So you're going to do that as well. Be prepared for unexpected market moves. How about that? Yes. We can go lower there. The equities. So again, Topstep TV tip of the week. Plan for different scenarios. Crude continuing to sell off. Down about $1 in the last 5 minutes or so.
See what happens here. Still inside that first 30-minute candle, still in the first 3-minute opening range here in the S&P. So not a whole lot of direction yet. Still early in the session.
Just waiting for crude to pop. Just waiting for crude to pop. But continue to sell it off. $91.49.
6,600s in the S&P.
And seeing size, seeing some size. A bit in the ask. What do you got for Delta, Jay?
Full session Delta in the S&P 7,900, positive 7,900. In the NASDAQ, that is negative 912. Negative 912.
Okay. 50-50 tilt for now. Some selling in. Now seeing some selling. This is just a pullback. Crude just kind of, wow.
I know the earlier, Jay, you were talking about the euro. We were talking about this on the London stream as well. I don't trade this very often, but to me, for the guys who do trade the euro, this looks like a lovely continuation trade. You had that great breakout yesterday. I like the euro into a new high today. You just had this previous hourly holding this really nice support at this 1622 level. Again, it's not a market I trade, but to me, this is for the euro traders. This is looking like a nice long.
For a technical pattern, yeah, 6E. You ever traded, Dre?
That's what I started with.
The euro dollar, right?
Both, yeah. That's what I started with.
Nice.
What's the last trade in 6E price?
Good question. 116.28. I don't even know how to quote this thing, man.
$1.16.
$1.16. $1.16. But yeah, Aaron, like you were saying, on the daily, we had that nice rally yesterday, and we kind of held 50% of that. Yep. So I was short last night off the 20-day moving average, but that 50% level had to be the target for that reason, right? We saw some nice buying coming in there yesterday. So if that 50% level holds, I could see that rotation right back up to those highs. It's an interesting market, man. It doesn't cost a whole lot either to trade it. I had a pretty wide stop on my trade yesterday, and it was way out of the way, and it was going to cost $400 if I was wrong.
Look at these buyers.
Yeah, I like that.
These buyers in the equities. Up and away. Last trade in the ES 6606. We are about 30, 35 points off the lows. This rally's started last 7 minutes or so. Another 1,000 lot upside in the ES 6610. Offered 1,000 times. Closing filled. 6610. 1,000 on the offer. Filled.
So my original long bias wasn't wrong. It was just early.
Man, those shorts I took were way wrong. Oof, wow.
Yeah.
Not even close to being right.
For the silver traders out there, I do like silver up into 71 as well. Silver up into 71 is looking nice. Whether we get there today or not, I'm not too sure. But there's a nice upside target into 71 on silver.
So, Aaron, when you look at a different market, and you know, we've heard you say it's not a market that you trade. You take the same technical approach to every market.
Yeah, exactly the same. My plan it does work well on, gold's my baby. Gold's what I love, but it does work the same on NQ and ES silver. I just kind of find that, intraday characteristics of the two can be so different that if I try and apply the same things on gold as NQ, it's not exactly the same. Then I kind of just find I get a bit too confused, and I'm like, you know what? Gold moves hundreds of ticks every single day, so I'm like, let me just knuckle down on gold. But yeah, if I look at any other market, I'm trying to look at it the exact same way. Yeah.
We see
A chart is a chart.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm saying a chart is a chart, right? If you can apply your technical approach to it, and each market is going to have its own personality, but
for sure,
for the most part, you're going to see very similar patterns.
Buyers continuing to push this thing up in the equities. We got NQ 150 point rally last 10-12 minutes. Let's trade 24,265. What's Crude doing? Crude seeing some selling, $91.50. Gold did see. Do we see 4,400s in gold? Got close. Currently trading 43.97.
You see that? Well, yeah, very close, very close.
Right on the headlines for now. Looks like we're going to see some more selling in Crude. $91.37 last trade. Just going to lead to more buying in the equities. 66.10 last trade in the ES.
Back above full session VWAP here.
Yep.
6605s.
I know. Getting gold, get above 4,400. Got about a buck. Dollar to go. There you go. 4,400. 4,402 last trade. Gold, 03s now.
Wow, look at that. Yeah, nice squeeze on gold. Nice squeeze.
$50 off the lows that were just put in about 15-20 minutes ago. All right. ES saw 1,000 on the offer at 65.90. That was filled. And another 1,000 on the offer at 66.10, which was also filled. Bottom of the hour, we'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices for the equities. Simply the highest and lowest price traded first hour of the New York session.
You have Apple green now. Everything else still red, but Apple is green, up over 0.5%.
Everything else is red, you said?
Everything else still red, yeah. VIX is trading at 2630. Yeah, everything's red right now.
How was that popping?
I don't know.
The NQ. Oh, what was that, man? Come on. Tesla green.
Giving us better prices to sell, maybe.
That's what I'm
Tesla
thinking.
green?
Yeah, you got Tesla green, yep.
All right, Tesla's green.
Let's go. What's MBT? MBT, how we doing in MBT? Micro Bitcoin. Ooh, selling off right now. Just needs 70,000. Last trade, MBT 69,930. Lows.
Oh, I got to update my watch list. Walmart, Dakota's saying.
Oh, yeah. Get you a goldfish.
Walmart's green. Okay. All right, Tesla, Walmart green. You say get your goldfish?
It's a Dakota joke. I got my goldfish there. We'll see Dakota here in a little bit, actually. Aaron, saw some selling up at 4,400. Are you convinced? We obviously popped above like 4,405.
Yep.
Top end. How do you read that? Gold. I can't get a good read on gold to save my life. You've been trading gold forever. Before it was cool. See it on London Open all the time. You see it pop above, and you see some sellers step in there.
I think
chart.
the reason I wanted to close this gold trade is the fact that there's not much downside on this hourly open, which is kind of where I think we get drawn back to. I think we could see gold come back down to that 43.80 level, but below that, if we hold this 4,400, we kind of have intraday resistance there, and then to the left we do also have support here at 43.55. So this is where the range can get a little bit tough. I think if the guys take the longs into 4,400, fantastic. I would personally wait for a bit of a breakout to then fill the next 500 tick range. But anything in between here is where it could get a little bit choppy. I say choppy. This is still a 500 tick range, which is absolutely worthwhile trading, but trade location will be key. I don't want to get stuck in the middle of the range.
Sellers stepping right back in there in the equities. Coach Vince got short 6601s. Yeah, let's see how much they get for it. Positive 10,000 delta now for the day in the S&P.
Okay, we'll get long.
NASDAQ still. Yeah, sellers are not getting much for this right now.
No, they keep selling. They keep selling crude. What am I long from? Long from 97 in the ES.
There you go.
I don't know where to get out. Where do you get out of this?
Full session VWAP, you got 6604s.
Perfect. I'll take it. Dow catching a bid. Turning around now. 50. Nothing really on the tilt. Just jumping off at least.
See if they can reclaim above this full session VWAP, then maybe we get a rotation up to 6620s in the S&P. But
okay. Rude, man.
Sellers not getting a whole lot. Yeah. Gotta watch that correlation.
Seriously, all right, crude catching a bit of a bid here.
Offer here 6606, 1100 on the offer, 6606 now in the S&P.
Uh-oh.
A ton of size trading in this area.
They're all getting filled. It's all getting filled.
Yep.
Crude. Looking a little heavy. $91.40 last trade. Closing in on that 1,000 lot. The upside in the ES. 6 points higher right now as we trade 6,600. Man. These markets are twitchy right now.
Yes, they are. They're trying to figure something out here.
Yes, they are.
Kind of feels like see profit, take profit. It's very quiet on the headlines. I got,
should have taken profit there.
Audio news playing in my ear, and I'm not hearing anything for a little while.
Yeah, they just saw crude.
I can imagine it's probably not going to stay too quiet.
Oh,
metal to gold asking about these offers that we're talking, or these orders that we're talking about. If it's on the offer or on the ask above the market, it's a passive seller. If it's below the market, that's a passive buyer. We don't know what their intentions are. They could be getting out of a position. They could be hedging something. But as far as the futures flow goes, it's a passive seller above the market right now.
they want to be seen, right? They want the market to see it.
Yep.
We're getting filled. A little downside pressure here in the equities. ES trading 66. Well, comes the buy, or 65, I should say. ES. Found some buying there. A lot of volume trading right now.
Yeah. You know what's really interesting about watching these orders? Sometimes they're always going to be different, right? Sometimes they're gonna fill really easy. Sometimes, like we saw at those lows in the S&P, they stacked 2,000 lots at the low of the market, and then no one wants to fill, and we catch a bid. So it kind of looks like somebody's just bracketing the market right now and keeping it in this range. Why? We don't know. But
are they scalping 1,000 lots? Is that what's going on? That'd be so. How amazing would that be?
I'm trying to figure out how to get invited to that Discord if they are.
Oh man. Watching crude here. 91.54. 155. You get out of these longs in the ES. Kind of feels like there's some downside pressure. I don't know.
Oil rejected at, gold rejected at 4,400s.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, nicely.
Yep.
Nicely.
Something's coming.
Let's see here. That 1,000 lot still sitting up there, 6606s.
Go fill it.
This is
I think we're gonna buy up crude. What's gold doing? 43.90. And sellers coming crude.
they sell crude. We're going to potentially see the equities catch a little bit of a bid here. Dre, you were talking about micro Bitcoin before, back below 70,000s right now. Feels a little too quiet.
Yeah, this trade's turning into a coin flip. It's long. I am
97s? Yeah.
long for nice. Yeah, take it out.
Yeah.
Got a couple bucks
It's
there.
starting
but,
to feel like
yeah, this is. If the reason you got into the trade is no longer there, get out. Was one sold 66.01 last trade in the ES. So crude keeps flipping back. I know crude just a little bit here, 91.64. Then we see sellers come in. I'm also watching gold. It seems like when gold goes lower, we'll see crude pop. Equities might go lower as well with it. Just kind of looking for some correlations. Always looking for those correlations. They don't work. Oof, they really don't work. It's ugly. Bottom of the hour.
Trying to get back high here on gold.
Okay.
Trying to. I probably had like 2 or 3 trades there. I'm personally probably locked out. But if I did want to get back in another gold trade, which I do think will be nice, we're still early days. I'd probably want to see a closure back above that 4,400 in the next 10 minutes. I want to see a closure back above that because this is a strong resistance to the left, big resistance to the left. So I want to see if you could hold above it, and then next target, whether we get there today, would be that 450 level.
Okay, 4,400 right here, right now. We got to hold above it. We did take a peek above, and sellers. I mean, we're seeing that right now, and so we'll definitely see how this plays out. So we're seeing it now in crude. Crude, the price is $91.50. ES trying to figure out what to do with 6,600s. Gold, can gold find some more buying above 40?
1,100 lots still sitting up there.
Was it at? Yes,
Initial
it is.
balances, 06s.
Cool.
Yeah, there are no bids or offers in the market for Jay-Z tickets either.
Trading has halted.
Just got called up in the queue, and the market is halted. There is nothing left.
The ladder has
There's nothing left.
vaporized.
Yeah, now you got to see where the resale market is. Let's see if we get a little caveman trade into this.
I bet StubHub has every ticket available.
Oh, I'm sure. They just pulled that 1,000 lot.
They did. And they move it. Okay. 66.03 last trade in the ES. No, 04's print. Take a look at the NQ. 24,236. Might be a nice price to sell. Crude wants to pop. Sell right in this. There you go. 91.70. Nope. What's the Dow doing? Dow catching a bid. What's the old 10-year doing? I bet they bought it up. 10-year, yeah. Continuing to see some buying. Back
800 now on the offer, 6607s. Yeah.
Size. Too quiet. Very quiet.
Very quiet.
Something tells me that won't be the case for the entire day. While we're at it, let these markets figure out what they want to do next. Please click subscribe. Please click like. Please click notify. Over 206,000 subscribers, none of which have been paid for. Thank you kindly.
All organic.
What's crude here? $91.70.
Getting a little messy here.
Yeah, it's almost like the equities want to jump, preempt We're going to go whether or not Crude wants to.
Is Delta changing? Delta's still positive. Delta is still positive in the S&P, positive 10,000, positive 10.7, and negative in the NASDAQ, negative 1,000.
Nice. Just made a band.
Nice.
Well done.
Nice.
You know what bands will do?
Get you paid, pays the bills. Pays the bills. Wow. What do they do? Well, the
I don't know. I think Aaron knows. Aaron was laughing. Aaron.
You know that? As Juicy J. New trader here. Hey, first of all, welcome aboard. Can you explain what Delta is? Delta is simply, we see a positive delta. That means there's simply market orders coming in and going to market with buy orders. They're aggressive orders coming in just to lift the offer. Negative delta means there are aggressive sell orders coming in, going to market. They are just hitting the bid. So when positive delta grows, that means buying interest is increasing. Negative delta grows, means selling interest is increasing. It's kind of something to keep in the back of your mind. See where the volume is going.
Headlines from Russia, Ukraine. Russia launched over 400 drones at Ukraine on Tuesday in rare daytime attack. That just came out.
Right, I'm getting short. It's like 2.
Wow.
Janisha could be an iceberg getting filled. Yeah, got to see where some of these. I'm not totally seeing that yet in the S&P, but Janisha saying, with all the positive delta that we're seeing, could it be, somebody's just iceberging below it, and it definitely could be. Yeah, gold is pushing here.
Yeah, nice squeeze on gold. Great breakout here.
We'll pop 4408 or so.
Yep.
Right at settlement here.
Size, downside, upside. Nope. There you go. Crude catching a bid now. $91.80.
Let's see here.
And then comes the sellers. Well, downside pressure here in the equities, 65.94 last trade. Fives.
For everyone that's asking for Delta data, I use Quantower. You can use a bunch of different platforms. Bookmap has it. TradingView has it. Or you can just stay tuned into Topstep TV. We'll try to quote it every 5 minutes or so.
Topstep TV definitely has it. Go lower there. Yeah, it's choppy. It's a little choppy right now. Market a bit indecisive.
It's time to come and all trade gold, everyone. Everyone come trade gold.
Ooh. Aaron's like, we're chilling over here. Aaron's doing it. Smooth sailing.
No, thank you.
Smooth sailing in gold right now. I know Dakota was in that trade. He's getting ready to come on air here in just a little bit.
See Mandy back there as well. More minutes with Jay and Aaron here. We seen gold continue to catch a bid. 44.12 last trade. There goes the equities as well. You know what I want to do? We saw that massive number from some of our live-footed traders yesterday on that leaderboard. What did we see? $138,000, $75,000 as well. Let's take a look and see how some of our traders are doing today. Wow, more big numbers. Zachary up 30,000. We got another 28. $5 and $21,000 so far early in this New York session. We'll keep an eye on those names and P&Ls and see if there is any change throughout the day. Good stuff. All right, bottom of the hour, get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices. I think ES was it 65.73 in Q 24,134. This trade turned into a coin flip. Wow, market very indecisive.
Yeah, very indecisive here.
Trying to get out.
Slightly bullish, maybe, just because they're the equities and they're meant to go up. But
yep,
of course, a headline can come out at any moment.
And there you go. And taking heat. And that's a loser. Wow, for 3. Done. Catching a bid here in gold. Gold 44.15 last trade. Top there in the ES up to 66.08. Yeesh, shorts are not paying today, Jerry. Yikes.
No, they're not. They're not. Is there a way to get long here? I'm looking at this full session view up. What I'm waiting for right now, honestly, is a 30-minute candle to close above this full session view up, which we got 2 minutes here to go.
Yikes.
If it closes below, then it's just a, still indecision spot here, but
44.50 level, all of a sudden on gold doesn't look so far out of reach.
no, it
To
doesn't.
me, it was all based on that higher time frame. We're not too far away now. We're really not. We're a big turnaround here.
Look at that. 44.14.
Yeah.
It's printed in gold. What's NQ doing? NQ pretty tame right now, trading 24,240,
Yeah.
about 100 points off the lows. ES above overnight VWAP. Last trade at 66.06. In the chat, really appreciate Aaron. Your thoughts while long
you.
gold definitely helped. Cheers. I'm gonna set it better myself.
Appreciate
Aaron,
it. Appreciate it.
they come see you on the London Open at 1:30 a.m. Central, Monday through Friday, Topstep TV. What can the people expect when they go check you out over there?
Absolutely. If you guys want to know more about the way that I trade gold, we went through the plan this morning. We took some nice gold longs. The guys who were here this morning, go over my whole entire plan. We do break down other markets as well. But if you want to find out more about the way that I trade gold, live every single day. Break it down for an hour to hour and a half. Take some trades together. Talk about my high time frame plan. How to use the 5-minute based off that. Lots of good education every single day. We're there every day.
Well done. Nice plug. Also trading Nomad. I forgot to ask you where you are right now. Where are you right now? Real quick. Where are you on this planet?
I'm in Spain. I just got back from Finland. When I was skiing trip in Finland, now we're back in Spain. Back to the heat.
Done.
Back to the sun.
Yes, thank you so much. Jay, as always, we're going to see you here in about hour and a half or so. Go get some rest. Job well done. You have any words you want to say? Anything? Oh, ding dong.
Trade well, everybody.
Here's the hook.
I'm out of here.
Give me the hook. They're pulling you off stage. We are doing a line shift. Who is coming in? Yes. Oh, Utah in the house. In the middle, we got Dakota.
Hello.
To the right, Mandy. What's going on? Let's go right to Mandy. How's it going?
Hey, doing pretty good. Took care of my kids this morning, and now it's my time to trade. So excited to be here with you guys on Fast Markets. It's been a minute since Dakota and I have been together. So yes, Utah in the house. Excited to spend some time with you, Dakota and Dre. So let's get some trades in if we don't chop as much as we are.
I mean, let's Dakota. Saw you in the chat. Long gold. Looking for 4,400s. Are you still long gold? What's up, Mr. Dakota? You feel better?
Yeah, I'm finally at the finishing recovering from being sick over the weekend. But yeah, I'm still long gold. Long gold from 43.57.7, and I'm just letting this thing rally. Gold just recovered. We're now at settlement, and buyers continuing to step in. The reason why I got long, very similar to Aaron. If you guys were watching his analysis, he's been trading gold for quite some time. There's a lot of major support here at these 43.50s. So once again, we got down there, consolidated, and a beautiful, beautiful long setup. We'll see. We'll see how this one plays out. I look to hold this for maybe even longer. I know Aaron said he was looking at these 44.50s, but I think there's a decent chance to break out for even more upside than that.
What price did you get, Dakota? 43.57?
43.57.7.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Mandy, got the NQ trading 24,208.
Yeah. I would say on NQ, I am going to see how well we can maintain below these. If we can ever get back down into these 70s and hold. For sure on a 1 minute, ideally, I would like a 5-minute candle close on it as well. That usually will give me a little bit better of a setup. 15-minute, my moving average has been on top. So that's my yellow line. That's usually telling me that, selling hat is well maintained. And so I'm looking for shorts. I just don't want to get chopped up, catch the bottom of this 1 minute range. And you can see we've been barcoding for some time now. So
More buying here.
170s or so.
More buying here in the Dow. Initial balance high for the 6611.75. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but that's what I've got. Dow catching a bid.
Oh man, look at those buyers stepping in on gold again.
Yep. They just tried selling.
$10 pop.
Did you see that? Yeah, they sold it down to 44.04. Then the buyers stepped right back in, and we are watching gold rally now. 44.13 last trade. We're seeing ES pop, NQ, and the Dow as well.
Mm.
Look at that. And crude in a range. Trade 91.62. Last trade there.
Yeah, Walmart is leading the way for the equities. Walmart is.
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Get your goldfish. Initial balance.
Yeah, are you guys talking earlier? Right. It's the tech stock lead the way. And look,
I'm not buying this.
Gold just so strong. I know there's a headline that came out last night, right after slow markets on gold, saying that the Fed Reserve banks are looking to buy more. Yeah, Walmart's my favorite tech company.
Just like Domino's Pizza.
Yeah.
Also, another push higher here in gold. 44.17 just printed.
Yeah, session highs. Let's go get these overnight highs. Overnight highs is like 44.50.
We're about $70 off the lows. Gold rally $70 in the last 40 minutes or so. Seeing some more buying in the Dow. Dow up about 400 points in the last 20 minutes. Crude.
So that
very
pop
tame.
in gold was a signal to sell it.
Oh,
okay.
On NQ, we are starting to increase, looking at mid 30s right now, 233. We've been respecting a 35 period moving average on the 3-minute and the 5-minute. The 3-minute, I think if we can get above these 45s, we get a 3-minute candle close above 45s, I'll be looking to go long. So that's kind of my bracket. I have a target above that I'm looking to enter and a target below. So 245s above on a 3-minute, 175-ish on the sell. So that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah.
What was the long above? What was that price?
Above 245.
Okay.
And we're still in this range. So hands off. I'll let you know if we see anything approaching those areas.
Saw a pop in crude there. I'll continue to push higher. I sold 3 ES. Go lower.
Yeah. How's crude doing?
It's closing on 92, $91.95 last trade.
Technically up 4%. Technically up 4%. Dollar's up. The strength of the dollars. We've been selling off last hour in the dollar.
Crude above 92, $92.05 last trade. Session high is $92.68. Equities.
Gold hanging out. Right at settlement. Gold's right
More
at settlement
crude.
here.
More buying crude. 92.20.
Dang, the rest of these Microsoft down 2.6. Yes, this market's pretty heavy.
Yeah. Headlines, nothing yet.
NQ just below 200 and back above it. So right at 200 in the chop zone. I should draw a box of like where to not enter unless you're like Dolby and a range trader. But that isn't my strategy. So for me, I'm going to stay out of my chop box. Let's see if I can draw it on here.
Let's trade NQ 24,208. 207s now. No headlines.
So you don't plan on trading at all in this range, Mandy?
No. I mean, it's a good range. I mean, you got 60 points, but I'm a momentum trader. I like.
Or beneath the 200s now. It's closing in on NQ 24,191 last trade.
Okay. Yeah, gold hanging around settlement here.
Just hanging around.
Yeah, slowing down, slowing down. I'm just gonna let it play out on this trade. I'll be watching this. I'm watching the NASDAQ. Watch the NASDAQ for an opportunity. We're selling off here.
Dow selling off. Watching crude here, holding bid. $92.23 last trade.
I like this question.
What is it?
Why is the NASDAQ not moving? Well,
It just did. It just did. It just sold off 60 points.
it's moving. We could be jaded with how volatile it's been.
Yeah.
I was talking to Jay last night. A lot of what we've been seeing is we get a headline and then things kind of just chop around. We're kind of waiting for the next headline. It's just headline to headline type market.
Yeah, why crude pop? Pretty much. That's what we've turned into.
Tricky to do, in my opinion.
Iron condors.
I mean, the range is ranging. Back above these 200s.
Yeah, what do you got for the range? Low end of what? 195s, upper of 240s, give or take?
Yeah, I would even argue 80s to upper 40s. Yeah.
So that's why Mandy was saying looking to perhaps get short beneath 175s. It could be,
with a candle close, not a wick, candle close. That usually gives me some confirmation that maybe we're heading a certain direction. But ACH, NQ in these times can do whatever the crap it wants to do, and we just have to be able to manage that risk. So specifically on a day like today, I am going to size down. I'll probably get into 1 or 2 contracts. I don't think I'll go to my normal 3 MNQs, just so I don't get, if we end up with like a big news headline coming through and we see a lot of volatility pick up, I'm not crying about it. That's my trade.
We got Crude continuing to stay bid here.
I see that. Vince is short the ES from 6601. Yeah, Coach Vince.
Ones.
I like the shorts. It's hard to be short of the equities right now.
I did like
starting to pop again.
Yep.
It's popping.
Gold is popping.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I like that.
In this range. Dolby, how you trading? Any range traders carving it up this morning?
Yeah.
Tired.
Wait, did I miss something?
No, just in this range, how range bound it's been. He should be retiring here soon.
Yeah, exactly. Dolby.
Yeah, he's locked up. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Upside momentum in Crude did taper off. Now $92.14 last trade. What gold do? Buyers stepped in gold. 44.
Buyers stepping in, man. I mean, this is crazy volatility in gold still. Up 560 ticks. That's like a weekly range in gold. I know Aaron, man. You guys ever stay up and watch him during the London Open?
I've done that once.
100 ticks is a good trade. Yeah, it happens sometimes when you can't sleep. Turn on there and see what's going on there. But 100 ticks on a gold trade is a really good trade. But sitting in plus 600, I'm going to go ahead and move my stop loss up a little bit. Move it up to 43.80s.
Like
below the previous big pivot here. You can see it around the 5 minute. 43.80s is nice support resistance. See if we keep going. So I still like a breakout. Go test these overnight highs in gold. Maybe these 44.40s, this upper end of the range. Right around there, 44.30s, 44.40s.
Yeah.
Yep.
Aaron was talking about 44.50, so about $35 higher in gold as we trade 44.16. Crude.
Just let it cook.
Crude leveling off at $92.15. 50-50 on the tilt.
I'd love to see a push on NQ.
Oh, there you go.
Here we go. I'm gonna bid into one here, maybe.
For long above 245s.
Not quite, almost there.
Okay.
Like I want a candle close, but this might, like we tagged 45s. We hit my
Right
parabolic SAR.
Mm-hmm.
My EMA's on top on the 3 minute and the 1 minute. What's my 5 minute doing? 5 minutes starting to cross. It's just my 15 minute. Ooh, okay, I'm going long. Let's go one.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in one. Yeah, it's filling. This is gonna be a tight
Walmart.
stop.
I got initial balance. ES initial balance high is pretty much right here. It was 66.11. The orders.
Walmart's leading higher.
Look at that.
And see, not as of last fall, I think December, Walmart is now in the NASDAQ. Someone could confirm that for me. Yeah, Walmart's a tech stock now.
Pretty much. Mandy, what price did you get?
Pretty much at the highs, 240 even. We got about 40 seconds or so for this 15 minute to close. And I'm feeling like this is a possible move to the upside.
Okay, get it.
Let's trade 24,243. We're seeing
Yep, we're gonna get a
selling off. Yep.
good chance of candle close above 45s. We're right at it. Let's see if we can just push a little bit more. I feel momentum. I feel like it's building. You know, you look at these charts long enough, you kind of learn the characteristics of the certain product that you're looking
Personality.
at.
Yep. How
Yep.
Yep.
Crude seeing some selling here. $91.74.
We're reducing risk. Stop losses at 215. And I would love a test of VWAP. Let's see. Like I said, tight stop here. If it goes, I want it to go. Like I want that momentum to push through. If we get back into this chop zone, that'll be a good out for me then at 215, which we might
Just going back inside it.
Yep. Wow, the range is
Yeah,
here.
it just got above it.
Wild.
I'm gonna get a 209.
Wow. That turnaround.
Look at that.
Look at that turnaround.
Lots of chop, yeah.
Which
Oof.
I'm okay. I accepted the risk. Okay, I did move it just below my moving average at the cross, back down to 209 half, and we didn't get wicked out on it. So let's see.
BT.
Let's see if we
This would
bounce.
hopefully just be a little more than a paper cut, but to me, the risk and reward usually pays out nicely for me. So, wow. Okay, let's see how this goes.
MBT.
Love that.
Shout out to chat. MBT is getting smoked.
Yeah, it is.
MBT
Gold's
last
holding up pretty
trade.
well, though.
Ooh. The 60, not smoke. 69,580 last trade.
We came a few ticks of your stop loss, Mandy, and is rallying.
I know.
Ooh,
Here we
Back
go.
to break even. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah,
There
we
goes
got
gold
Crude
as
turning
well.
around. Crude turning around. Crude seeing some selling
Headline?
here. Whoa,
Headline, maybe?
maybe.
Reducing risk
What was
here.
that?
See money, take money kind of
Yeah,
scenario.
what was that? This is wild.
Feels like there was a headline there.
I'm not seeing anything. We saw Crude.
Wow.
Oh, it's like what happened, Mandy, was Yumi and Dolby on Power Hour. What was that?
Oh my gosh,
you know
that
what I'm
was
talking about?
wild.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no. Was that last Friday? Fast
It might have
markets?
been something like that. It was, what was
It was
that? 'Cause
insane. It was 100 points 90 points in 1 minute.
it came right
That
back.
1 minute candle on Friday.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
And there
any.
was nothing to
Oh.
validate it. Like we couldn't find headline for it to match it. It was,
That
and then it
wasn't-
retraced it in 3 minutes, I think.
That wasn't the Nvidia CEO saying $1 trillion.
Oh, there was that one as
No.
well.
No, it was separate.
So many headlines anymore, man. These
Seriously, I
headlines.
can't keep them all straight.
Can't keep them straight.
$91.70 last trade in crude.
All right. Gold
Back again
hanging
above
around the
entry.
session highs. New York session highs. 44.18.
Huh?
Dollar continues to get hit. There's a nice pop in the NASDAQ. Good trade. So close to the stop loss, and it held. You know you have a stop loss in the right place when that happens.
Yeah. I'm glad I did adjust it kind of last second, and I'm glad I did. As I was reevaluating it, I liked where the cross was on my EMA as a better stop loss location, and it held perfectly. So another way I use it is a parabolic SAR is like a great stop loss. On the 1 minute. Yeah, these trades, man.
You're still in, Mandy?
It's like I should have taken money. Is there still room to the upside? Possible.
Follow that process.
Yeah.
We're seeing crude catch a bid now. Back up to $91.80.
Gold selling off back to settlement. I still don't see a headline if there was one.
It might be something about this. This is from Iran. Any ship passing through the strait requires full coordination with Iranian maritime sovereignty.
Yeah, gold back to settlement.
And this 1 minute's
NASDAQ
crossing.
starting to sell. Yeah, equity's starting to sell here.
Yep. 5 minute.
Yeah, we just got tagged out.
Crude back up.
Down 60.
Ah.
See money, take money. I keep saying that. Should probably listen to myself every once in a while.
I'm thinking about doing the same. Crude trade $92.02. Short from 66.07. Eek.
All right,
gold
let's see if
doing?
we get a sell setup.
Gold's chilling at settlement, Andre. Back and forth around 44.05. Some sell pressure coming in, though. Some selling pressure coming in.
All right. Yep. 4,400s. What's going on in crude? Crude trade $92.02. 4 cents. Now sold off.
Yeah. We're still staying below $100 a barrel.
Can't get the follow through one way or another right now. Maybe
No.
you're right.
No.
See money, take money. See money, take money. Haven't heard much from Washington, D.C. Yes, yeah, nothing from the president for now.
I still like these longs in gold.
Mhm.
If I wasn't long already, I would be looking for a long here in gold again. Yeah, look, buyers starting to try to step in.
Yep. We're in the range of a range. This trade turned into a coin flip. What was that? What was that? Oh.
Yeah, there's
Thank
buyers.
you.
Headline. Something hits us. Big selling here in crude. Crude selling off hard. I got long. Yes,
Oh,
let me know
look
what the
at
trade is.
gold.
Let me know what the hell- Yep.
That's a-
Look at it go.
There's my VWAP.
Wow.
That's okay.
Oh, man. This big selling here
NASDAQ.
in. Yep, we are
Damn.
popping here. What was that headline?
Wow.
Crude selling
Very
off. You got
good.
equities popping. Equities popping here, 66.30. Looking at a
Let's go.
30-point pop. Crude selling off. Big
Oh,
time.
wow.
What was it?
Crude,
This is just
yeah,
when I have to
gold-
laugh.
Gold's going. Gold is marching.
Caveman? Do you?
Dre, I'm gonna say no to Caveman. I've done that a
Oh.
couple of times this week, and it has
Oof.
retraced
Oof.
more often
Yeah.
than not. But that's just my personal experience at the times I've been trading. Yeah,
Well,
NMQ trader, NQ is being petty right now with me, I guess.
There's that
there you
retracement.
go.
Still no headline.
What
Have
a
not
rip.
seen what that headline may be.
What the heck? Thank you.
What was it? Haven't
Yeah.
seen it yet. Again, we
Wow.
just saw crude sell off hard. Around what, $90.66. We're talking about $1.50 sell off there. We saw equities pop. ES popped about 35 points. NQ popped 160 points
145.
there.
Gold
Yeah,
pop $30.
Yep.
160, yeah. 2 minutes. Well,
Huh.
Gold's holding up pretty well here.
10-year price rallying. Yes, it is. What was it? Still nothing.
Up 700 ticks. Let's go. I'm gonna move my stop loss
Wow.
now to
great trade,
mid
Dakota.
90s. Lock in 400 ticks. See if we could keep pushing through this session highs, overnight highs. Overnight highs, these 44.50s. Come on, Aaron, we got this.
I got long one
Nice.
just for kicks and giggles. Is it a caveman? Not entirely. We respected a moving average on the 1 minute, and volatility is decreasing a little bit.
What price, Mandy?
I got in at 307.5.
307
Green on
half.
the screen right now.
Getting in with that momentum. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
See if we can another pop here in
Great
gold.
sentiment.
It's a
Poor
caveman.
execution. Yeah, caveman deal. Yeah, that's one of our fun ones.
If we could.
If we sell off
I got
NQ.
nothing. I'm not seeing anything.
Interesting. This feels like headlines. Headlines.
We get another one. We're gonna get another push here.
Oh my gosh. NQ.
50-50 tilt. Still not seeing the headline. Yes, yeah, we saw again huge sell-off in crude, huge pop in the equities, huge pop in gold as well.
Yeah. We're selling off now. Reversing. We go right back into
Not
the
the outside.
range.
If we do.
This is a-
That'd be so NQ.
the True Social.
I know,
Yeah,
let's
it might
see
be a
what's
headline
that
we're
one.
not privy to yet. Maybe.
Interesting.
Man.
Back to entry.
This is when it gets wild.
Yeah, it's real volatile here. What's the VIX doing? VIX at 26.22.
Boy, what's the next move? Watching crude. See some more
Raiden.
selling here in crude. More selling in crude.
Raiden up 825. Buckaroos.
Yep, there goes
Gonna be
crude,
joining me
crude,
tonight.
crude. Look out below. Crude, look out below.
Oh,
All right.
gold's
I'm
popping
targeting
too.
these
Caveman.
360s.
Okay.
That'll get me
ETFD.
above. Yeah. At this point, we're it's
Where is it?
the structure's changing on NQ a little bit. We're hopefully looking more towards a U. We're attempting to get to a U. That's what I'm looking for. So
Someone knows the news.
yeah.
Watching crude here. Crude is very, very sensitive to these headlines. Crude trading $90.
The fact that we haven't had an immediate sell-off, like a retracement of that candle, has me more excited to be in these longs. It's that Friday, what was it? In 3 minutes, we retraced that 100 point move or 90 point move or whatever. That happened in 1 minute. So the fact that we haven't retraced it entirely and not even half of it has me feeling better about longs. Where did we open at? We are above the open now. So yeah, let's see if we can get back into these 400s. I think that would be awesome.
Let's get it. Yeah. Walmart lead the way.
Totally doable.
I'm gonna hold bid. Yes.
See,
Yes, trading 66.26, now 27s. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
gold headed
Struggling
down.
to
Crude can turn around. Crude back above 91.
Back in this range.
Yup, later.
Yep,
Go.
I
You wanna
got
trace this
it.
entire
And
thing?
there it goes.
Yeah.
VWAP, just below VWAP right now on the 5-minute, 292.
Top of the hour,
That's
2
what
minutes.
I'm calculating.
Crude bottoming out at $90.52, about $1.50 drop. A 35-point bounce in or pop in the ES, about 150-point pop in the NQ. Gold also $35 pop.
Yeah, we're headed back to the range.
So fun. Thank you.
Wow, never happened. Wow. Sellers coming
There's
in.
that retrace.
Wow.
Oh
Just
my
like
gosh.
never happened.
Are we having
Gold
fun
back
yet?
settlement.
Oh, those long
Go back to
Good
the
question,
crude.
Greg.
No,
Are we having fun?
not. Okay. Crude moving higher. Crude popping here. $91.50. We're seeing everything just completely reverse.
Gosh. We wicked just at the bottom of the range.
Here's the headline: Gulf states wait military options to counter Iran's escalation. Wow. Okay.
Bipolar market for sure.
Yeah, now crude's getting hammered. We're seeing equities pop.
Let's go back up.
Oh my god.
Back up there.
Wow.
It's
Get
done
it.
this twice to me.
Yeah.
I need like insane
Yeah, it's
stop
still
loss.
in small size, wide stops, so I don't have to have the
No.
stress of these moves.
No.
Okay. Guess higher we go in the equities, lower we go in crude. About 10 seconds ago, it was the complete opposite. 20 seconds before that, it was opposite to that. This is
So yeah,
hope
it's
it
okay
is
to lock
going
out and not
okay.
trade this. Trading is optional.
Oh yeah.
yeah, again, headline we've seen right. Well, I'll hit the wires. Gulf states wait military options to counter Iran's escalation. Wow. This market is 50-50 on the tilt. Top of the hour coming at you. Oh, it's coming gone.
Wild.
Wide stops. It's just like pretty impressive. I think I'd have to be able to take, what was that? 200 dollars of heat, I think, if I wanted to maintain, like have stayed in this trade.
Are you still in, Mandy?
No.
Okay.
No, I got stopped out on that pullback.
Longs and shorts.
And then it's back at entry again, almost to entry again. Or it's at entry somewhere.
Yeah.
Here.
Let's take a
Yeah,
look
it's
at
like right
some
here right now. Isn't it?
prices. NQ trade 24,300. ES trading 66.27. Above initial balance high in both of those markets. The Dow trading right around session highs, 46,575. Okay, this might be the headline. There has been U.S. quote outreach in Tehran, quote, willing to listen. This is CNN citing Iranian sources. However, there was another headline that was saying Gulf states weighing military options to counter the escalation. So we are seeing conflicting headlines. We're seeing markets that have dual personalities, can't figure out which way to go. Very sensitive. Let's just take a quick break. You guys want to see some volatility? James, come on in.
Ooh, yeah.
Let's have some announcements. What do we have here on Topstep TV? Markets are rocking. What's
Yes.
up, James? Wow.
Yes, good morning. Guys, let's wake these markets up. Good morning, Topstep TV. My name is James Harden. I'm here to tell you all about the things that you need to know to stay in the know with Topstep TV. And that includes following us on Instagram. That's right. Did you know we have an Instagram account? We sure do. We're going to drop the link in the chat for you right now. You can go ahead and click on it. It'll bring you directly to said Instagram account. And from there, there's going to be a little button that says follow. It looks a lot like that. So go ahead and click on the follow button. And by doing so, you're going to get education straight from the crew. Okay, you can catch market breakdowns, catch smart setups, and real trader talk wherever you go because you'll have us in your pocket. That's right, Topstep TV on Instagram. You can follow us, you can like us, you can comment, you can view our stories, you can tag us, do all the stuff that you do on Instagram. And while you're there, be sure to give the core Topstep account a follow as well. When you collect all the Topstep social media accounts, you don't win a prize, but you do get to feel good about your achievements. So go ahead and give us a follow on Instagram today if you're not already. Then, if you guys look in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, we're having a fire sale. Well, we're having a sale because our good friend, Olympic gold medalist and Topstep funded trader Alex Ferreira has just won a gold medal and got a ski run named after him in Aspen. And to celebrate, we're dropping $26 off. So use code AlexGold on up to 5 no activation fee trading combines and ride the momentum. You can find the link in chat if you ask for it, or use the code that you see running in the lower right-hand corner. Again, it's for up to 5 no activation fee trading combines, and you have until April 1st to use this code. Once you use it, it's gone, so be sure to use it wisely. Then later on today, we're having group coaching, y'all. That's right, group coaching, the part of the show where we sit down and answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. Today, we are joined by 3 wonderful personalities known as Gabe, Anne-Marie, and Hoop. You guys watch Market Kickoff with Anne-Marie Sundays at 4:45 p.m.? Well, you should be. And if you are, then you might have questions for Anne-Marie. And I'll tell you, today is a great day to ask Anne-Marie those questions. Go ahead and click on the link that we're going to pin to the top of the chat and submit your questions for group coaching. Then be back in your seats for group coaching at 12 p.m. Central Time to see if your question is read and answered live on air. If it isn't, don't worry. We do keep these questions and we try to get through them all. So if you don't hear your question read today, come back tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day until you hear it. Group coaching, we do it every day, 12 p.m. Central Time. Now, before we jump back to the charts, news out of Washington, not great news for prediction markets like Polymarket and Kalshi. Let's go ahead and hear more about what Washington is doing to shake those things up. A new bipartisan bill aims to ban some betting with prediction market exchanges. That could impact U.S. platforms for Kalshi and Polymarket. The Prediction Markets Are Gambling Act was introduced Monday by Democratic Senator Adam Schiff and Republican Senator John Curtis. It would prohibit any entity registered with the Commodity Futures Trading Commission from listing anything that resembles sports betting. Schiff says some entities regulated by the commission violate consumer protections. Both Kalshi and Polymarket introduced new guardrails and tools on Monday to prevent insider trading and market manipulation. The senators are also looking to regulate online casino-style games like video poker and blackjack.
Thank you for that, James. Again, pin to the top of the chat and get those questions in for group coaching. Gabe and Marie Hoop. Okay.
Well,
next?
these
What's
markets
next?
are range bound.
Still a great trade, Dakota. Looking good. You're in a
Yeah,
stop
trade locations.
profit.
What are you long
No, no red.
Yeah,
Possible on this
43.57.
Wow.
43.57 here on gold. I mean, it allows me wide stop. Just let this thing get through this chop. I mean, so many times do I trade this price action and it's just chop, 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 and you take 3, 4, 5 losses and you're just stopped out for the day.
Yep.
Violently
Again, the
range bound.
headline. Couple headlines. Iranian source acknowledges U.S. quote outreach. In Iran, quote, willing to listen. Other headline that Gulf states swing military options in regards to Iran's escalation. Have not heard much from the president yet. He is scheduled to do a swearing-in ceremony 12:30 p.m. Central Time, so about 2.5 hours from now.
Okay. See if we could find some buyers step back into these markets. Things could settle down here.
We're holding nicely on NQ above VWAP, session VWAP, and overnight VWAP.
Since we started this, the dollar is continuing to get weaker.
It is. I was just looking at the 10-year. 10-year yield's beneath 4.4%.
Yep. So I'd like to see more buying in gold here.
Gold's holding above 4,400s for now.
Yep.
See a little pop. See a little pop there in crude. 40-cent pop. $91.40 last trade. Question is, will there be follow through? Is there a headline to accompany it? Will other markets react to it? Sometimes your guess is as good as mine, folks. But we're going to keep navigating these waters because that's what we do. We're traders. These headlines continue to fly around.
Sometimes all we could do is sit here, wait, and watch. Be patient.
What are we waiting for, Dakota? Tell me, what am I waiting for a trade?
Waiting for your setup, Andre. Waiting for your setup. If you're struggling in these markets, that's all we could do. Don't force a trade.
Oh, man, that's got me in so much trouble. Forcing trades, Dakota, it's cost me lots and lots of money.
It cost me a lot, too. Try and trade every single candlestick. It's not it.
Ooh, definitely not it.
Gold. Keeps tapped on
4,400. 4,400.
Yep, 4,403 last trade.
Settlement. Basically at settlement here.
50-50 tilt. Man, give trades. See a little uptick in crude. I see that. A little uptick here in crude.
Mm-hmm.
Just to get offered back. It's $91.40. Crude for fast markets. Crude seen a high of $92.66. Low of $90.50. Call it.
Here comes some selling in gold.
Yeah, it's going to follow through, though.
Testing that 4,400 level.
Will we see a pop? See? When you see gold sell off like that, when we gold sell off, just bought right back up.
We tried.
Yep.
We're back to settlement.
Got to give you conviction, Dakota, in these longs.
Yeah, just let it play out. Let it play out. NASDAQ hanging out at 300. What are you watching, Mandy?
I just got long.
Let's go.
We came and tagged my moving average on my 5-minute. We tagged the parabolic SAR. My 1 minute's crossing. It's a little preemptive. We aren't necessarily swinging all the way back into the range. I would say like the range would have been at these 260s. We didn't quite tag to it. So I'm still going to go try attempt for a long here. See if we get half of our money back. But yeah, jeez. Like these stops though on one contract, like just not to get wicked out off of that previous that massive 5-minute wick.
Might pop here. What price you get?
I have to be able to risk 260. I got in at 305 half. So right here, right now, upper end of the range, but we're closed above the VWAP, overnight VWAP, I believe New York session VWAP. I want to see 400s again.
I get it.
Good location.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
From 05. Okay.
Gold staying above. Gold staying above 4,400s. We in this 5 minute we did peak at beneath 43.96 in gold. We bought that right back
did.
about $10. Nothing on the headlines for now.
Yep.
This market, man. Hurry up and wait.
That's what we're doing. Hurry up and wait.
Mhm.
Exactly. You're just waiting for headlines, reactions. It's a reactionary market for sure.
A lot of nothing on NQ.
Nothing on the letter NQES. There was some multiple thousand lots getting filled in the offer. 66.25 last trade in the ES. We are above initial balance high. Initial balance high in the ES 66.11. What would Hogue say? Wait for a pullback. Test it, get long. Cheap trade.
Yeah. Hogue should say when he's gone, these markets going to be a little wonky.
Right, NQ.
Get some buyers.
It just stalls like this, man. It's tough.
Is there like long trades for me if we keep stalling like this?
Yeah,
Definitely
you're
not in a
usually a
place
quick
I
in and
like.
out, right?
Yeah. I've been trying to hold a little longer. Not just like a 2 trade, that used to be me a lot. Just a couple minutes. Trying to push it more towards 5. Some days it's been really good. Other days it's been really hard to digest. I'll be honest with that. And I feel like you guys been talking about on air, Dre. These are not necessarily like technical analysis. These are just all headline driven markets. And so we have to reevaluate and reevaluate our strategy, our risk management, and learn to roll with the punches. There you go, Dakota. Roll with the punches. And so yeah, it's been a little bit of a learning curve for sure. I'm more profitable than I'm not. More profitable than taking losses, but some days like today with these headlines, but then also sometimes like Friday, we had this massive 100-point move in a minute and we didn't have anything to relate to it or correspond to it. So
I short circuited when that went down.
Yep. So just gotta come up with a new game plan. Like we have our strategies, right? I think we talked about this before. You're a basketball player, right? You have what you're good at. You're good at shooting outside of the key or whatnot. But
let's go, Mandy. Yeah.
If you're really good at blocking the outside of the key, you're gonna have to figure a way to get inside the key to take your shot. And so I think that's what I'm doing as a trader
open doors. I love it. Look at this. Here we go. Look at that. Mention a bid here. That's key.
Keep talking. Market likes what you're saying.
Here we go. Got some buyers stepping in.
Let's see if we can get
I like what you said though. And it's so true. In a headline driven market like we're seeing right now, technicals are less magnified, right? They're less it's harder for technical traders because of what we're seeing here. Tweets or headlines ruin technical analysis on typically a smaller time frame, and with the reaction we're getting, even these higher time frames, it's difficult to find and have technical analysis play out. So you're on point with that.
Todd, you get it in the chat. All right. Tapping on perhaps some session highs here in the NQ. Did we just 24,345.
This isn't going to be a red trade, but how much room do I let it breathe before it makes another leg up? That's my question. I'm going to follow my strategy of moving along my moving average, my yellow.
Heads up, gold might.
Settlement, man.
I watch gold. If gold sells off, then you see equities kind of sell off. We saw.
Yeah, this is a market where having a more wide of a stop and a smaller size is
Short.
usually beneficial.
All right, little base hit, like
Nice job.
$15. But
Yeah.
then it wicks me out, and now it's gonna go back to.
Ooh, this market. Yep. Are you out, Mandy?
Just a wide stop, small size, then you don't get hit by the chop. Typically
No.
helps.
See some more buying here. 66.31. Last trade in the ES. I probably shouldn't have gotten short 26. We got NQ catching a bid. Did you hold on, Mandy, or did you take profits?
No, I got out.
Okay, we
I
can always get
just
back in.
Don't
Took
want to
profits.
give anything away.
No, that's-
It's like you saw me try to hold on a little longer earlier, and that didn't play out well.
Exactly.
So, yeah, just trying to find that new not strategy, but new defense. That's how we're looking, or I guess offense. What would we call it? I think defense, because I'm managing risk.
Yeah. All right, Crude's
Yeah.
popping here. Crude catching a bit of a bid. See if gold sells off.
64s are totally doable here in not too much
That's
time,
good.
I hope. How do we get there? Do we need to wick all the way down to the 20s before we get up to the upper 60s? Or sorry, not 20s. I was talking like 220s, not 320s. You know, these 100-point wicks are so fun.
Dow just printed session highs. 46,621 would be that price.
Yeah. Buyers just trying to step in these equities.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Nvidia's green. Apple's up 1%. We got the
Stays
Walmart up 2.25%. Tesla up 1%. The rest are red, of course. Got Google's down 2%.
Chat.
It's very mixed. Very mixed. Chop.
Sure is.
Yep.
Indecisive, to say the least. Okay, Crude upticking here, $91.64. Would be any continuation?
All right. Let's see. What are we doing, NQ?
Gold might be selling off to go test 4,400 again.
It's gotta get through those 44s. Nothing on the tilt. No follow-ups to the headlines either.
Settlement.
What do you got for settle?
Gold's right at settlement right here. It's like, I think it's like 407. Plus or minus a little bit. But silver's up 1%.
Looks like the buyers in the equities. Yeah, new session highs Dow. There we go. New highs Dow.
Gosh, I got the worst fill ever.
Okay.
I got the worst fill ever.
What'd
I
you buy?
market ordered it.
What'd you get?
46s. I wanted to get in right there at 28s, 29s. So
Get along with you, Mandy.
this came back down to my
we'll get one.
instead of the 1 minute, I probably should respect the 5 minute EMA moving average.
I like it. 46 is.
Little base hits.
No.
It's
We
not
just
it's
popped
not
some
too
new
bad.
highs.
We keep
Saw
going
Crude's-
higher.
Yeah, we are selling off now. 24,000. 346. Crude sold off about 30
Buyers
cents.
stepping back in.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go NASDAQ. There's more room to the upside. There's
Sure
buyers.
is. Crude.
There we
closing
go.
in. Yep. Let's cook.
How's your gold trade? Is it bidding up again?
Settlement. We might be just stuck here for the session. It feels like.
Got a, what is that? 400 lot upside in the ES. 4 points higher. 66.39. See some decent selling here in Crude. Crude, about 50 cents or so on this 5 minute. Trading $91.20.
Yeah, buyers trying to step in the equities here.
Here we go.
I got along with you, Mandy.
Nice. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You're similar to me. I always feel like I'm kind of the odd one out, but it's good to have someone in my corner.
I
Like Dre.
mean, I don't know if you want me in your
Maybe.
I hope if this one works.
Yeah, double plays. There's no harm in doing a double play if the setup sets up again. It's set up for me and
Yeah, going back to 100%.
go back to the well. Why not?
So if they want to
Back to
take
entry
crude
again.
under, if they want to take crude underneath $91.
Yeah.
Seeing some buyers in Dow. Dow did just print some new highs, 46,656.
Some Zach Wilson.
It's your
I
boy.
did a little pad
Yeah.
session with Zach Wilson. Brian.
That's awesome. I'm
One
a
more
Zach
sec.
Wilson fan.
No.
I think chat thinks it's funny that I know ball. I'm a huge football person, you guys.
Apparently basketball also.
Yeah,
This
and I
guy
know basketball too. More of a football fan than a basketball fan. I'll
Buy
be
another
honest.
one.
All right,
New highs
here's those
down.
64s.
1,000 lot upside, 66.40. 66.40 offered 1,000 times in the ES, about 2 points higher.
I'm assuming these Topstep daily levels are still getting updated, even though Hoag's gone. That was a level. I haven't dissected too closely what the levels are, but this
buyers stepping
level
in here
is
in
what I was
gold.
looking for.
Yep.
It's looking good.
1,000
Get it.
lot. Yes. 1,000 lot.
Let's go.
Phil, 1,000 times. We got another 900 lot upside, 66.42. What was that?
Looking good.
Jay, I'm gonna say no. I'm a little bitter.
I'm going to be seeing Zach Wilson here in a couple hours at the gym.
Sweet.
I'll tell him you said hi.
We're buying equities.
Oh, thanks.
Another 1,000 lot upside. We're seeing lots of size on the offer in the ES. Another 1,000 lot, 66.43 in the orders. We are cooking higher here.
Gold's-
Gold catching the bids. Crude selling off.
Gold's buying it up.
Come on, baby. Let's get that TP. I have 88. It's like at this point, I don't want to give anything
1,000 lot
back.
filled. 1,000 lot filled in the ES. New session highs ES 66.42. New session highs in the NQ 24,000.
There we go. Buyers continuing to push.
Mandy, looking for those 400s?
Yeah.
Place to go.
I think it's doable. We're not getting a ton of pullback right now, so I moved my target up a little bit more just because I feel like, we aren't pushing down. Whoa, my dog's got zoomies.
Crude might be pushing down through those 91s. All right, we got a couple more 1,000 lots in the ES on the offer. 1,000 at 66.46, 1,000 at 66.47. About 6 and 7 points higher. Using that level 2 data, Topstep. What was that?
Let's go back to settlement here in the NASDAQ.
What's settlement again?
We're 50
49?
points away, 53.
Yeah.
Just over 400. See if we get there.
3 minutes bottom the hour.
Gold trying to find some buyers too.
Holding crude above $91 and beneath 92. Last few minutes.
Come on, NQ. Maybe it just needs a little consolidation before we make another leg up.
Is this a pullback for another push higher?
Could we
What are you
consolidate?
targeting? You're targeting what price?
Just below 400s. Kind of going off of these candles over here. That would be at like 6 a.m. Consolidation zone that we had at 6 a.m. Central.
Okay.
It's kind of where I was looking for, but oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Luna.
Push this thing higher. It's saying pull back. Nothing until 50-50.
Right? Maybe a little too optimistic about a move here.
Pretty much all the moves. All the moves. You got the
Yeah.
big one. You think you got the big one? 60 seconds bottom of the hour, not the euro close. That's an hour from now.
Come on. Poke it.
Do something. Goldman, where are you?
I know.
Crude?
Yeah, Luna doesn't like my trade apparently. Come here.
Crude.
Calm down.
Tina for those
Well, zoomy this morning.
91s. Gold stolen out. 44.13, Dakota. Where do you have your stop? This will be a winner, correct?
Yeah, it's at 43.90. I've locked in 330 ticks. Right now we're up 560 ticks.
Let's go.
Which is absolutely insane on gold. Just let it play out. Like, there's no reason to get out of this market unless we do find some sellers. I don't have much. I don't want to say the word hope, but
Say it.
sideways. This market is just so sideways. Crude is selling off. We're back down to 91.
It's got to get through it. $91.08
Maybe-
last trade. Now 11 cents.
There we go. There we go. We got some buyers stepping in.
Buyers in gold. We'll see some buyers 44.18 last trade. See if we put some
Nice
downside pressure
Dakota.
on crude.
You're almost to you're approaching your high again of the trade.
We
Did
need to get up to
you-
the 30s.
How do you trail it? Yeah, when do you trail again? When you hit the 30s?
Yeah.
Like, move your
Yep.
stop profit up?
Yeah, or time, right? Like if we get to the end of
We just
fast
bought
markets and this
25
market
cents
keeps
there.
going sideways, then
Time. Yeah.
the less I want to be in the trade. I'm not gonna want to hold this all day.
In the chat,
Time
the question
is-
is, are the majority of the chat scalpers? We're all scalpers, my friend.
Ooh.
These days, we are all scalpers, more or less.
Day trading, yeah.
I think we're all, yeah.
Buyers trying to hold gold up. See if we get back to these 420s. You're still long, Mandy?
Yeah, we're just above entry again.
Hey. It looks like we're starting to see some market structure in here that I'm liking.
well, Crude's grinding a little higher.
The
$91.
EMA's
Yeah, it's
being respected on the 5 for my strategy, how I scalp. So no need to get out of this trade yet for me. As I'm talking,
all right.
it's selling.
Let these two manage these trades. We're gonna bring in JD. We got some more. We got P&Ls and payouts from our live fund trades, as well as a little info on Tyler from yesterday. What is up, JD? Tell us about Tyler. What?
That's right, guys.
Wow.
Man, we got some cool information to share today. Wow. Take a look at these P&Ls from yesterday. Up at the top, we mentioned them a couple of times yesterday. Trading that 150K live funded account, mixing it up between silver and the NASDAQ. Utilized that lockout feature on Topstep X and walked away with $137,432 in profits yesterday. Big day for Tyler Ray. The best part about this story is, guys, Tyler's been trading in this live funded account since October of 2025, just over 5 months. And he's achieved over 30 winning days in this live funded account. So you know what that means? When you hit 30 winning days in the live funded account, you unlock daily payouts. So not only did Tyler lock in $137,000 in profits yesterday, he then turned around and requested a $90,000 payout the same day. Excellent benefit, unbelievable benefit to the live funded account, folks. That's what happens here at Topstep. Great day for Tyler. Single largest P&L day for a live funded trader of the year. Turned around and took a fantastic life-changing payout right there. Congratulations, Tyler. Hope to get you on the show real soon. I think Dolby's reaching out to you right now. All right, moving on. We've got Bowie C also with a large payout yesterday. Picked up $75,000 trading on a 100K live funded account in the gold market. Also eligible for a payout. Turned around and requested $72,000 after the close yesterday. Tyler's got 21 winning days in this live funded account, getting closer to those daily payouts. Nathan M, $35,472 in profits, trading on a 150K live funded account in the NASDAQ. Also requested a $25,000 payout yesterday. Top 3 traders on our P&L board from yesterday, turning around, requesting giant payouts. That's what we love to see. Jui Fan, $26,918 trading on a 100K live funded account in the NASDAQ. Became eligible for a payout for the first time late last week. And on Friday, requested a nice $13,000 payout. That's a great way to start a weekend. Ajit, becoming a household name around here. We see him all the time. $25,807 in profits yesterday, trading on a 150K live funded account. In the gold market, Ajit is 2 winning days away from taking another payout. He's taken 2 already this year. So big year for Ajit. But again, Tyler, the man of the hour. Big day for Tyler. All right, those are your P&Ls, top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Let's take a look at some payout numbers. Here they are, more impressive stuff. Fernanda up at the top, $54,900 payout yesterday, going right in the pocket. Lai K, $40,950. Rajesh V was on our P&L board last week. Finally hit that payout number, $19,254. Pulled that out of his live funded account yesterday. Spencer A, $9,000, and Harsh P, $7,200. These are all real live funded traders taking money out of those live markets and lining their pockets with it. That's what I got for you guys today. All right, back to you.
Thank you, JD. Wow.
Wow.
Massive numbers. Love to see it.
That's
capturing opportunity.
People don't realize that 30 winning days, live account. You make that money, you could pull it out. He could do it again tomorrow if he wanted to, right? Like if he makes another 137, instant, you could request another payout because he's had over 30 winning days in a live account. Daily payouts, withdraw up to 100% too, right?
1,000 lot ES, 66.38 on the offer.
Wow.
3 points higher. Crude catching a bit of a bid, $91.50. There's 1,000 lots all the way up. Wow. Using that level 2 data in Topstep X, we got 1,000 offered at 43, 1,000 offered at 46, 1,000 offered at 47.
Gold pushing higher through these 20s.
Yes, it is. Man.
I'm actually might enter second contract actually. This is setting up again. Still in the trade. You're looking at my 15-minute. We have a nice rejection off of the 15 EMA, which is holding really nicely. Trying to decide, when I would want to enter that one. Probably on this 5-minute candle. We'll enter a second contract.
Dakota, what were you saying? I'm sorry. I jumped in there blabbering about those orders. The chat called me out for cutting you off there about those withdrawals. Dakota,
hey,
please.
You already know it, Andre. So the important thing was the chat. Just talking about the daily payouts, right? You make 137,000. You just withdraw it the same day because he had over 30 winning days, and you could do it daily if you're able. That's all.
Thank you, Dakota. Thank you.
You're welcome, Andre.
Pin to the top.
I know it comes as a big surprise. We're just used to it because That's normal. That's a normal thing. I don't know why it became so taboo for the industry.
For what? Payouts?
Yeah, just being able to take payouts daily or do this in a live account.
I mean, yeah, you earned it. You earned it for sure.
Here we go through these 20s.
Yeah,
Through these 20s. Come on, buyers.
Can we get another pop here in a gold? Gold 44.21 last trade. Crude trading $1.38. Did you add, Mandy?
Buyers continue to step
I
in.
just did.
Nice. What's your average?
I did it at entry, so 348 ish.
Emmons prop space. It was every 30 days for us for payouts distributions.
Here comes these
1,000 lots.
25s,
Yes.
27s. Gold's pushing. Well,
Yep.
Buyers stepping in
So,
a big
Look
way
at
here.
all that size.
come on, NQ. Just follow suit.
Let's,
Again, we got
44.50 here.
four different 1,000 lots to the upside in the ES, starting at 66.43 offered 1,200 times. 45s offered 1,000 times. 46s and 47s all offered 1,000 times. Mandy Long 2, and then Q Dakota Long. How many times you long gold?
One contract at 57, 43.57. So we're 600 ticks in the profit. See if we could get a breakout
Amazing.
through these 30s. This is might not be stopping here. Keeps going.
Not done. Gold not done.
Gold not done, Andre. Gold not done. Let's get it.
About to print some new session highs. Just did in Dow. Print some new session highs. 46,706. And Q continuing to stay bid here. 24,356 last trade. Where are we? Gold on the move higher.
Yeah, we keep going. 44.30s. 44.30s.
Can we get the 30s?
Woo.
Closing in on that 1,200 lot. The ES about 3 points away to the upside. What was that? Might have stall out. What happened there?
Yeah, we're stalling out on NQ.
You pulled back a little bit. 24,340. Last trade.
This gold could keep pushing through these session highs, overnight
there.
highs. Patience and wide stop.
Yep. 44.28. 44.29 last trade in gold. And they held those 4,400s.
All right. Break through these 30s.
Crude catching a bid. A little bit. $41.63 last trade. Wow. Gold staying bid. Look at gold.
Gold not done.
Gold
not
traded.
done.
We had lows of 43.50. Printed pretty much right at the beginning of fast markets.
Let's see if we can just keep going.
What's crude popping? Little popping crude, $91.70.
NQ getting a little indecisive here.
Stalling out.
Are you still in the trade?
Yeah, I'm still in it. Just trying to give it one more chance here. I think it's gonna be a hard close in 2 minutes if we don't get a nice.
Here's your headline. Iran imposes a $2 million fee on every ship passing through the strait. $2
How
million
much?
fee. $2 million.
$2 million.
Mhm.
That's all?
Wow.
Little reaction. Very little reaction. Saw a little pop in crude. Went up to $91.70.
Right.
Old news. Okay. Just showed up on my radar. My apologies for that.
Thanks, Dolby.
Holy
Patience.
Seriously.
I'm growing.
$91.56. 57 cents last trade in crude. We'll pull back in gold. $6.
Yeah.
All right, let's go NQ.
The seller's trying to hold gold down. This is range bound. This could be a short opportunity to play devil's advocate.
Literally 50-50. Exactly 50-50 on the tilt in ES. Exactly 50-50 on the tilt in NQ.
Wow.
50 all across the
50-50.
board. Indecisive. These charts are messy.
All right. Maybe make another run. Maybe.
We've heard very little from the president today so far.
Okay.
Just want to go. Crude run and go. A little bit of a push higher here.
Come on, let's go.
On 91.65 last trade.
Finish the end of fast markets with a bang.
Yeah. I know. I've had a few good buzzer beaters.
Might have one here. We might have one here as well.
Might do it.
We got about 10 minutes here in fast markets. Yeah, we'll have more players after this with diamond hands and group coaching. Make sure you get those questions in. Pinned to the top of the chat.
Diamond hands is pretty solid. I mean, his name. Great patience there.
Yeah, we're
These
holding bid in gold.
In a trance right now. Yep. Pretty much gold. Solid move up about $80 last hour and a half. We trade 44.25. Crude want to take this. Crude just upticking here.
Here we go.
Here's a little bit of a wiggle.
Back to entry on NQ. 2 contracts.
This is too quiet. Why are these markets stalling out like this? What is going on? Why is it doing this?
Just waiting for something.
What is going on? Yes, this is weird.
Also,
Walmart's up almost 3%.
I'm a bit hyper focused because I'm trying to decide. I'm not ready to cut it yet. Everything's still validated. I just want to cut it immediately if it becomes invalidated, and that might be before my stop loss. So that's why I'm like hyper focused on my charts right now.
Sure.
As the pricing generates, right? Like I have to make decisions. We're getting market generated information. My indicators are generating information. And so for that reason, I'm keeping a close eye because it still needs to meet my criteria if I'm continuing to hold this.
Okay. It says the market's tired.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I think there's more coming. Just right now, we're just pretty much
quiet.
Yeah.
Consolidating.
Too quiet. This is wild. What's going on in crude? Crude trade $91.65. Seen about $1 range in crude in the last hour or so. Yeah, we do have the president doing a swearing in ceremony at 12:30 p.m. Central. We have a 2-year auction before then at noon Central.
Buyers and gold still trying to hold it up. So I still like the price action I'm seeing for longs and gold.
Are the lows in? Are the lows
NASDAQ.
in for equities?
I do not feel comfortable answering that question anymore, Andre.
I mean, yeah.
I
It's
agree.
right. Yes, might want to go
Okay. Here
find
comes
some
some
more
buyers
buys.
stepping in on
Yeah,
gold
all those
again.
1,000 lots did get pulled in ES. Those were all in the offer.
Buyers at
It just
26.
came to a grinding halt. There's a zombie rally time.
Yeah,
Saw pop
maybe, Andre.
Okay,
I mean,
Dow.
buyers stepping in on gold again. Same with equities.
Go.
All right, let's get the buzzer beater here.
Let's go.
Fast
Okay.
market.
There
There we
Double
go.
buzzer
Little,
beater.
little pop there in gold, 44.31. Market just need a little water break there. Now we're picking up, pushing higher here. We got Dow catching a bid as well, looking to close in on new session highs. 10 points to go.
Let's get it.
I think NQ needs to get above 65s and then we can push more.
Okay.
We just wicked right to that top step daily level about about 10 minutes ago. We just haven't been able to get up to that point again. I think if we can push past it, even on a wick, we should hopefully get some momentum to these 400s. That's what I'm still looking for on NQ.
Come on, Mandy.
But I'm
Yes.
10%ing it.
Okay.
I don't want exactly 400. I'm just going just below it.
Okay.
In the
Let's get it.
chat, they're saying, I don't think we've ever seen Mandy hold a trade this long. Look at that.
There was one I held a whole hour with Dolby. But yeah, this is definitely catching it.
Crude catching a bit of a
Definitely
bid
gonna
here.
be one of the top ones.
Just a heads up. And nope. Seller step right back in.
Gold tried these 30s again.
We get another pop here. A few more minutes here in fast markets. Come on. There you go.
There we go.
Little pop there
Yes.
in the ES. New session highs, 66. We'll call it 45s. You want to do the same?
Retest the highs. Retest
NQ
session highs.
Look at NQ just grinding higher. 24,361.
Trying. You're looking for 400s, huh?
Yeah, what happened there in gold? Well, they just sold gold off like $6.
Yeah, we're hanging out at these upper 20s, 44.20s.
Anytime I see that,
See if we could break through this.
oh, buyers come right back in. Here comes some
Feels
more. Another
nice.
round of buying in NQ. Come on, Mandy. Look at the long term. Look at this trade. Mandy's in
370s.
370s. We are pushing higher here. 24,370.
Oh. 38 more points till settlement. We could see it. There we go.
Do we believe in zombie rallies still, Dre?
Not in this. I mean, when it's quiet, yeah. I mean, it's been quiet for too long. But let's keep pushing this thing. Come on, keep popping. 24,377, 378 session highs in NQ. Are you moving your stop up into profit?
This question of how much breathing room do I need for another leg up?
Well, let me ask you this question: Would you be
Really
okay
hard
having
question.
a winning trade turn into a losing trade?
At this point, not again.
Yeah.
There's our answer. Great question, Dre.
2.5 minutes.
Like,
2.5 minutes.
totally
2.5 minutes
quick.
again. We got diamond hands. Oh, he's got some news to share about his live funded account. Yes, heard about
Ooh.
this.
Okay.
All right, bouncing off of this 1 minute EMA feels really nice. So when we start tagging the MA, it gets a little dicey for me, but respect right off of it. Let's go.
A little push lower here in gold. 44.23.
Yeah, we're struggling up at this level.
Okay, man, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes left in fast markets, but you do see her
Buzzer beater for sure.
In the chat. You're long from what, 348?
Yeah.
Okay. Crude catching
Okay,
a
we're
bit
hitting
of a bid.
MA.
Crude
I want
catching
a bid here.
bid, $91.80 last trade in crude.
So wicky.
Come on, buzzer beater, folks. Gold selling off just a bit. Gold down $10, 44.21. Come on.
So close.
60 seconds.
Got tagged out. We're green.
Yeah.
We got green on that trade.
Okay.
Green
was
on
a
the
winner?
screen.
Okay. Well done, Mandy. Where are we going with this thing? Because we are seeing crude pop. We're seeing gold sell off. Are the highs in for the equities?
Dang, Mandy hands.
No, well, we got Diamond Hands joining us after this. Mandy, Dakota, job well done. Utah representing as always. This market is so weird. All right, this is Topstep TV. Let's go. Diamond Hands coming up after this. News on his live funded account. Well done, Utah. Come on, let's do it.
Let's get it.
Man.
Welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. After a little break there, we got markets moving around. I'm Jay. That's Dolby time. We're gonna have Diamond Hands joining us in just a little bit here. But Dolby, welcome to the show. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great, Jay. It's like another exciting day in the markets. Another day of headline-driven insanity. We will see how we can trade this. It looks like troops are a go. The airborne might be getting involved here. Might be trying to take over Karg Island. If anyone's played the game Battlefield 3, that was a map in the game. So if you want to role play, go ahead and download Battlefield 3. You too can try to invade Karg Island. With that being said, though, I'm looking at both Crude and the NASDAQ.
There you go. What are we seeing here? I am in a long crude oil from 91.31. Stops in profit on this one already. 91.98 is my stop. After that headline came out, we did have a little spike of volume there from 92.06s up to 92.38s. So I kind of want to give that the room to hold here if we're going to continue to see some headlines come out. But stops in profit, we'll let this one cook. What are you seeing, Dolby?
I'm just getting my levels kind of drawn out here. I have a 1 hour range high in the crude oil at right around 92.59, 1 hour range low about 90.50. We've been, it's still been very volatile, right? It's about a $2 range, but it's still a range nonetheless. So Jay, if you do get this, it's going to be a breakout for the 1 hour range high, which is going to be very bullish. A lot of upside if we can pull that off. Looking at this NASDAQ here, we've had a really hard time of making higher highs in the NASDAQ. It's been pretty consistent, just lower highs. So it leads me to believe that buyers are not super interested in pushing price higher. There's just not a lot of conviction. And as long as the war drums keep beating here, I would assume that this is going to put pressure on the indices. So I would be looking for shorts in the micro NASDAQ, and I think we're finally getting sort of like a range under range formation here. So could be looking at shorts maybe around 300s with a stop above 320s. I do have 320s as the 50% area of the very, very large green candle that we had. Find it. Sorry. I believe that was. Just drew it. I hate it when I just draw something. Totally forgot where it was. There it is. At a 6 a.m. candle today, I believe. So 50% of that is going to be our 24.318s. The low of that is 873s. High of that is 24.764s. So let's see if we can maybe get down to the 4 hour range low in the NASDAQ.
Got a game plan here. Taking a look at the tilt, 63% short in the S&P, 59% short in the NASDAQ, 62% long crude oil, and 55% short in gold. Gold last trade 44.0540. Saw Dakota trading gold during fast markets as well as Aaron. I kind of got up to settlement and got glued here a little bit, but we will see. Equities look like they're continuing to pull back here. Again, some headlines came out that the U.S. airborne is potentially getting ready to deploy to the Middle East, which would maybe be the first step on boots, first step towards boots in the ground in the Middle East. But we will see what happens there. That's the spike we got. 24,275.
Mixed messages.
Yeah, seriously.
If we can get, so we're looking for pullbacks. Yeah, looking for pullbacks right now. Jay, I really like your long. Might be a little rich for my blood because I'm stingy as hell. But there's conviction in that trade. I would want to see maybe like 92.20s potential to get long. Crude's also at kind of like a do or die point here, where if it breaks out, it's going to be amazing for longs. If it doesn't break out, then we will see. We will see.
Yeah, I would not be too comfortable getting in long up here, especially with how headline driven these markets are. We could very easily just see a pullback, but holding this one and letting it work from here, stops in profit already. Not really too much to do at this point. As long as it holds above 92.06s, I want to be in this trade. If we get a pullback to 92.06 and it holds, maybe you add, but right now, just letting this one cook.
We're going to offer up 24,299s.
24,299.
Also,
got a full session view up there, 293s.
Yeah, these 92.15s look pretty good too, actually, in crude. I don't want to put both orders on just in case a headline hits and we get filmed get
Oh
filled
yeah.
simultaneously in two different. Oh, there's a big push in crude.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're gonna try to work sort of like this lower high trend line that we have in NASDAQ. So we've not been able to make the higher highs. And now we sold off and had a nice little 1 minute range form. Sorry, Jay, I'm looking at the 1 minute ranges again. Markets are moving
It's
a
all
little bit
good,
too
Dolly.
fast. And so we're going to see if we can get aligned with sort of this lower high trend line that we have on the 1 minute here to see if we can just get aligned with the market, right? We're not trying to get into a trade that's counter to what the market's already been doing. It's much easier just to get on the train, right? We're not looking for that one-off opportunity for where the market's going to just switch it up.
Do something it's never done. Yeah. We did just see a bid get filled here, 92.48. It's a 100 lot in gold and oil right below the market came down, filled that. So seeing some buyers stepping up here with their passive bids, pushing us higher. High of the day in crude, 92.68. We are about 10 ticks off of that right now. So let's see if we do get that push. That would push the equities lower. You got your bid offers in at 99s, Dolby?
I'm slowly lowering them though. So now we're at like 97.5. We might get a little bit of a pop here in NASDAQ because crude might sell off the 92.59. So I'm going to see if we can get short here. But we get crude above these into like 93s. I think it's going to be very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Another bid here, 92.49s in crude. See if those get filled. Supporting price for now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see for crude here. We're almost getting filled. Oh no, is the stinginess going to bite me, Jay? We'll see. Okay, win.
There you go.
Short
one.
NNQ 24,297.5. And we will
Or
offer another
297
one.
half.
Yeah, we'll offer another one at 315s as well.
Oil trying to figure out what we're doing here with 92.50s. See if we get some selling come back here in the equities. Catching a little bit of a bid right now, but nothing too major yet.
I think it's just technical.
Yeah.
I still like our trade on pretty much all time frames. I mean, we got short close to those 300s. That was support, became resistance. This looks good. Something that's nice to do once you hop into a trade, or even better before a trade, is kind of flip through a couple time frames and see where your trade lines up against some longer structure.
For sure. Don't want to get that's kind of what happened in the S&P shorts we were taking this morning. When you zoom out and you look at a higher time frame, we were coming down into maybe some support there. 50% of that aggressive sell-off that we had yesterday. So zooming out, you heard Aaron say it. He said the shortest time frame he uses is a 5-minute chart, and even then it can be a little too whippy. So zooming out definitely helps. Crude trying to figure out what to do here at these 50s, trading below 92.50 now, 92.35 last trade there. Seeing some selling coming in here in the NASDAQ as well, though. I do see our guest in the green room. We'll be bringing him in just a second. Got some updates on our on the live account there. 24,287 last trade here in the NASDAQ.
So, I mean, I was talking about it yesterday. Like, the only thing we can do as traders in markets like this is just trade your setup as best you can. I think we did an okay job yesterday of doing it. I think there's still room for improvement, at least on my end, for execution. I think it's difficult to kind of stick to your guns with your trade with so much volatility. It's like see profit, take profit. But oftentimes, if you just follow your strategy, you'll just make maybe a little bit more, right? Try to find ways to reward yourself for following your trading plan and not just judging it by the P&L.
Absolutely. And here we go. There's the guest, Mr. Diamond Hands George. Welcome to the show. How are we doing today?
Good. How yourself?
Thank you. Hey, there you go. Doing good, George. Doing good. Doing good, man. Welcome to the show. Got markets moving around right now. How are you looking at the markets, George?
It's been pretty rangy, chopping, slow, especially with NQ lately. I noticed I've been have to been a lot more patience to take an entry. Make sure you put a risk, a stop loss, because I've
Oh
seen
yeah,
some candles, 1 minute candles have more than 500 ticks. So you gotta be really careful. You can get your account can get blown if you're too heavy with no stop loss.
absolutely, absolutely. In this environment, one headline comes out, says the wrong thing against your position, and it could be bye bye to your account if you're over leveraged or don't have a stop. So we saw that crazy volatility yesterday, right, on the president's comments, and that's just the environment that we're in. That could come out at any time. We will see here. We got Dolby short right now from 24 to 97.50s in the NASDAQ. I'm long crude oil from 91.31. Seeing if we can get a push here in crude and some selling in the NASDAQ. George, any levels that you see for potential interest here? You traded all today?
I did not trade on my Topstep New York session. I did take a
Okay.
crude oil trade last night. It made about
Okay.
$630 on it.
Nice.
So
Nice.
lately I've been trading. Before this, I did trade crude oil again as well. So I've been trading a lot of crude lately.
Fun market. It's a
Yeah.
fun market, man. It's a fun
Yeah.
market.
So
That is where the volatility is going right now. And I know we've talked about this before, but when you really first started trading futures, you were trading crude oil, right? Where it was a ton of volatility. Dolby used to say it all the time. Crude oil was our most traded market at Topstep. And when the volatility comes back, then there's opportunity to trade it, right? So maybe not, just chasing volatility, but you're going to where the momentum is. It makes sense to be, if you're ever going to trade crude, it makes sense to trade it right now, right? When there are factors moving this market around.
yeah.
So any markets you're looking at right now for potential trade? You got
I'm
crude up,
looking
NASDAQ
at
up? Or...
NQ or MES as well. Although crude oil also looks pretty good. Are you in longs?
Yeah, I'm in long from 91.31. We held
Okay.
VWAP and I got in long from there.
Nice.
Stop's already in profit though, because it's up here at these highs. It feels like it could reject. We've rejected here a couple of times, so taking something off of it.
It's the range.
Yep.
Is the range. Yeah. We got NASDAQ in a little Dorito formation here on the 1 minute. So if we can start maybe breaking some of these lows like 274s into the 70s, the 60s, then we can start lowering risk a little bit off the pivots. But I do want to give this a little bit of room because NASDAQ has been known to just do stop runs out of nowhere just to get people out of their trades. And then the move happens, which is incredibly aggravating. So it is difficult to accept all the risk, but NASDAQ kind of forces you to accept the risk if you want to play.
Got to take the risk to play in the NASDAQ, really in all of these markets right now. Seeing gold catch a little bit of a bid off a settlement price here. 44.0730 is settlement price in gold from yesterday. 44.1450 last trade there. Tilt still short in the S&P and the NASDAQ, slightly 55% short there. 58% long in crude and 52% long in gold. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. How's everybody trading today? Are you up? You down? You following your plan? Managing your risk? Are you making sure you trade the right contract? Don't sell 3 big gold if you think you're selling 3 micros.
We shorted another one close to our stop
Right.
loss. We might get stopped out here, though. This is a hell of... All right, we're flat, minus 69. Nice. That was a very big
Nice.
bid in NASDAQ. Flat right
Catching
now.
a little bit of a bid here. All the equities catching a little bid.
Okay, that was the setup.
As crude oil just slows down here. And that's the thing about crude, man. It moves when there's a headline and then there's nothing. Right? I was sitting in this trade for a while before it actually started moving, and then you get 2 to 3 minutes of volatility and then it just stops. So got to secure some of the profits here. Oh, okay. NASDAQ continuing to catch a little bit of a bid here.
Yeah, we'll see if it sustains. We'll see if it sustains. Yeah, I'm looking for shorts again if we can get back up to like 380s.
380s.
Get like maybe like a little range or something. This also might be like what we were just talking about, like that little stop run that NASDAQ likes doing. So because crude's back on the bid again. So we'll see.
Yes, it is. So is gold. 49.20s. Watch gold here as well.
So
getting some headlines out about oil here. It's a long one, so go ahead, Dolby. You can ask your question. I'll try to decipher what this headline is saying.
yeah, I'm just gonna look to see if NASDAQ. I think it was in Power Hour ended up testing the 50% of its range before it ended up selling off. So I'm gonna see if NASDAQ's gonna do that again. That would put us like 24,360s. So it might be my,
360.
yeah, hop up there and then maybe sell off. But Diamond Hands, you were trading excellent in your live funded account. Hit that 30 winning days. Congratulations, man. Took the payout, closed that bad boy down, and now you're already back in an XFA. What were you what was going through your head with deciding to close up that live funded account?
I decided to get the money.
Yep.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be complicated.
I mean,
Yeah, does
pretty
not have
much.
to be complicated at all. Just you
Yeah.
you made the money, take the money, right?
Yeah.
You know, and
So
you
yeah, I took the money. I decided to start. I didn't buy 5 accounts. I bought 150K account. Combine.
Nice.
Started last Thursday. Passed that on Friday, and then here we are, day 2 on this XFA.
nice. Nice job, man. That is ultimately the goal. You hear MP say it all the time, right? If traders want to say it, and we hear traders ask all the time, "Oh, why would I stay in a live account?" Well, you have the option to take the money out and put it in a personal, do whatever you want with it, especially after you make those 30 winning days to take a full payout. George, do you find any difference between trading an XFA and trading a live account? Or is it pretty much the
I feel
same
like
for you?
it's the same, but I mean, I don't know. There's I think a little more pressure with the live account. A little bit more cautious when you take your trades. So as far as going with an XFA, so I decided to just do one right now, just one combine, one XFA. Once I get a payout, maybe I'll buy more accounts, but so far only one. Um, yeah, but there's I think a little difference. I guess because it's money that you earn on a live account, like you try to kind
Yeah.
of like take care better than an XFA. I think at least for me.
I mean, I would.
So I started on these. So I started on the XFAs like last May, and then I got into like live and like in November, and then like beginning of November, and then I pretty much had it all the way to like March.
Good stuff
I would
there.
offer up 335s.
335s. George, Dami Hands, I'm making sure I see some questions in the chat. They're asking you a lot of questions about the golden pocket. You don't trade the golden pocket, do you? It's not
Nah.
part of your strategy.
Who's asking that?
China Pug and Sodbuster in the chat. You got your Topstep TV guest
that's-
confused there.
that's
That is
Yusuf.
Yusuf who trades the golden pocket. Make sure you go through your Topstep TV notes and yeah. But George is looking at usually initial balances, 15-minute opening ranges, and initial balance extensions from there. Which I'm curious, we're still in the IB right now in the NASDAQ, aren't we?
Yeah, I believe so. Let me see. Yeah.
Yeah, I got an IB high.
We're retesting
343.
IB.
This is where Hogue would be saying, though I guess that was a failed upside auction before. We'll see the next test of it and see if we can push through it here. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here to oil, 92.20s. Last trade there in oil. Oil sells, equities catch a bid.
We're pulling our offer.
I might take a long here, possibly. M&Q.
All right.
Just
get this IB extension.
Yeah. So I'm in. There's my
Nice.
risk. I'm going to go for that. Pretty much 395, 400 area.
George is
Just see
long
if we
one
could-
micro NASDAQ already in the money here. 24,335 is long from 24,335. One micro NASDAQ looking for right under those 400s. Looking pretty good so far
Yeah.
here.
We got some
What'd you
orders
see there
there.
that you like, George?
We were testing this the IB, but also
Okay,
it's also the 15-minute range high. So
got you.
I do like it. ES is still positive. Delta. Um, we look at the RTH session.
Hmm.
You can see this gap right here at 403, right there.
Yeah.
Potentially, this is where we can. Pretty much, I don't know if you guys noticed, but we filled the gap at the bottom. Let me see if right here, 150
Okay. And you're looking at regular
today.
trading hour only gaps. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So we came down. We filled that RTH gap here from March, or was it from yesterday? The day before, March 23rd, I think, or 20. Yeah, 20, March 20. Fill that gap, and now we're potentially we can go fill this one. So gap to gap.
Gap to gap, long from 335s, one micro here. Pretty much trading right at entry right now, 24,335 in the NASDAQ, 66.35 last trade here in the S&P. Dolby, you pulled those offers. Is that right?
Yeah, I did. I did pull them. Looked like crude was selling off, so we're just gonna reassess here. I still want to see if we can get back get back up to those 358s.
Crude is selling off a little bit here at
A little bit more
92.16s. My trade's still in the profit for now, but if we trade below 92.06 in crude, I'll be out here. 50-50 on the tilt across the board.
Should have just taken that short at the 1 hour range high in crude. That was primo, and you had like a nice little 1 minute range forming up there too. So it would have been a pretty cheap trade. But it's hard. I mean, we've had so many news headlines come out, and it's like, why wouldn't we just pop 92.59s and just go to the upside? Why wouldn't NASDAQ sell off? And then it doesn't. And then everything becomes technical again. Now these markets are just maybe range bound here. We'll see.
Gold looks like it wants to push as well. 44.26.50 last trade there in gold. Got headlines coming out here. Kuwait Petroleum CEO, if the war were to end today, we could bring back production relatively quickly. It would take 3 to 4 months to reach full production.
Okay.
That is from Kuwait's petroleum CEO. Trading Raw CPT in the chat says, I love trading. Trading Raw CPT, I think we do too. That's why we're here every single day. And we appreciate you being with us as well. Hit that thumbs up button if you love Topstep TV. Do us a favor. We appreciate you being here. Early comment of the day.
Crude right back up again. All right. Look at it go.
$92.26 last trade.
I mean, it's 24.
335. Stop is at 272.5, and then DP is 400.
George, you got a question here from Randy in the chat asking, have you made any changes to your trading with these indecisive markets?
I am going lighter on New York session. I am definitely going lighter. And I'm trying to wait at least 15 to maybe 15 minutes, 30 minutes when New York opens to trade. Just because, the first couple minutes, it looks like a barcode. So I try not to get, not patient enough where I take a bad trade. So, and sometimes I'm taking like 1 micros in New York session. So it's just right now, some candles are like above 500 ticks, 600 ticks. So it requires less size. Because if you go with the mini, you can get stopped out really easy.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely. Yeah, what I love seeing on Topstep TV is we have a lot of traders who are in live funded accounts or who have been in live funded accounts exclusively trading micros. Just really appreciating the volatility, the risk. I think that is the best thing to show other traders. It's like you don't have to be trading e-minis, and in fact, you really probably shouldn't be in these types of markets. Just given the headlines, the volatility, it's so good role models. Good role models on Topstep TV.
Yeah. Another thing, I've been trading crude oil, so I usually make my money during Asia session.
Oh, nice.
And then I go pretty much either I don't trade at all New York with my Topstep account, or I take less size, like 1 micro trade. But usually I'm making my money right now is from crude oil.
It's been a fun.
Tendra in the chat wants to know what IB high is in the NASDAQ. That price is going to be 24,343. 24,343. George is long from 335s right here. We're back up to that 335 area. Oil trying to figure out what it's doing. 92.30s last trade here.
Feels like both these markets are trying to figure out what it wants to do.
Yep.
Most-
It's quiet until there's a headline.
uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you
Quiet
guys
until
were
it's
in
not.
it. I think it was this one. It's just kind of like boomed all the way up
Oh, was that yesterday or today?
today.
Oh no, yeah, I was out at that point.
I think it was this candle, 1050 right here.
Oh, do I have the IB high wrong here in the NASDAQ? I definitely do. Yep, you guys are right. You're right, chat. I got the IB high wrong.
What is it?
That will let you know.
317, I believe, right?
317. Yeah, IB high is 317. Sorry about that. Measuring the
317.
wrong
That's a
candle.
lot lower than I thought.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I mean,
317, which is holding as a support.
yes. Now it all makes sense. Now it all makes sense.
All right, I'm
well,
out of
Crude's
that oil
catching
trade.
up
We're back
on
below
the sell-off.
92s. Let's see here. Catch a little bit here in the NASDAQ. I'm pretty quiet on the headlines, but make sure you stay tuned in to Topstep TV. If anything comes out and moves the markets, we will let you know. Some of the volatility that we saw right at the top of the hour came from the U.S. 82nd Airborne Division Commander ordered to deploy to the Middle East. Maybe getting potentially closer to boots on the ground there in the Middle East.
Okay. NASDAQ selling off for what appears to be maybe no reason, but we'll see. There's always a reason for something.
Always a reason.
Yeah.
Really just depends where you are on that data feed.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. How far down the line are we for the data, for the news?
Well, it seems like we're in quite the range in the NASDAQ here.
There's some Spanish followers. I'm gonna kind of like tell them pretty much the trade in Spanish because they wondering.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Okay. Para los que hablan español, estamos en largos en 24,335 un micro. Mi stop es 24,272.5 y mi nivel de ganancia es 24,450, ¿verdad? Y estamos viendo el delta está positivo ahorita en IS 10,000. Okay. That's it.
There we go.
Love it.
There we go. Trading 1 micro, got the stop in there, profit target as well. And you're looking at this delta. What is the delta telling you right now, Georgia? I got positive delta in the S&P for regular trading hours. Positive about 10,000 here. Positive in the NASDAQ as well, just not as much. But what is that telling you for your trade?
I do like seeing more buying pressure. Earlier today, I was seeing that Delta was at 4,000, and I mean it looked like it wanted shorts, but the reason I didn't want to get shorts was because Delta on ES was still positive, and then it doubled from like 4,000 to 8,000, like with 2 minutes. So for me, looking at ES, maybe being at 10,000 right now, and then we do have orders up there, especially at 66.50. It might take out the overnight high as well with ES, but I do like the pressure of Delta being positive for the long side.
Buyers stepping in here.
Yeah.
Dan Emmons in the chat asking if we stayed below that October 10th candle all day. In the NASDAQ we did, in the S&P we did test it. 66.48 is that price in the S&P. I think we tested that in the overnight session where we haven't been that high. Actually, no, we tested it right here during the regular trading hour session. So we did tag it in the S&P. In the NASDAQ, we're much further below it. Still got a little room to run. That low in the NASDAQ is 24,623. So we would have to see a pretty nice bid come in here. That would be nice for George's trade. We'll see what happens here. Scouting anything else right now, Adobe?
Yeah, we're long 313 in a quarter. Why, Jay? What did you see?
We're getting down to the lows of this like 3-minute range that we just printed here. You're probably looking at it more like a 5-minute.
Yeah.
So seeing if these ranges hold. Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Got to know your trading buddies, right? Got to know your trading buddies.
That's exactly right. Good read. Good read. Yeah, we're long 24,313s. This is a perfect entry for a range trade. Doesn't mean it's going to be a perfect trade, but it is the entry that we like seeing. It's all up to oil is what it feels like.
It really is. It's what it's felt like since we could go back and actually look at the chart. What was that day? Definitely March 9th, but starting March 2nd, oil has kind of run all the charts that we've been looking at, it feels like. Love Topstep in the chat has a question. I have a question. In live accounts, do we see level 2 data in Topstep X, or is it the same as the XFA? If in the XFA you only have level 1 data, in your live account you will have level 2 data. Because Topstep is paying for that data feed for you. At least for the CME products, seeing a little bit more selling coming in here in the NASDAQ 24,300s. Getting a little choppy here.
It's definitely getting a little choppy. Not loving this trade right now.
24,298. Let's see here. A little more selling coming in the NASDAQ. Not hearing anything on the headlines out there.
Minus $50 there is too bad. And crude rules everything around me. Green.
Crude is moving again here. And not hearing anything on the headlines so far. We still got George. You still in the trade?
No, I got stopped out.
Stopped out. All right. So 2 stops there. No problem. We'll come back and reassess. Let's get to some news really quick, and then we'll get right back to the charts. NASA announces a plan to build a moon base. Richard Harris, this one is for you.
Tuesday, NASA outlined a plan to build a permanent base on the moon. The agency says the goal is to strengthen U.S. leadership in space by establishing a sustained human presence. The plan includes more frequent missions, initially targeting landings every 6 months. It will roll out in phases, starting with robotic missions, then building infrastructure, and later enabling long-term stays on the moon. The first crewed moon missions since the 1970s are set to begin next year.
Space race is still on. Build a base on the moon. Anne-Marie says her husband wants to go. Yeah, I don't know if I would be the first one to go. If they're doing commercial flights to the moon, let those take off a couple times before me. Getting on
hard
there.
pass.
Yeah.
Hard pass.
Watch oil here. Catching a little bit of a bid.
Oh yeah. That mean we're going to finally get this breakdown in NASDAQ here?
Let's see. We got a regular trading hour VWAP in the NASDAQ 24,261. That price is 66.11 in the S&P. Let's see here. Back inside the initial balance in the NASDAQ here. Do we get rotation to the other side? We are at that full session VWAP. Regular trading hour session VWAP in the NASDAQ is right at 50% of the range for the day. 24,261s.
Hey, wow.
Another test.
Ooh, NASDAQ's getting heavy.
Yes, it is. See what happens at this VWAP. These markets are forever changing, everyone. Again, no headlines coming out. We're listening here to see if anything does come out and move the markets. Maybe it was the moon landing. Everyone's selling because they don't believe in it. But
Made of
let's see
cheese.
what we got going. Right. Do I use the weekly VWAP? I don't. Every once in a while, if we have an event during the week, I may anchor a VWAP to there and leave it on my charts, but I don't use the weekly VWAP. I think it's useful. I just have to limit the amount of lines I have on my screen because if you see my quant tower setup, there's a lot going on. So gotta have to try to limit something here. Let's see if we hold this full session VWAP here, regular trading hour VWAP here in the NASDAQ.
I mean, this is the scariest trade right now if you're trying to grab a long in NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Get back up to these 92, 60s. Last time we were up there, it sold off pretty good. But this NASDAQ does not feel the same this time.
Yeah, good outs on those trades. Definitely seeing some more heavy sell pressure come in here. Sometimes the market's not going to agree with what you see, right? But you got to manage your risk. Too many times traders think I'm in this trade, so it has to work out, and that couldn't be further from the truth. I know, I've been there thousands of times. It's like, oh yeah, I'm long, so this has to go up. You start convincing yourself of all the reasons it's going to go up, and watch it sell off without you. So good outs.
Yeah, losing trades are okay. It happens. Part of the game. Part of the game. Man, long seems really tempting here in NASDAQ. Seems insane though.
Yeah. Where would the risk go, Adobe, if you do take a long here?
It would just be a dollar amount.
Mm.
A dollar amount. I mean, the level I'm looking at right now is the 4-hour range low, which is like 24,176. So we're like pretty far away from it. Pretty far away from it. But it feels like NASDAQ has the ability to just bounce out of nowhere for 50 points.
S&P coming back to this VWAP here as well. George, you continue to scan for opportunities here. You know you're up on the day. You took one more trade, saw an opportunity. It's a loss. That's all right. It was managed risk. Do you continue to trade from here? How are you looking at the markets right now?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Unless we get above 313 again.
Okay.
But no. Probably inside here, I won't take a trade.
Got you.
I'm still up 501 on the
Yeah,
day,
that's
so
nice.
pretty good.
Great day. That is a great day. It is a great day. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. How's everyone else's day going? I think I asked that already, but I don't know if I saw any responses. So let us know how you're doing in the chat. Maybe you guys are just actively trading this market right now. Watch oil here, 92.50s last trade here in oil. It does look like it's kind of building a little flagging pattern on the 15-minute chart for maybe a potential breakout here. See what happens there in oil.
I mean, we're getting back up to that level again, 92.59s. NASDAQ shorts are looking interesting for a continuation trade. I think follow through has been hard to come by today.
Yeah, for sure. Andre and I were getting short the S&P this morning, and we thought we were going to caveman trade into a couple bids, and that did not work out at all. Worked out for a quick scalp. We're looking for more of a push. Just did not get it.
Oh, you know what we had that we missed is the euro close. Hold off. Ton at the euro close.
When are they going to change the time back so we don't have to?
I don't know. It's so annoying. Jorge, what's your opinion on the? Or sorry, Diamond Hands. What's your opinion on time change? Are you over it, or do you like the time change?
I do like the time change.
Okay, it's the last time you're coming on TV.
You're supposed to say no.
Everyone hates the time change.
Yeah, it's just remembering when things happen. Yeah, I think it's this weekend, right? The 28th is supposed to be the time where we're all back on the same page there. See, catching a little bit of a bid here in the equities. Oil
Nice,
is
that's a
up
good
near
retrade.
those range highs. Dolby, I know you were talking about that
mean-
potential sell there. It's tough to short oil, but you got Scott Besson on your side if you do sell it.
It's technically the right trade. No, it's a large time frame range. It's going to take it's going to need a lot of juice to get through that level. Headlines can provide juice at any moment, but it is technically a cheap trade to get short around 92.50s. It's a cheap trade, as Hogue would say. Right, we have our range established. We've barely traded at all over the 92.59s, and so you just set your stop at like maybe 92.80s. Now you got a whole range to work with. The market has to prove itself to get up to 92.80s. That's a great spot to be in.
And right back up in the NASDAQ. We held that full session. We held that regular trading hour view up at 61s. And we catch a bid.
Oh. You know, this is headline-driven markets. This has been tough this week. It's been a tough trading week.
It has been, man. It has been. I've seen a lot of people. Shout out to Korab, who's always on our top live leaderboard list, sharing some losses that he took today as well.
Nice, yeah. He is human.
These markets are, yeah, right. These markets are tricky. I'm looking at the 3-minute opening range in the NASDAQ, and VWAP left that range for about 30 minutes and is right back into the middle of it. So this is very directionless right now in this market, which is going to happen, right? Especially after yesterday, we saw so much energy in the market, so much direction after that news from the president. It's not surprising. We talked about this during the opening call. It's not surprising to see the markets a little bit more consolidated today. It's not going to always be like that. Of course, a headline can bring us out of here, but from a technical perspective, this is kind of what you expect to see. Right back at full session VWAP here in the NASDAQ. I actually did take a long from 265s. We're just letting this one go, but I'm just trading in a combine, right? It's like when you're in a dream. If you get in a fight in your dream, you can you're just like a superhero, right? You do anything. That's how I feel. That's how I feel trading in a combine. It's just like, oh yeah, I'm invincible, right? I could jump off this building, land on the ground, run full speed, like do all that stuff. I got my ass kicked in my live account today, but here we are.
Ooh, it's a good question for us. The Fredster. Guys, I need to revisit the basics. Where can I go for this? What?
That question.
I guess, what do you even consider the basics? Diamond Hands, what would you consider the basics? We'll just roundtable this one.
Let's see. For me, probably my basics. I go back, probably ranges for me, for sure. Back testing. Especially if I go on tilt and I've been on a red streak for a while, I gotta reassess how my trading is. So I gotta probably adjust my trading to something else or adjust something. For example, right now I used to go with 2 to 3 micros. New York session. Right now I'm only doing 1. Larger time frames for sure. Looking at the 4-hour, 1 hour. So probably doing all that instead of just, I don't know. Depends on your trading style. I know some people are like scalpers. Some people like to hold. So right now with the market with New York, I don't see a lot of continuation with holding a lot of trades. And also your stops have to be wider. That's why I do 1 micro. The fact that 1-minute candles can really kill you. So if I do a 250 tick stop loss on 1 MNQ, I'm going to be down a lot. So I'd rather just do 1 to 2 micros right now with New York session. But yeah, those are my basics. Pretty much supply and demand and ranges, IB or for me.
Jay, what about you? What are the basics to Coach Jay?
I am going to give a shout out to the team who built trainingcamp.topstep.com. If you want to get to the basics, great website you have on your Topstep dashboard. I'll put a link to that in the chat, but if you go to your dashboard, you see the trading camp link on the left side, you can get to it there. A ton of basics. They are a bunch of classes authored by, and I think Hoag's the audio track there. So if you need Hoag in your head a little bit more, you can listen to those classes there. But it does break trading down to the basics. When should I be trading? When should I not be trading? How do I define a level in the market? And I try to remind myself to get back to basics as much as possible in my own trading, right? Where it's like, okay, I was just talking about my quant hour charts. At the end of the day, everything I have on my screen is a way to find a horizontal level to take a trade. And that's really it. I think sometimes we complicate it to the point that I think over optimization and complication in your trading is loss avoidance, right? We try to do so much to avoid losses when that's not a real thing. You can't do that, right? So the basics is, what is a simple enough pattern that can get me to establish risk in the market? And that's really all it is. When we add 30 things, we're doing that because we want to avoid risk. So find a level, can you buy it or sell it? And that's really it. That's the basics for me, Dolby.
Nice.
What about
I
you?
would just say basics. Let's see, when I was getting back to the basics, I would typically clean up my charts, do a little spring cleaning, so get rid of all the indicators. Just stick to horizontal lines, diagonal lines, just the most obvious and basic stuff. Just put on the chart what your eyes see. Typically, everyone else is seeing that too. Then my other big thing for getting back to the basics was just 2-to-1 risk reward. Don't even worry about fancy take profits, letting trades run forever. I think a lot of what is about getting back to basics is just understanding the ratio of your profits to your risk. And I think just going 2-to-1 does a good job of that. That's a very solid trade. You look at a lot of live funded traders, their risk reward ratio is going to be approximately 2-to-1. It's just kind of how it is. And I also think taking profits is one of the hardest things to do in trading. So if you just go 2-to-1 fixed, I think you're just kind of simplifying trading to the point where you don't even have to think about taking profits. It's already done for you. All you have to do is just lock in on your entry, try to execute your entry as best as you can, and just stay patient in that trade and just try to hit your 2-to-1s. And if you do that 2 to 3 times a day, all of a sudden you're in the green again. Maybe your mental capital starts getting boosted up, and you should be having at least a better time, in my opinion. That's what I always do. Getting back to that 2-to-1 ratio. Keep it simple.
Good stuff, Dolby. Good stuff, everybody. NASDAQ right back at a full session view up here, 24,293s.
Crude's trying to push again. Like, something interesting about Crude is that for all the sell-offs it's had on the 1 hour range high, so it's 92.59s, higher lows have come in very consistently. The last time we rejected off of 92.60s, we got down to 92s. The other time we got up to 92.50s, we got down to 92.20s. So buyers are putting pressure on this thing from below, but do they have the chutzpah to push this over 92.60? We will see.
Dolby, good question there. Seeing the NASDAQ back above these 300s here. Just a reminder for everyone in the chat, we do have a form for group coaching pinned to the top of the chat. Today we got Gabe, Hoop, and Anne-Marie for group coaching. You see Hoop and Anne-Marie in the chat. Make sure you get your questions in there for them. If you have any other questions for Diamond Hands while we are here, we got a couple minutes left here as well in this segment. But group coaching coming up right after this. Again, that form is pinned to the top of the chat. Someone was asking, do I use Quantower for automated levels? I use it for some more volume analysis, the same way everybody else would use Bookmap. I'm just doing what everyone does on Bookmap on Quantower in my own kind of way, just reading order flow. A lot of the stuff you can do on Topstep X as well, using volume profiles and different VWAPs and stuff like that. But it's just, I've all my personal trading is done in Quantower for the most part, so I just keep it up on the side.
We're going to offer up 314s here in the NASDAQ.
14s.
The MNQ. Yeah, we've done a nice job of making lower highs pretty consistently. So I'm going to see if we're going to continue that. It's also kind of like an initial balance high play as well.
See if we stay inside that IB.
Someone's asking, do I use VWAP? I do not use VWAP because I'm a range trader, and so we want to be at the extremes of the range, and the VWAP is going to be pretty much about in the middle, give or take.
Oh, here's a good question from Jared, and I got a question for Diamond Hands. Is there a book or something to learn about VWAP and other indicators? Shout out to Brian Shannon, who wrote the book on anchored VWAP. Just Google Brian Shannon anchored VWAP. Great book. Really great book. He's been a guest on Topstep TV. So go ahead, George.
Well, I don't know if that was for me, but I don't use Bookmap. I mean, VWAP.
VWAP.
I know VWAP
Yeah,
George. VWAP George does. Shout out to him.
Yeah, it does.
Shout out to VWAP George. Here we go. We continue to push here in oil, getting ready to make new highs of the day potentially. 92.57 last trade in oil. 92.68 is the high of the day. And we've been seeing this inverse correlation between oil and the equities, so just keep an eye on that. George, I got a question for you. We've been talking about oil. How does someone who's new to a market approach that market? If someone was saying, hey, I want to try out oil, I've never traded it before, but I heard these guys talking about it on Topstep TV, how would you suggest somebody approach that?
I say for sure do some back testing first. I like to personally trade it in Asia session, maybe within the first maybe 1 to 2 hours. When market opens, CME. That's my personal. Start with 1 micro. It does 1 minute does move $10 per tick. So just be careful with that. You could make good money, but also lose a lot of money if you are not careful with it. So I would suggest do some back testing with it. Look how it moves during Asia. If you have the chance to trade Asia, that's what I would recommend it. I don't trade it usually in New York, but I do trade it Asian session, maybe 1 to 2 hours in there.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Do your back testing, figure out the market's personality, what time does it move during the day, what times there normally some volume trading, stuff like that, and you go from there. And you're seeing cleaner price action in oil right now than in the equities.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
A lot of my bigger profits are from crude oil. With New York, it's hard to get that continuation.
Here we go. We just saw some big selling coming in there. And they did not get up to your 314s there, Dolby. Oil making a new high of the day there, 92.88.
Did not.
Equities just selling off pretty hard here, 24.264. We did not get a headline out there. We're still listening out for them. But make sure you stay tuned into Topstep TV. We'll be bringing you any market-moving headlines. We're going to go to a little bit of a break and come back with group coaching. We got Hoop, Gabe, and Anne-Marie for group coaching. Make sure you get your questions in there. This is Topstep TV. Diamond Hands, good stuff as always. Dolby time, we'll see you for Power Hour. Let's go.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's time for some group coaching. Got Anne-Marie here and Hoop to join me. Real quick, we're just going to rattle off a headline that just came across. So we're getting some volatility as we enter this segment for the hour. We got U.S. to order 3,082nd Airborne Soldiers to the Middle East. Plans to deploy brigade combat team to support Iran operations. Written order to deploy unit expected in the coming hours. This is coming over from the Wall Street Journal. Definitely getting a little bit of a response here in the markets. We've sold off about almost 30 points here in the equities in the last 10 minutes. Kind of peaked at around 6,630, kind of making some lows near 6,600 even. We got NASDAQ trading about almost 100 points lower here from the 24,300s down to just above the 24,200s. Crude oil also popping above $93 a barrel right now. Gold selling off a little bit, back near $4,400 even an ounce. And then silver is holding under $70 an ounce at $69.60. And even micro Bitcoin's rolling over. We're back below 70,000, trading 69,160. But Anne-Marie, how are you? Welcome.
I am very well. I'm excited to be here, spend time with the both of you. Always happy about that, and looking forward to group coaching today and just trying to trade some of this slop.
No doubt.
Absolutely.
The news is everywhere. Yeah, it is 100%.
How about you, man? How you doing?
I traded overnight. I always love hanging with you guys. So I traded overnight, traded poorly in my XFA. And of course, when you go to the combine, you see it different, you trade looser. Yeah, it's just where us coaches are no different than new traders. Sometimes where we put we call it a feel or risk or whatever you want to call it. And then all of a sudden, you're out of trading a little tighter in an XFA and you get to a combine. And right now it's just sizing down and widening out, which is, normally for a scalper like me is tougher. So, but that's just the way you got to trade right now. Because you just get annihilated. It's like Anne-Marie, I tied that VWAP to yesterday's that huge candle in ES, and it's been completely magnetic to it. It's come up to it, it's rejected. It's come up to it, it rejected. Did it again. So that seems to be that's where that size we were talking about earlier was right at that 6641 area is like right where that VWAP is hanging. So it's important to a lot of people right now. So we shall see, right?
Yeah. I couldn't do without the VWAP. I know a lot of people don't use it, but for me, it's an integral part of my day for sure.
It's definitely been integrated into my strategy for sure, 100%. Knowing where volume is important.
Well, Anne-Marie, I did see that you have a bid down in the market right now. You want to kind of tell us about what you're looking for here as we continue to
Sure.
this market?
I am actually looking for a flush to give me a bounce in gold. But I've been sitting waiting there all day, of course. It's come all the way up. This little bar right here that I have is the closing high volume. Well, actually, no, it's simply a high volume 30-minute candlestick from about 3 days ago. And so it literally has been holding it really, really well. And so I expect it to come down, and then here's my opening formation. So I expect it to pull back and then bounce. So that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for a long in gold that feels clean. And so far I've just had to wait for it.
Okay. All right. So we're looking to maybe bid the lows here of gold. See if we get an opportunity to get engaged down there. We are about a good 40 so points from that.
Pretty far.
Possibly happening. Okay.
Pretty far.
All right. Well, we'll see how that gets shaken out here. A few more things here coming across the juice from Wall Street Journal. Decision to put boots on the ground in Iran not made. So it's a little bit of a, I think there's still some clarity needed surrounding whether or not there actually is a written order out there. Obviously, they're still expecting that over the coming hours, but continued comments to fly on whether or not we are going to be sending anybody to put boots on the ground there. But let's take a look at what we got for questions today. Thank you to everybody who used the group coaching form. Always pin in the chat during fast markets in the 11 a.m. hour to get us some questions for the segment. We got one for Hoop. Shout out to Aaron. Aaron says, "Hey, Coach Hoop, I've heard you mention scaling into and out of your scalping trades. Can you give a little bit more detail about how you decide to scale in and out? Do you only scale into winners? Do you take your potential total position and divide that by a certain amount of entries? What does that look like?"
So for me, scaling's changed a lot. When I first started trading, there was only regular size contracts. Now there's micros, minis as well. So it's a little bit easier to manage the risk inside there. So typically, like, let's take gold here for an example, like Anne-Marie was talking about. Typically, I'll look at zones. So once again, being exact in my career has gotten me in a lot of trouble, saying it needs to go here, it needs to go here.
Same.
And then it goes a little bit above there, and then I get all out of sorts. So I look at zones. So I might scale into a zone. Let's say it's a $3 zone in gold, and establish my risk in there. So let's say I put 3 micros on. And then obviously manage whatever my risk is going to be. In other words, my invalidation point. But as we start to move in my direction, then becomes the ability to how you're going to manage your stops, right? And I think that's for me probably a little bit more less mechanical than most. I spend so much time in my career watching price and domes, and I do become a little bit intuitive to, like, if I get $3 or $4 in one of the golds, I'll peel one off and let the two sit there. And then as the market hopefully continues to go my way, I will start to trail underneath it. But that's kind of for me. And usually I'm going to have to go to the smaller time frame a little bit more. So I might go down from the 30-minute. So, like, that's a little cleaner right there. So if I had nailed a short on the 3-minute, and we started to come down here, and we start to kind of peel off down here, I might get underneath these swing lows. But you can see we kind of stalled at the VWAP here. So then I might actually take one more off and then just leave one for a runner and manage the stop inside there. So usually for me, it's 2 right now, and micros is plenty right now. Jay talked about it. I didn't have a block on one of my other combines, and didn't realize that I put gold in there, and boy, you press a 2-lot or 3-lot in gold right now, forget it.
Yeah.
That'll be behind you faster than you can blink. So micros is plenty, but that's kind of how I'll look at it, Gabe. I'll find that zone and then kind of manage my risk around it. Then as it goes my way, I'll start to look at areas where I can peel it off. And then, like you said, just always love to have a runner if I do catch a larger move.
Gotcha. So let me just kind of sum that up to make sure I got the gist of what you're saying. So using zones, right? Locations to enter, not necessarily adding to winners, but averaging yourself into a zone. Maybe 1 micro on the first touch of your zone. You get a little bit of a deeper opportunity into that level, maybe add a second, but nothing beyond your invalidation point. Like, you're not going to continue to build into a trade once it's already exceeded or traded through your zone. You're usually just going to let the stop handle the risk on that point.
Only if if all of a sudden, like, we would get real directional, and gold can be very directional. I'm going to never say never, but is that part of my strategy on a regular basis? Not really. I look more at the zones, look at my invalidation point. It starts to go my way. I should probably take a little more inner Tom Luger and lean into a winning position sometimes. I try it at times, but yeah, that's the scalper in me, man. That's a tough one to shake off.
Yeah, I got you. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Aaron, hope that helps. Scaling into positions via hoop and his scalping using zones for levels of interest. Obviously, always having an invalidation point to consider your maximum risk spread across all micros that he might potentially take on, and then starting to peel off as we break structure and leaning on some of those levels like VWAP, for instance, is kind of what he's referencing there. But great. Anne Marie, I don't really necessarily see you scale a whole lot, but did you have anything to add at all to that for Aaron, maybe on some perspective for yourself, what that might look like?
I don't scale when I'm in a range-based formation. I never do. I'm always all in, all out. I don't raise stops when I'm in a range. I go all in, all out. Trending, for the most part, I'm all in and then I will leg out. But, because my system is around support to resistance, resistance to support, support to resistance, I tend to have an all or none event because my brain needs time to sort of reset. And so I give myself a little bit of time for that.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Real quick, by the way, so Meta partnering with ARM to develop a new class of CPUs to support data centers and large-scale AI deployments. You're looking at the
interesting
good old Meta. Comment coming across the juice about Meta, but other than that, not seeing a whole lot really new. Let's take a look at the markets real quick. So equities continuing to see a little bit of selling here. We got the S&Ps trading right around 6601 currently. See if we can make a new 5-minute low. NASDAQ did just make a new 5-minute low, trading around 24,173. Crude oil also coming off the highs there. We kind of topped out right around the 93.37s, down about 40 cents right now. 50 cents now into the 92.80s. Possible little rebar reversal in the crude, Mormon. We got gold and silver also coming off their bottom here, finding a bid. 43.90 was the low here in gold. 44.01's trading out, and then silver kind of made a low right around 69.21. Now trading 69.53s. Micro Bitcoin looking like it wants to flush and make another 5-minute low here. So we'll see. I'm not looking at a whole lot of size really across the ladder here in the S&P.
Yeah.
About 385 contracts, really the most I see being offered at 66.48. So that's obviously a good handful of points above where we're sitting right now. In terms of possible size beneath the market, really nothing greater than about $1.40. 140 being bid at 65.50 right now. So another 50 points below the market before we really see anything above the current average. Let's go ahead and get into another question here. I like this one a lot. So JP asked for both coaches, what was the biggest challenge you faced on your journey to becoming the trader you are today? And then second piece of that is, what's the most difficult challenge you're currently dealing with to maintain where you are in your trading?
What fantastic questions.
That's a new one. I don't think I've actually seen that one.
I love that.
So shout out to JP on the. It is a big meatball for sure. It's a jam-packed question, but I like it. And chat, feel free, by the way, to chime in. If there's anything that you're really facing right now and where you are in your journey, would love to hear from you. But Anne Marie, why don't you start with this one?
So, can I ask again to repeat the questions?
Oh, for sure.
I remember it was a two-parter, and I got hung up on the meatball because it's lunchtime. So,
what was the biggest challenge you faced on your journey becoming the trader that you are today? We'll start with that.
So I had to get over thinking I was the smartest person in the room. I had to get over thinking that simply because I did all my analysis and I worked very hard at coming to a decision, that decision the market doesn't care about. Those two things really were the biggest, because I really did come into the market with a really big fat ego, and the market had to step on my neck so that I could figure out what was going on. And so that was the biggest thing I had to learn. Once I realized that no matter how hard you work at your setups, no matter how much analysis you do, the market's going to do what it's going to do. It's going to have its moves, and what you did to prepare for the day really doesn't matter unless you're managing risk. What do I have to work on today? Because I work on so many different projects, I work on algorithmic flows for earnings. I work on algorithmic flows for intraday stuff. I work with the groups in Topstep. I work here, and I tend to get scattered. And when I'm scattered, I don't trade well, and I think I can do both. So my mind is always in the framework of, listen, you've got to compartmentalize, because that's how your brain works. You can't do a lot of things at the same time, right? I'm not Adobe, right? Who can, anybody that can drum can do a lot of things. I can't even imagine my two hands doing different things. So
Plus your feet.
Or yes, and then so I have to every day vocalize. I learned this from a psychology coach. When you have trading steps for the day and your plan, when you have your plan written out, you are 40% more likely to accomplish your plan if you read it out loud, so you can hear yourself speak it in the morning. And that keeps me in between the lines. But if I don't do it because I'm busy, I'm always, having to play catch up because I'm pulling on 50 different strings.
Gotcha. All right. Oop, how about you, man? What's one of the biggest challenges that you faced into your journey in becoming the trader you are today? We'll start with that part.
It's probably been twofold for me, and it would have been from floor, where obviously you do your homework and your levels and all that when you walk into a trading pit, but you're not taking your little thing and looking like this at a chart when you're in the pit. I mean, you walk in there and you know your levels, you're looking at price. So I've been always so laser focused on price my whole career. So when I converted from moving off the floor to the screen, that was a huge, because you have all this audio stimulation and what's going on in the world you're trading in, right? You know where the auction's going on, you know what's bidding and offering. Those things all disappeared when I was prepared for that. A lot of guys weren't, because I worked in one of the first pits, the Goldman Sachs pit that had electronics. So I saw the writing on the wall. A lot of guys, you've heard Ho talk about it, never adjusted to what was coming with electronic trading. So I think all that audio noise of understanding of what's going on with an auction disappeared when I got in front of 6 screens or 8 screens or however many screens. So that adjustment has been big. And then when, that was just when I traded my own personal money. And then when you go to prop, it's taking from a world where we always took on more risk because that was the name of the game, to when you work in prop, you have these, I'm going to say they're guardrails up to manage your performance. Before, I didn't have to worry about those. So for me, all that auditory stuff going into a silent area in front of a screen was one, and two is now the guardrails of trading tighter. Like if you look, I shared in Discord, there was a $10,000 combine at first, and you had a $1,000 DLL, and there was no micros. So think about, if you're a trader, how you could trade around that. So, the rules have loosened up, but somebody really which is a good thing in my career, to be honest with you. It's still a tough thing to adjust. I talked about it earlier. Just having more constrictions on me to not over leveraged has just taken me time, and do I get off the rails? Hell yeah. But those two things, of all the simulation of yelling and screaming on the floor to this quiet world, and I would say the second thing would be just really managing risk. Before, when you're on the floor, you have a bad run. Okay, you write a check. It's a different world. So those are the two for me.
Okay. Yeah. Good. Was there anything to add to that, Hoop, when it comes to his second piece of the question? JP had asked kind of what the biggest challenge you're facing right now. I kind of think I heard bits and pieces of maybe some of the things that you're still, over time have been adjusting to. Is there anything like surface level right now that would be front and center?
Probably the still thing is, Anne-Marie says being the smartest in the room, being wrong. In a competitive environment of where I learned to trade from, that was, that's gladiatorship right there. I mean, nobody wanted to be wrong. They'd fight for you. They'd knock you over. They'd push you over to be right. So at times I still say, hey, I've looked at this, it's got my setup.
Yeah.
It can't be wrong. It always works. This strategy works. Well, I would say managing risk and from where I'm being wrong is probably my biggest still hurdle to this day at times for me, because, it's just, and it's when you're a scalper, your win rate typically, and I've tried to go back to worrying about being right so much and letting trades play out, but we're just not in that environment right now with the volatility. So
yeah, you can't
when you hear Jim Dahl talk about this, Anne-Marie, on his, he does his weekly thing. When you have one of, the OGs in this business talk about see money, take money environment, I'm going to listen. So, and that's why I think I'm doing a little bit better now. But at times, Gabe, I would say the biggest thing is still fitting my risk parameters around, like Coach Paul. And this is why I always love hanging around and watching At the Buzzer, is because Coach Paul's old school, and he's going to sit there and say 12%. I could hear him every day, 12% of 12%. And I'm like, okay, so who am I to sit there and say I'm going to risk 20? So that is probably the one that I still figure that, I watch price action enough. I can go a little wider. So that's probably the biggest one that I still face, is probably having that percentage wider than where my leverage should be in the combine.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can really relate with being wrong. That's the one that sends me on tilt most. It's just the market proving me wrong. And that's really kind of a dangerous area to let take control for an extended period of time. Still trying to develop rules and things and build a pattern to interrupt, right? Pattern interrupts to prevent me from continuing to get impacted by being proven wrong or the market not agreeing with, my level. And I don't really have too big of an ego, I would say. I'm a pretty
well,
meek.
it's because we work so hard to get to where we want to set the trade up. We're like, can all of this work be for nothing? That's what we're thinking. And that's where risk ends up. Risk controls help us. But It's because of the hard work we do before we put the trade on.
Yeah. I think there's a natural tendency to feel, or honestly, a little bit of entitlement, I think, comes into that too, of just like in the real world,
Yes.
typically when you work harder, usually in most cases, you're going to get rewarded for the harder work. Not every time.
Yes.
There's outlier scenarios, but you're
Of
typically
course.
there's a product and an end result to harder work, typically. And I think in trading that's just a uniqueness that doesn't really
Yep.
exist. And that's an adjustment for sure. But a couple of people in chat were asking if you've not watched At the Buzzer with Coach Paul, or you're not in any of Coach Paul's sessions, what is the 12% number? Is it 12% of your max drawdown? Is that what you're referring to, or is that what
Yes.
Paul's referring to?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. And I think the other thing too is a lot of people think, and I'm not going to say this because we all get enamored with and this is the industry, so you have to live with it. 150, 50, those are just numbers, right, Anne-Marie? I mean, you've got $4,500 worth of risk, and that's, I hate to say it, that's a guns, I've seen people on the floor as they would go through good times where they see the markets and they build an account up to 250, 300,000. Then they start trading size. And then the market, as soon as you start doing that, says, oh yeah, think you're going to do that? Watch this. And then all of a sudden it's like whammo. And so understanding what the dollar amount of the account is and what your real risk is another one. So if it's 12%, you got 4,500, you're talking around $500, not $1,400, and you're basing it off of the 150K combine. So yeah, and you have to sizing around that is, hence why we say 1 micro and micro gold right now is plenty when you're moving $60 in a candle. So
yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting a little bit of movement here now, finally out of the, we had a little consolidation the past 10, 15 minutes while we've been talking, so I didn't really have anything to highlight, but we got some new prices in gold and silver right now. Gold and silver both making some new lows. We broke a 5-minute low here in gold below 43.90, now trading 43.85. We got silver trading 69.11s per ounce, breaking the last 5-minute low. Equities found initially a little bit of buying in the last 5 minutes. NASDAQ, S&P just peaked at around 66.15 half, now trading 66.06. We got NASDAQ peaked at just around 24,225, and now we're trading 190s again. Crude oil also finding a little bit of selling here recently. Just made a low of around 92.60, trading about 30 cents higher from that right now. Bitcoin also just made a new 5-minute low here, breaking beneath that little consolidation, around 69,000 even, just a few ticks above that. So definitely getting a little bit more movement now in the past 5 minutes. We got a 53% short tilt in the S&P, 51% short in the NASDAQ, so pretty split right now in the equities. We got a 55% long tilt in crude, so not super heavy there either. The heaviest of the 4 markets in the tilt data that we have here at Topstep would be 61% short tilt in gold currently. But Anne-Marie, we are slowly drifting our way down to your level. We're getting closer, not that close, but we're getting down there.
Leaking. Let's hope it gets it before the end of the day. Yeah.
Indeed. Great questions so far, y'all. Appreciate the ones that y'all submitted. I think
thoughtful
more
questions.
good ones.
Thoughtful questions. I really like them.
Yeah, I know. We have a good mixture, I think, of our community, that we get a good technical or strategy-based questions, and then we get some good kind of depth-filled questions surrounding our journey and psychology. And I like the variety that we get. So shout out to everybody submitting questions. Mark's got a really quick one for Hoop. Says, how closely do you cross-reference things like the dollar index for gold? Anything that, and this could be either one of you, by the way. I know, Anne-Marie, you look at gold too, but is the dollar index anything that you look at in reference to gold, particularly from Mark?
Right now, Anne-Marie was posted in the chat there before we came on. It's definitely a lot more. It's always in play, right, Anne-Marie? I think right now, as we kind of crept up to 100, it really became pretty laser focused, especially as gold kind of, once again, when I first started trading, gold was always, and you guys hear this, safe haven, safe haven, safe haven. And it's the truth. When the shit hit the fan everywhere else, everybody used to pile into gold. It's different now. It's a different type of asset. And right now, it's watching the dollar and it are definitely, Emery, I agree, linked more than, I think the equities in it are tied together, but I think right now the dollar and it, I mean, don't you think they're pretty tied at the hip right now?
Yeah, very much so. And they have been tied at the hip for about maybe 2 weeks when the market really started getting volatile. We started seeing that rise continue in the dollar. And, this bit of news, hey, we want to chat, but we're also sending big scary planes over the seas to visit with you. All of that is going to shove that dollar up because the dollar is still the flight to safety. It's still the broad currencies. And I mean, that will eventually erode, but it's not eroding now. And so we really have to watch it. It's very tightly bound. So what you do is you look as tightly bound as it sits and you watch for it to break. And when it breaks, you stop trading it. And it starts getting very tightly bound when that dollar begins to really rise because it makes all our exports more expensive. It makes all the debt that people hold in US dollars more expensive. And it pulls and drags on all the international companies in the S&P 500. So it really matters if it starts screaming up over the top. And that's what they're trying. I believe that we're watching market shenanigans that are trying to pull this dollar back down. They're doing their very best to try to pull the dollar down. I just don't know that they're doing a very good job at it, which is why I have that expectation of my gold trade coming all the way back in.
Yeah. All the bonds aren't helping either as a place to go either, right, Anne-Marie? I mean, the interest rate, interest rates are becoming a real focus too.
Yeah. I thought I saw that mortgage rates were clipping almost 7% again. So that's no bueno. I mean, obviously house prices need to come in, but yeah, that's not good at all.
Yep.
Sure, if Jack was here, he'd also have some comments on that. I know that's his cup of tea as well.
Yep.
Well, we're getting a little bit more consolidation here in the equities. Crude oil continuing to try to steadily push lower here, 62.63 last trade in crude. NASDAQ and ES kind of flat in the last 5 minutes, 66.08s in the ES, 24.197 here in the NASDAQ. Gold and silver also consolidating a little bit in the last couple minutes after that little move down. Bitcoin also bidding off its lows here, about $300 higher. See if there's any size in the ladder here in the S&Ps. We got 386 getting offered at 66.48. Largest size that I see right now to the upside. Got 200 contracts being offered at 66.01. Another 100 at 6,600 even. That's about it to the downside right now. 140 at 65.50. Emery, did I see that you had an offer in the S&P?
I do. I have it sitting at the old support zone at around 66.15. The pivot is 66.20. And so we're caught in a little cross current. So I thought I would see if it would sort of stall out there and allow me to head back down into the frontline support. I do these morning sessions in the Topstep Discord with a lot of other coaches, and I was in Coach Paul's room. He was talking about pivots, and I thought, that's a great way to help traders who are beginning to say, all right, here are some established levels that lots of traders look at. Can we sort of build a framework around it? And so if we're below that central pivot, chances are we're sort of leaking into a support. If we're above, we're sort of grinding up into resistance, and the moving averages help us keep steady. And so that's another reason I'm thinking that we've got a short event here, is because we're sitting underneath the pivots and underneath the moving averages and underneath the VWAP. So any spikes that we get should sell off.
Okay. See if Anne-Marie can get that fill here. Just a little above where we're trading right now. We got a question from Christian. Is it a bad goal to just want to trade only one time during the day? Or should I learn to make more? Really like just getting it done with 1 or 2 minis for 10 ticks. I only need 1 entry compared to 3 or 4 small ones. So what's your perspective, Anne-Marie, on quantity versus quality and kind of where you land in your own trading? Are you a little more active? Have you ever done kind of a one and done kind of style of trading? Like one trade and be done for the day? What does that look like for you?
Yeah, I have. And you know what? I love the fact that this person is saying, hey, is there something that I can't believe that this short left without me. Sorry. I love it that this trader is saying, hey, is it a good goal? Because absolutely it is. The reason that the 1 minute open in the morning, the reason that it's got so much volume attached to it is because sometimes traders are like that and they go, okay, I'm going to trade my opening range here to here and then I'm leaving. A lot of big traders will place one trade, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, great. But they're either trading a range, trading a gap, trading an initial balance, and they're one and done. So I think that's a wonderful thing to look at. The question will be, can you find where it works for you, where your head is most engaged, where you can see the most setups, and where you're able to really dial in. So I love that approach. I do. I love it.
Oop, anything to add there for Christian?
I think, to me, if that's your strategy and it works and you're in and you're out, I mean, even if this is a scalper talking, I think you always have to, the more you trade, and this is why I have a trade lock on mine, I just believe, and I think, Anne-Marie, probably, even though you're more a reversion to the mean, but inside the moment for a scalper, to me, the more trades you take, if you're seeing the market, great, but your probability, especially as a scalper, getting in there, trading too much, looking for C setups and C minus setups. So if you can find a strategy, like a lot of people that trade the ORB, the opening range breakout trade, and they're one and they're done, if that works and less trading and you go touch grass, hit the golf course, great. Or if you want to sit and go in a practice account and and just trade a little bit, maybe something, a different strategy, a different market, then go that direction. But you also have, to me, you have to have the right market. If you're looking at that time, and we always say it, D says it, and I agree 100%, time is a level. And if you're finding a time of day that you can pick it off, there was a time It's been about 15 minutes now, but when COMEX closed, there's been, until we've got really volatile lately, there's been a play there of, a swing in the other direction. So if you're identifying a time in the market, go for it. I just think the more you trade could lead to more issues.
Absolutely. So true.
One and done. I think that works really well for some people. Others, maybe not. Something that I've been considering, though, I will say, because I do notice that's a temptation for me is over trading consistently.
Yes.
Is a big temptation for me. So, statistically, like Christian, you're talking about, a 1-to-1. Essentially, I don't even know what your reward to risk is, but you're looking for 10 points. So what are you risking for that 10 points? So on your days that one trade works for you, what are you collecting on that? And then the days that doesn't work for you, what are you risking? What are you losing on those red days on the single trade? I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing to consider just one single opportunity a day that meets your criteria, meets your rules. But if your win rate, for instance, doesn't support, maybe risk intent to make 10, then you might need to, kind of rethink how the relationship between your win rate and the reward to risk. And on that one trade, maybe over a larger sample size of trades, how does that kind of work out? How does that data end up? What does that data produce for results? I mean, whether that's back testing, whether that's forward testing in a simulated account, using a combine or an XFA. But yeah, I think that one trade per day is for some people that might be the way to prevent tilt. Just having, like, for instance, Hoop, using that trade limit, in Topstep X, one of the risk features. Set that up, one trade a day, and whatever happens to it, that's it. You walk away and you go spend the rest of your day doing something else.
Yeah, somebody in the chat made somebody in the chat made a great comment. They're like, I'd love to have one trade a day, but if it's one trade and it's a loser, man, is it hard to say, hey, I'm done. And I totally get that. I totally get that.
It's tough to end a day red.
Yeah.
But if you're managing risk effectively, would you rather end that day red for the managed amount that you knew you were going in prepared to risk? Or would you rather have,
or redder?
Or redder. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or redder. Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks, Christian, for submitting that. We are getting a little low on time here. Let's see where the markets are at. Maybe we'll take one more question before we get out of here. Micro Bitcoin did make some new lows here on a little bit of buying right around 69,000. And now we just had a sell off to some new lows of the session. Now trading a little bit underneath 69,000, just a few ticks underneath that. We got gold and silver also building a little bit of a base consolidation for silver around $69. We're about 26 cents higher right now currently. 43.85s here in gold after making a little bit of a low near 43.73. We got crude also still kind of holding 93 as a little potential resistance line right now. 92.76 last trade here in crude. And then also the S&P and the NASDAQ are kind of trading right back into that 5-minute range that we've been building for the last 30, 45 minutes. So Anne-Marie, I don't think that that offer is maybe out of the question. Not really seeing any continued or sustained selling underneath this little 5-minute range yet. So might have an opportunity still.
Yeah. It bounced right off of the 43.73 area, which is the 30 minutes, the closing candlestick of the prior day. Bounced right off of that.
It's getting close to rolling too, so it's going to get a little wonky here the rest of this week.
That's a good reminder.
Yeah.
When's the roll in gold? Oop.
Hogue and I talk about this. It's Anne-Marie, right? It
depends.
Yeah, it depends.
True.
The open interest is probably 60% in the forward contract, but the volume is still in April. So all of a sudden, right, Emery, you come in, you see it coming, and then all of a sudden switch day happens. So sometime this week, it's just going to be a little dynamic. It's close. You can kind of see it's close, but I would guess sitting here Tuesday, maybe Thursday. Be my guess.
Yeah, that's my guess. Thursday.
Just keep an eye on that volume. Yep.
All right. Well, let's see if we got one more question we can get to before we wrap up. Let's see if there's a good one that's not too extensive here. All right, James. Not the James that we have coming up in the next segment, but another James asked, what is your favorite setup? Ooh. Start up.
Probably for me, and I got to go with gold right now because the ags are in a weird time of year, so I can't lean on it right now. Probably for me is the exhaustion point in, I'm going to pull it up here, in metals for like gold. And I look, and once again, I guess this goes back to old hat. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. In a 30-minute chart, you got 1, 2, 3, 4 down bars. I'll look for that. It's kind of like a J trade, really. That exhaustion point, because gold of other markets, when it bounces, it bounces. So if I can manage the risk through an exhaustion point along a level, kind of almost like where Anne Marie's looking down at this level to see if we come down here and get one of those bounces off there. So I look for that exhaustion point. Like here's another one this morning. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's usually with gold, it has been, and it can always change, but there's usually 5 to 6 30-minute bars that go down, and you can get wicks off them. But once it finds its kind of medium point, I like, whether it's at the top or the bottom, I look for those exhaustion points as typically call them, sniper points. I just like, I like to stay out of the middle. And I might use VWAP around that now as a tool to see how we, like Anne-Marie, you've taught me to watch the slope of VWAP, not so much using it as a above or below as much as watching how the angle of it is. So if I know this is starting to break and the angle of VWAP is pretty heavy, hard down, I sure as hell ain't going to be looking for a buy until it maybe starts to flatten out. So, but those are the two that I look at. The 30-minute on micro gold, that's kind of where I look. It gets in that zone and I can get a position and then manage my risk and see how we react off that area.
Okay. Anne-Marie, we got about 90 seconds, maybe 2 minutes here. Is there a simple, just like, here's my bread and butter right now? What's your go-to?
You know what? I love to look at trend. I will take a 50 simple moving average on a really tight time frame, and I'll watch it bounce into it. And if this is down and I've got myself downward motion, I'll trade into the trend, unless it's a major pivot zone, and then I'll wait for another region to go. I find I make money if I just go with the trend and just be careful about where the baselines are. That's my go-to every day. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. So 50 simple moving average on a smaller time frame, avoiding entering near potential areas of pivot, like higher intermediate time frame, higher time frame levels of pivoting.
Yeah.
Got you. And then sell in strength or buy in weakness, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Against that simple moving average.
Yes, exactly.
Got it. Perfect. Well, this hour flew by. Thank you both very much for your time. As always, grateful to be here with you. Stick around, y'all. We have James back. Now, Hogue is out today. So we got, who we got? We got, what, JD, I think?
Wow. Me.
We have JD and Hoop. Yeah, you're stuck with Hoop for another hour, but we got JD, Hoop, and James S coming in to trade with Topstep for a little bit, and then we got Dakota coming in for Power Hour, making his return.
Nice.
If I'm not mistaken, if he's feeling better. I know he's been a little MIA, getting better, a little bit under the weather, but we'll see if he makes a return for Power Hour. But we're gonna take a brief break here, and we'll be right back in just a few. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It's time to trade with Topstep. I'm JD. You guys all know Hoop. He was just here for an hour during group coaching. And our man for the hour, James S., is back for another hour to trade with Topstep. James, how are you doing today, my friend?
Doing pretty good. Just trying to hang on to these wild markets.
Wild indeed. Very headline-driven, headline-focused. A lot of fundamental factors affecting these markets right now. Hoop, you just spent an hour in group coaching. You got the itch? Are you looking for a trade to get into right now? What's going on?
I do. I want to buy gold, but I'm just trying to stay a little bit patient. You know, if we can get around 43.60, you know, that's a pretty good pullback in here. But with today and with the way this thing's moving, who knows? That's where I'd like to kind of, I can manage the risk a little bit. Man, equities, JD, this market seems to be peeling off a lot of crappy news right now. You know, that line in the sand we saw earlier up at 63, 40, 41, 42, where we saw all those 1,000 lots plow in there.
Yep.
It kind of feels like we want to go back up there and test it again. But this news, man, you just, you know, it's just, you know, and from two people like me and you are in here looking at it all the time. It's just nonstop, you know, every 2 minutes, there's a new one and this and that. So ultimately that's just understanding the market you're in. Yeah. And they're right.
Yeah.
Right.
They're contradicting each other. It's like who's what's right, what's wrong,
who's on first,
what's up, what's down, what's left, what's right. Yeah. We have no idea.
Nope. So just got to figure out how we manage risk. Yep.
Someone called it psychological warfare yesterday. And I believe it if you're a futures trader. That's what it feels like. They're playing tug of war with us right now. They're playing with our emotions. It takes a toll. But James, how have you been faring these markets the last couple of days?
Last couple of days has been, they've been pretty rough for me. I'll say that. Yeah. It's been crazy for the last month or so, and it seems like they turned it up. They turned up the crazy just yesterday and today. So I have been trying to get my scalping chops back up, and just trading shorter and shorter time frame while trying to keep an eye on overall bias is what I've been trying. So, you know, just trying to hang on, staying out when I don't have anything clear that's pointing to anything, having a bias to start the day, but then, you know, news comes out and that makes the market run, and then we see what the reaction to the running of the market becomes, because it's like the algos will react and then the market reacts to that reaction, and
right.
It's just really wild. You could call it a range, and it's like on the NASDAQ, it's like a 200-point range or so. Like, you know, if you want to do it like that, or you can trade really short term and keep your eye on the prize. And if, like, you know, a 1 minute chart gets you in, then let that 1 minute chart get you out. And, like, don't hang on to a loser, because that loser is going to rip against you for 100 points or something like that. So it's been a learning lesson the last few days, I think.
It sure has, no doubt about it. I've got one eye on the news right now. I think that someone posted that quote already in the chat. Never mind. But you just got to keep one eye on the news and then sort of hope for the best in these markets. It's unpredictable. You think good news is good for the market? You got to watch Crude. Yes.
You do. I mean, it is
correlation.
And it's so weird. It's so weird for me to say that again, JD. We spent 6 months of watching that market have 60, you know, Andre talked about it, you know, 60 cents range. Yeah, right now we're just, equities, if crude catches a bid, the equities go down. So how do you trade around that? I know it's easier to trade the equity for me than it is crude, because crude just kind of has a mind of its own a little bit right now. So
it does.
The news tends
Those
to really
correlations,
drive it, and then yeah.
Those correlations are still very active too. I'm looking at that MRCI intermarket correlation sheet. We still got a 96% inverse correlation between the Dow and crude oil. 90% inverse correlation between the S&P and crude oil, and a 70% inverse correlation between the NASDAQ and crude oil.
Yep.
So it's almost like whatever move crude's making, stocks are going to do the opposite, or vice versa. Whatever move stocks are making, crude's going to do the opposite. You got to watch for a little bit to find out who's the leader and who's the laggard, but it's there.
100%.
I look at that a lot, actually, and crude does seem to be leading all the equities. And what's leading crude? News is leading crude. And so, as you were saying, keep your eye on the news. Hopefully you have a fast news feed. I know that you guys, with Topstep TV, you guys are telling us the news before the free delayed financial juice posts something up. So you guys have been more of a source for me than my actual news feed, which is a delayed news feed.
James, there's faster ones, right? JD, Bloomberg, and I mean, there's people that pay thousands of dollars to be 4 seconds faster than what goes on. And there's an edge. I mean, JD, we're on the floor, we were right next to news, right? So news would hit the floor, and then it would kind of weed its way into the rest of the world. Now, it's who's got the fastest news feed is probably, and once again, you have news algos too, right, JD? I mean, you hear this, you hear that, so yeah, it's speed does pay off in this industry right now for sure.
Yeah, people pay big money for those super fast news feeds too. And when I mean big money, I'm talking tens of thousands of dollars a month to get news, split seconds before the rest of us do. And it makes a big difference when you're when you're programming bots around headline news. It makes a world of difference. They're in there before you. That's why you always see the move before you see the news, right? Or it feels that way sometimes. Topstep is the best breaking news site for you. We do pay up a little bit for breaking news, but it's not as fast as some other people are paying for. That's for sure. We do our best, though.
There's some guys
we do our
that
best.
have multiple, right, feeds too. Like I can only hear, in my ears, I really like to only hear one thing. There's guys who listen to, shout out to Rebs. He lists like 6 things, I think, in his ears. I can't operate.
True.
I can't operate in that mode. It's tough.
You got to train your brain to do it. And you do it one at a time, Start with 1, then 2, then 3, and then keep moving. Just remember the floor clerks hoop?
Yep.
They'd have 6 different headsets on at a time, trying to listen to everybody on the phones, putting orders in the pit.
What's bid? What's offer? Yep.
James, you got a favorite news source, or are you strictly just looking at the charts? What's your style?
I use Financial Juice, and but as I said, you guys are usually talking about news before it gets posted up on Financial Juice. I sit there and hit the refresh button a whole bunch of times, and like 15 seconds later, I see a little thing come through on Financial Juice. But that's pretty much it. I mostly count on you guys and Financial Juice.
Very cool. Very cool. Good to know. We're going to have to get faster data. Faster news, that is. Raise your hand in the chat. How many of you are coming here for news? That'd be a good poll. Is Topstep TV your first stop for breaking news? Pro signal.
Reuters.
News has nothing to do with the markets. Sometimes it does.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like a technical purist, There's different thought thought processes behind what's actually moving markets, you know. And technical purists think that news is always just priced into the market no matter what, and the chart will do what the chart's going to do, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's not everybody's belief.
So oil's on a run right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look at crude. Crude ripping last trade 92.50, 92.58 last trade in crude. Let's take a look at the tilt. We haven't checked that out yet. 51%. Sorry, Hoop? What's that?
NYMEX closes here in 15 minutes too, so NYMEX settle.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on that.
What's the tilt looking like? Pretty flat in equities, 51% short ES, 55% short NQ, 65% long in crude, and 55% short in gold. Crude
So I just got short.
Getting short crude?
No, in MNQ. Sorry.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
James, short the MNQ. What's the price?
I am short at 223 quarter. 24,223 quarter.
Got it. 223 and a quarter. James, short one micro NASDAQ 223 and a quarter. Why do you like it right here? What do you like this trade, I should say?
Well, we are in the middle of a channel, and I do have a bearish bias. Now, again, this is the whole thing that you were talking about, where it's whether it's technical or news-driven markets. Obviously, it's news-driven markets, so I don't really trust too much of it. But there are a few bearish signals here. You have the red candle at the top there, red candle at the top here, red candle at the top here. Of all these runs up, it gets sold off with a red candle at the top of all of them. We're also in this channel here. This channel is on a longer term since that big run up from pre-market a few days ago or yesterday.
Yep.
I'm not sure exactly when that happened, but it's a pretty clean channel all the way down. So
what's the duration of that chart you're looking at?
This is a 15-minute chart.
15. Okay, got it.
Yeah. So it looks pretty clean.
Yeah, that is a very clean channel.
Yeah. So I have my stop above that on the outside of the channel, and if I continue to feel like it looks bearish, and there's a few different checkpoints I'd like to see happen, then I'll either add to it as it goes down, or if it clears those checkpoints and then retraces up a little bit, I might add.
Okay. So can I say you're taking your signal sort of like are you taking your signal sort of like a Bollinger Band where it crosses through midpoint? You're expecting a run to the opposite extreme kind of thing?
You could say that if you'd like. I mostly just see downward. I mostly see a downward channel, and with that downward channel, that gives me the motivation to jump in short. Once I am short, then I start looking for downward targets below. And there's also a bunch of other signals that tell me to go short. Things like how we tried to get into the value area of yesterday, and then we spent like the first half of the day up there, and then we rejected. Now we're exploring the bottom half. We're also exploring below the range of yesterday in general. So, of course, ES continues to go up and test the bottom of the range for yesterday. So ES is still curious about going up, but NQ all day has been more of a bearish bias than ES. So so these are all things that keep me bearish biased. And
sure, makes perfect sense. Yeah,
from here. But what I would like to see, though, is for ES to break the 6,600. It's going in the wrong direction from what I'm looking for what I want to see, but that's all right. I've got room. Let it breathe a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah. It never moves in a straight line like you want it to, right? When you get
That's
in,
right.
you want it to go your way immediately. Go directly to my profit target and let me out. Just can't do that, though. They got to
So
make you sweat.
That's right.
No free rides here.
this is your crude, James. I put this in your crude playbook. This
Yep.
isn't if we're watching crude attached to the equities. I would tell you from watching the last 15 to 20 minutes, and D, I would run this past D before that NYMEX settle. That market gets very gyrational. It'll move 40, 50 cents inside of that last 15, 20 minutes. So unless you have a lead on something, and I'm just kind of watching it here as it just keeps bouncing between 92.5, went down to 91.80, and now it's kind of playing around. So probably if we're going to get cleaner directional move out of crude, you'll probably get a better idea here in the next 9 minutes as it settles, unless we get here's another news, Trump news coming across. But just it's going to probably bounce around here a little bit as it goes into settlement. So I would let, as long as you're managing the risk, just keep an eye on that, because it's just going to probably get a little jumpy here into the close. Settle. I keep saying close, JD. Damn pit.
Damn pit.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Dan Evans, for posting those. Dan Evans, thanks for posting those headlines in the chat. Those are actual headlines coming out right now from the president. They're all in the chat. Very wonky. We're talking to the right people in Iran that want to make a deal.
The art of the deal.
The art of the deal is right. You're about to say something, James. Well, what's up?
Oh, yeah. What I was saying was that in regards to crude, I watched crude on a 5,000 tick, and right now it came down and it bounced right off of the VWAP, while ES is volleying back and forth over the VWAP. It was below it, it broke above it, and then a bearish engulfing candle, or a sell candle, brought it right back down to VWAP. So I feel okay with this. Also, NASDAQ is well below the VWAP.
Yep.
So I feel okay with this, just in relation to VWAP. I will keep an eye on what it does in the next 8 minutes, though, 7 minutes, as you're saying. That's a good tip.
Yep.
Yes, energy markets will close. NYMEX energy markets will, I said close to hoop. They will settle at the bottom of the hour. I said it too. Stuck in my head now. Stuck in my head. A little bit of buying coming into crude right now, helping out these equity positions possibly. That negative correlation appears to be in effect. We'll just keep watching it. Everything works until it doesn't, right?
Yeah, that's right.
100%. Like you were talking about, James, like the 3-minute range in ES right now. The best trade really was earlier, and that lavender VWAP, bar that you see there, that's basically tied to yesterday, that big news candle. And we've been underneath it pretty much. You can go almost this whole session. We've never busted through that from yesterday. So that'll be a big one that, I was talking about before that I'll watch. But if you look at the 3-minute range, like James was talking about, this 66 even is kind of where the Dolby special would be, right down here on a 3-minute. And, you got all your VWAP and moving averages kind of all spaghetti together in here. So it's diddle in the middle. That's why I'm kind of with James. If I'm going to take a long, for me, that's kind of what I would look at once crude gets out of the way, because I can manage the risk there, would be like 66 even, and then I can manage risk around here. But just right with ES, I'm kind of in the middle. Gold bounced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yep. Ooh, we got gold popping a little bit. Gold's back at settlement price. 44.0730 is settlement price in gold. Micro Bitcoin, 69.440 last traded price in micro Bitcoin. Got the Dow last price traded 46,514. Crude 92.26. NASDAQ 24,245. And the S&P 66.17.5. We're kind of stuck in the mud here, spinning our tires. Let's see who's going to move first.
And there's really no
James is in a trade right now. James is short a micro NASDAQ from 24,223. Seeing a little bit of buying coming in, not a whole lot. It's got a little 5-minute head and shoulders pattern forming here, which sort of supports your the channel that you drew there, James. I love a good channel. I'm going to draw it in myself.
Yeah, I mean, I look at a whole bunch of stuff, and as long as I maintain the bias, then it just keeps crossing over various checkpoints, and that usually determines whether I get out or stay in. I look at the footprint a lot also to see whether the order flow is looking bullish or bearish in terms of the immediate trades that are happening. And like I mentioned before, I mean, everything goes in waves. So you do see a wave of buying and then a wave of selling and a wave of buying. And, you know, as long as it doesn't hurt too badly, then usually there will be a wave that goes against you and then a wave that goes in your direction. Hopefully it doesn't go too far against you that the wave in your direction only goes back to break even or something like that. You obviously want it to go in your direction, but that's the stuff you watch out for. If the waves that are going against you are getting stronger against you, then that's not a good sign. And vice versa. It's a good sign if it's picking up momentum.
It's a good take. Yeah.
Yep.
Good take. The waves coming against you are stronger. It's not a good sign. So you get out of the way, you turn around.
Tsunami. Void the tsunami.
Do you dive under the wave then? Or try and go over it?
All right. So we are starting to see some initiative buying here.
Buyers coming in here now.
Yeah.
Oop, you got a pulse on Delta? What's Delta looking like?
Yeah, hold on.
And there's the sellers taking it all back. So I'm okay
Just
with
like that.
holding this. Yeah.
Okay.
Plus
one more time.
8,300 ES.
Say one more time, Hoop. Okay.
Plus 8,300 ES, and this is RTH. Minus 6,000 NQ.
Ooh.
Minus 600. Sorry. NQ.
Minus 600. Oh, that's a big difference. Big difference.
6,000. Buy them. Yeah. What did you say? Buy it.
6,000 negative in the Delta, positive 8,300 in the S&P. Yeah. It's a little divergence right there.
Yeah, that would be some serious divergence.
Trump claims right now, this quote just came out, we're in negotiations right now with Iranians. Oh, that already made it in the chat too. Excellent. U.S. Secretary of State. Ooh. Trump's making some he's making some comments now. We're roaming free over Tehran. Quote from Trump. He's getting aggressive.
Very aggressive.
Very, very aggressive.
We're just ultimately stuck in a range.
Just keeping an eye. These headlines just keep coming out. Keep coming out. Whoever Trump is talking to in Iran says Iran is talking sense right now. We still don't know who he's talking to, though, do we?
Right, yeah.
Whenever we get these headlines out, another contradicting headline comes out 10 minutes later saying, we're not talking to the president.
Who? Who do we talk to? Somebody?
Here we go. Trump, listen to this one. Iran has agreed that they will never have a nuclear weapon. That's a pretty big headline right there. Iran has agreed that they will never have a nuclear weapon. There's got to be a follow-up to that.
Oh, it's coming. Just give it a minute.
Doesn't look like the market believes him.
No. The range is taking priority.
Yeah.
We're still stuck in the range. Yep.
So one of the things I look for on NASDAQ that I watch out for is the 70s and the 10s. And right now, I
70s
can't
and
seem to break
10s.
over.
Huh.
Right now, I
I
can't
also
seem to
heard
break
80s
over
and
the
20s.
70.
80s
Okay.
and 20s. That's what yep.
We have exact highs on the last two 15-minute candles and MNQ right at 73 with wicks selling off of that spot. So
Guys, it looks like we're going to be getting this. Looks like we're going to be getting this Trump feed in just a minute. We're going to bring that in as soon as it's ready. Just a heads up. And we've got settlement prices for crude oil. NYMEX West Texas Intermediate Crude May futures settle at $92.35 a barrel, up $4.22 or 4.79%. Decent move for crude after that big down day yesterday. Crude settled down over 10%, close to 11% down yesterday. And we're getting a little pop here in equities. Headlines are making a difference right now. People are finding this as, or taking this as positive news. Thank you, Pro Signal
Might cut it
AI.
here. Might cut it here depending on what it does at the 300.
Yep.
Because we are
Watching.
above the VWAP as well.
Just headlines, guys. Just headlines. When you get markets like this that are driven by outside forces, it shakes things up just a little bit. And I'm not disagreeing with, markets heading for liquidity pools.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. But sometimes it needs a catalyst to get there.
Needs a push. Yep.
All right, that's coming back down.
I'm tempted to jump in short with James here.
Yeah, I might add. I'll give it a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm. April natural gas futures settled at 2.9430. Gasoline settled at $3.148 a gallon. Looks like we've got that Trump feed. We're going to bring this in live now. He is at the podium. He's talking. Quotes are flying.
Oh, man.
Let's see what he has to say.
Here we go. Strap up.
Here we go.
Missiles, highly sophisticated, very fast missiles shot. Out of 101, all 101 were shot down, and now, for the most part, lie at the bottom of the sea. And pretty amazing, right? Pretty amazing. Our military is amazing, Pete. You know the attack I'm talking about recently? 101 shot. I said, wow. I saw that. You can see we have sort of pretty good equipment that we see. It's called the red line. Those red lines were thick, right? I said, that's a lot. And then we saw them one by one just get shot. And these guys that do the shooting, the coolest cucumbers ever. Most people, you don't have a lot of time. When a missile's going at 2,500 miles an hour, I don't care how far away it is, you don't have a lot of time. But I watched them sit down and think. Great students. MITs, a lot of MITs, a lot of guys like this, are not as much into the muscle as they are this one right here. And amazing to watch them perform under great pressure because they have a matter of seconds to do it. If they don't do it properly, it's a big problem, because these were powerful. These were very powerful missiles coming. And so a lot of people choke. They don't choke. These guys don't choke. They're the best in the world. We have the best in the world. Yeah.
Mr. President, what would be your message today to the TSA agents who have been staying home in recent days amid this impasse?
Well, some of them are needing money, because the Democrats cut off their money. I blame the Democrats more than anything else. But some of them, they didn't get paid because they're not funded by the Democrats. This is a Democrat problem. In fact, I actually said to the Senate, why would you say this is a Democrat problem? I think the polls are showing it's a Democrat problem. And they'll do anything actually to hurt our country so they can try and win the midterms. And if we ever went back to our old policies, we wouldn't have a country left.
If they get a deal, Republicans and Democrats in the Senate, to fund all but enforcement operations of ICE, to get those TSA agents repaid and to open up the rest of the department, would you sign that?
Well, I don't want to comment until I see the deal, but as you know, they're negotiating a deal. I guess they're getting fairly close, but I think any deal they make, I'm pretty much not happy with it. These guys came in, they wouldn't pay people. They had a deal to pay. They had to break their deal. The Democrats broke the deal that we had. It was all done. Everything was fine. And then they just said, well, we're not going to pay anymore. And they hurt our country. And at a very difficult time because, we are at, as they would say, a war. They call it a war. I call it a military operation, a very successful one, successful like nobody's ever seen before. Hey, Venezuela was equally as successful. That was a great thing. No, the Democrats had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they said, well, we're not going to pay. And so a lot of people suffered over that and put our country in danger. You have another question? You haven't been here in a while.
Well, on Iran, can you give us any more sense of who exactly in Iran it is, either Witkoff and Kushner and others are speaking with?
Yeah, we had, I hate to say this in front of these young people. They're not children. I spoke to most of them. They sound like adults to me, even though they are sort of children, right? They'll always be your children. But I hate to say it, but we killed all their leadership. And then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that, but let's see how they turn out. We have really regime change. This is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you. I mean, that's only because I know you. But if I didn't know you, I'd probably have more trust. But I don't trust anyone.
Why bother?
Why do you say that? Why do you say what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them? I don't trust them.
Then why bother talking to them?
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related, and it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone. Khomeini, all gone, as the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum racked up pretty good, and everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier are gone, but we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out, and the present, the gift they made to us was very significant, and they said they were going to do it, and it happened.
Ripping right now.
And they're the only ones that could have done it. Jennifer?
Was it related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of...
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the strait, yeah, it was.
Are you negotiating on who's going to control the strait from now on?
No.
Crude's getting hammered.
We'll have control of anything we want. Look, if we can end this without more lives being down, without knocking out $10 billion electric plants that are brand new and the apple of their eye, I'd like to be able to do that, But but they can't have certain things. I mean, you know the things. I don't have to go over the list, but again, it starts with no nuclear weapons, and they've agreed to that. There won't be any nuclear weapons. They're not going to have, and they're not going to have enrichment, any of those things. But look, I hate to say that we're in a very good bargaining position, and I hate to say that they're defenseless because, until that last missile is fired, they have little power. But we are in about the best bargaining position. We're way ahead of schedule. And again, they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no missile protection, and most of their missiles are gone. Most of their launchers we've killed. We've killed about 82% of their launchers. So even if they had a missile, they can't launch it. We've been very effective. We have the greatest military in the world. Nobody even comes close. We have the best military equipment in the world. Go ahead.
On Saudi Arabia, there's been some reporting that you've been talking to the Crown Prince. Have you been focused on normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel at this
Well,
point?
no, we have a great relationship with Saudi Arabia. What do you hear with Saudi Arabia?
Just hearing that you've been talking and that he has been encouraging you to do certain things related to Iran. Can you share a little bit?
He's a warrior. He does, yeah. He's a warrior. He's fighting with us, by the way. Saudi Arabia has been excellent, and UAE, excellent. And I will tell you, Qatar, incredible. Qatar took a hit, a pretty bad hit. Qatar is very close. They're essentially, you can walk right over the border. Qatar took a hit. They've been great. They've been very strong. Kuwait, they had a little mishap. They shot down 3 planes with our missiles. They happen to be our planes, but the pilots made it. Can you imagine the pilots making it? The pilots saw what was coming, and they said, those are Patriots. We're not going to escape Patriots, and they got out of there pretty quick, Pete, right? Pretty amazing that they got out. The 3 pilots lived. They're fine. In fact, they're flying today.
Was the Kuwaitis that accidentally fired the missile?
Yeah, the Kuwaitis made a mistake. They fired. They thought they were firing at the enemy. It was, as the expression goes, friendly fire. But the pilots are great. They're flying today. Pretty amazing when you think of it. Yeah.
President Trump, on a human level, how hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out? Like as a human,
On what?
on a human level, not as the President of the United States. How hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out with Iran?
You're talking about to end it? Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it. For instance, if I want to take down that power plant, that very big, powerful power plant, they can't do a thing about it. It's like, take me. That's all they can do. And yet, if you read the New York Times or if you watch ABC fake news or NBC fake news, you'd say it's a close battle. It's not a close battle. They're totally defeated. We killed their Navy in, would you say 3 days, Pete? Gone. In fact, I was a little upset with Pete. I said, why didn't you save the ships? We could have used them, right? He said, it's more fun shooting them down. But the Navy was wiped out in a very rapid order. Pretty impressive for you guys, you champion wrestlers, right? When you hear this stuff. But you don't, if you read the news, you don't hear this. You read like, oh, they're doing wonderfully. They're doing terribly. They're wiped out militarily. They are dead. Yeah.
Is there a new sense of a timeline? Do you want to get something done before the midterms?
Well, we'd like to see President Putin and President Zelensky sit down and make a deal. I think they're getting close, but I've been saying that for a while. I've settled 8 wars. All of them should have been more difficult than this one. This should have been the easiest one. But these are 2 people that truly hate each other. You'll find out that hatred is not good for making deals. These are people that they don't like each other very much. Yeah.
I know you said there's a bunch of people from the administration who are negotiating with Iran. There's been reports that the vice president is leading those negotiations. Is that true?
Well, he's involved in them. JD is involved, and Marco's involved, and Jared Kushner's involved, very smart guy, and Steve Witkoff, smart guy, is involved. And I'm involved. I'm involved. Why? I'm going to be so big. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I'm the president of the United States, Tom, and I'm not going to talk about it. It's beneath me to talk about saving millions of lives, because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about saving millions of lives. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. And if I didn't end the horrible Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal in my first administration, they would have had a nuclear weapon 3 or 4 years ago. They would have used it. I would have never gotten the chance probably to be president. Who knows what it would have been so devastating. And if we didn't send those beautiful B-2 bombers, they took them off my desk. They were right there. I don't know why. But if we didn't have those beautiful, the B-2 hit, which was so we obliterated, despite CNN. CNN said, well, maybe the word obliteration said, no, we obliterated it, just obliterated their nuclear potential. You would have had them having 2 weeks after that attack, had we not made the attack, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have absolutely used it. And they would have used it on the entire Middle East, including Israel. And you know why you see that? Because unexpectedly, when this war broke out, unexpectedly, they started sending missiles to UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, and elsewhere. And nobody thought they were going to. Were you equally surprised by that, Pete?
Way more than we thought, Mr. President.
Pete, do you want to give about a 3-minute statement on how we're doing in this, as I call it, military operation? People don't like me using the word war, but so I won't. But the Democrats call it a war. How about a little statement? I think he's done a very good job. Do we agree he's done a good job, Mark? What? Can we take some of your time?
This should be interesting.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. You're spot on. Never in history has a modern military, Iran had a modern military, a modern navy, a modern air force, modern air defenses, leadership, massive bunker. Never has a modern military been so rapidly and historically obliterated, defeated, from day one with overwhelming firepower. The air campaign that we've conducted, that Israel's conducted alongside us, was one for the history books, truly. And it's because we have a president.
And if Trump takes the podium again, we'll bring that back up. But now they're just patting each other on the back, it looks like. So we'll get back to these markets. We had a nice rip and a dip off of those comments. We were all watching it happen in real time. Crude oil, a bit of a rally and settle back down. Gold is giving up some gains also right now. NASDAQ trading right back inside of your channel. James, did you get stopped out on that trade? Or did you get back in?
I took it off. I took it off and then I got back in. So I took it off at 306 or so, and then I got back in. I'm back in 291, 291 3/4.
291 3/4. Got it. 291. What's that?
It did reach up to the top of that channel and then sold right off. So
bingo.
I was very late on getting in though. because Trump is talking and it's like you just don't trust anything. But yeah, so I did get in short. I have an ad at 329 if it wants to check the upper part of that channel again. And my stop is at 369.
Got it. Oop, anything catch your eye during all that movement? Did you get in?
Should have left a resting order in there. What was the high during that? 66.41 3/4. We were talking about 41 before he took the podium. And that's just, this is the thing. And ultimately, as we hear the news and see it come through, all you can lean on is, widen out your level. And if it gets hit, it gets hit. So as soon as I put the order, and if anybody's watching my queue, I put the order in there and then it was like, okay, see ya. It went 10, 12 points the other direction. So no FOMO. But once again, James said it. When that news is flying in your ear and you're listening and you're seeing the juice and you're like, I don't know, man, if I want to be short up here, it's the top of the level. And once again, we went right up to the top of it. And once again, it's kind of around settlement too, JD. Yep. it's once again, you can just manage the risk, and now we're back to kind of the middle of it. So yeah, but I mean, once again, when you're trading news, you just listen one again. You accept it. You miss it, you miss it.
Yep. Right back into balance. Settlement from yesterday, 66.34.75. It's on your Top Step daily levels indicator, outlined on your chart.
Got it.
On the Top Step X platform. Rips and dips all across the equity markets. Bitcoin didn't do much. 69,495. Call it 69,500 last print in Bitcoin. Gold still ticking down just a little bit. 43.9680 in gold. Crude kind of settling down. 92.01 last print. Gold hasn't done much since had a little pop after settlement was established. Settlement price established by the exchange for crude oil at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Things typically die down after that hour, after that settlement price is established in crude, but there are always exceptions to that, right?
Crude loves to head fake into that close. That's kind of what I was telling James. It loves to just almost like a gold opening range where it likes to bounce both sides. So, and then it just rallied right back. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Trump is back at the podium now, talking about reconciliation for the government shutdown. Trump on shutdown. We will see about reconciliation. Does that mean he's changing his tone on it? I don't know. That seems to be the topic of conversation right now, though. Is anybody traveling anytime soon?
Yeah, I've been some of the pictures at the airports have been unreal.
It looks like a nightmare, an absolute nightmare.
It looks, yeah.
Ooh, we haven't checked in on the tilt.
Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying we have a 4-year-old, and I'm going to have to travel in June. Hopefully, this is sorted by then. But this will be her first. If we agree to take her to the East Coast for that weekend, it's only a weekend, so we could have potentially her grandparents come by and just stay at our house while we go to a thing over the weekend. But this will be her first flight, and we've been really apprehensive about taking her on an airplane. But at this rate, the airplane ride is going to be the best part of it. And I mean, there may be days of delays, sleeping on the benches at the airport, things like that.
Is this the time to experiment, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Tough call. That's a coin flip for sure.
Yeah,
Amtrak will take you.
It'll take you a year and a half to get there, but you'll get there. Yeah.
It'll take you the whole weekend to get there. Yeah. I love a good Amtrak ride, though.
Flagstaff to Chicago.
Did you really? How long did that take?
Yes, 2 days.
I'd
rather
take
take a
Amtrak
tricycle
to
next time. Yeah, I'd rather take a tricycle next time. Yeah. Yeah.
I took the Amtrak from Chicago to New Orleans once, and it was very enjoyable, memorable ride. Also from Chicago to Cleveland, not so much memorable, not so memorable as the trip to New Orleans. But who doesn't like a nice train ride?
We were actually just in Flagstaff last weekend.
Were you?
Yeah, it was a great
train ride up
weekend.
there is beautiful. Yeah, the train ride, if you ever get a chance, put it on your list. The train ride through the canyon is awesome.
President Trump has ended remarks at the White House, guys. Just a heads up. Might be a few minutes before we get any more headlines. Sold? Here come the buyers.
Sold.
He's off the podium.
Here come the buyers. Yeah.
Let's check in on the tilt one more time before we get out of here. See if anybody has changed their minds on anything. Doesn't really look like it. Pretty flat across the board. 55% long in the ES, 53% long NQ, 55% long in crude, and 51% short in gold. Gold is basically flat. And we have come right back into equilibrium, trading just below settlement price in the S&P. Last trade in the NQ, 24,289. Sitting right on top of James' entry price here. Your entry price is 91 orders, right? 91.75?
That's right. Yep.
All right. And I see our shot has changed, which means they're getting us out of here. They're giving us a hint. It's time to go. James, thanks for joining us. I appreciate you putting on some trades and talking through them with us. Oop, I will catch you again very soon, my friend. We're going to step aside now. Power Hour coming up next. We've got Andre, Dakota, and Dolby Time here to close out the day. And don't forget, after that, at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Make sure you stick around for that, too. Get a nice recap of the day's price action. All right, folks, we're going to step aside. Power Hour coming up next right here. Top Step TV, final hour of the day. Let's go.
Bam, we are back. Power Hour in the middle. Mr. Dakota to the right, my partner in crime. Dolby time. Let's get right into this. We'll start with Dolby time. Let's break down some of these ranges. We're looking here in the NQ. Last trade, 24,283.
Yes, still working this 4-hour range, 24,176 up to 24,493. We've been making pretty consistent lower highs within that range, but also we've been seeing lower highs in crude oil as well. So a little bit confused because I thought these two were kind of running in tandem. But maybe NASDAQ ends up kind of breaking this lower high trend in this session, as crude oil has been absolutely insane. I was making the schedule an hour before this, and every time I glanced up, it looked like crude was moving a full $1 within like 5-10 minutes. So headlines are still popping off here. Outside of that, I also like this 30-minute range in the NASDAQ. That's going to be 24,341s down to the 4-hour range low as well, 24,176s. But it's kind of a tale of lower highs and lower highs. That's all I'm saying. Lower highs are everywhere right now. Got to be crude, got to be NASDAQ.
Okay. Yep. All right. Last hour of the New York session here. Mr. Dakota, seen a little pop here in the NQ. We've seen that. See a pop, then get sold into.
Yeah, man.
How are we going to do this?
I got two trades going. Two trades going right now. I'm long the NASDAQ from 268. Long the NASDAQ from 268, looking for a push and a retest of 400s. So looking for, you can see this is a 5-minute chart. We've been in this range for quite some time. So I'm looking for a breakout the long side of this on the NASDAQ. So just looking for some buyers stepping in. So I'm long one on the NASDAQ. I'm also long one on gold. Very similar. It's very, very similar. We've been in this kind of a flagging pattern today. So we came down to the bottom of it, tested it, got in long. So I'm looking for gold to come back up and test these 4420s. So kind of range trading this up with NASDAQ and gold. Gold, I'm long for 43.87, and NASDAQ, both are working out pretty well. Working out
really
well.
Let's take a look at some of these other prices. Got the ES trading 66.27. Last trade in crude oil, $91.43. Gold, right around 4,400. Last trade, 43.98. Dakota, like to play a game around here called Above Below. For those that are new, welcome aboard. I'm going to ask Dakota what he thinks the price in the close will be in the NQ, and we're going to put it to a vote. Will it be above or below said price? Dakota, last trade in the NQ, 24,290. What will the price
All
be?
Right, and I believe it's going to be around 24,300 would be a good above below for me.
300 is 24,300. We'll put that up to a poll.
25,000.
Keep an eye out for some headlines. We did have a headline pop a couple minutes ago from Iran. Quote, non-hostile ships can transit the strait. Poll is up.
Okay. Should be bearish for crude, but you never know. Anything can happen in these markets.
I got both. Gotta get both these set up here. There you go. I got gold on the left and NASDAQ on the right. Watch both these trades play out.
Also,
very rarely do I have two trades going at the same time.
I love it. That
markets.
10-year yield, we've been above 4.4% a few times today. We are now currently just beneath it. So I'm going to keep an eye on Dakota. Two trades on, one in the NQ, one in gold. How do you manage this?
They're both long, so it's a lot more simpler. And yeah, I got my risk in on for both of them, and see how it plays out. See how these play out. So far, so good.
Yeah,
Gold's just hanging around settlement. Settlement's 4,400, 07, 06. We've just been, like I said, consolidation mode. Same with the NASDAQ, consolidation mode. Get a good price and just let them play out.
And your entries in gold have been like spot on today.
I pulled in my my inner Aaron trades and trading up gold. So we'll see.
Nice. Aaron Trades is officially back in the fold again.
Yes.
We'll be back next week.
A new 5-minute there. You see lower right-hand corner. Countdown clock. 54 minutes till the closing bell. 44 minutes till MOC. And poll is up. Votes in.
There we go. Bulls leaning bullish.
Gold, yeah. Keep an eye on crude also. Crude did pop for a split second. Was met with some selling.
Buckle up. News is flying. Yeah. Headline after headline has been the story.
Yeah, it has.
We get some buyers.
Love it or hate it. Here to stay.
This is what we got.
How have the power hours been? They've been pretty volatile as well. With these headlines, right?
Yeah.
Dolby sounds Dre I sound exasperated.
I mean, it's wild. It's definitely true. Conflicting headlines, markets, head faking. Looks like we want to go higher. Looks like we want to go lower. I mean, yeah.
I mean, we still have VIX at 2650. So VIX is, when's the last time we've seen VIX below 20? It's been a while.
Good question.
It's been a long while since we've seen VIX below 20. We've been sitting in these mid-20s for quite some time. There you go. Gold.
Gold. Couple bucks above 4,400. 4,403 last trade.
Crude's the same place we left it. 91, mid-91s. These markets are exactly where we left it.
We have a nervous market.
I would say so.
I would agree. Look at this. We just come to a grinding halt right now, waiting for the next headline.
That's a nervous market. That's a good way to put it, Andre. Great way to put it. Just waiting for headlines.
A little downside pressure in gold.
A couple levels that are kind of interesting here. At least for crude, like in these 9120s, 30-minute range low. We've had a nice stair step pattern to the downside as well. So 9160s and 9157s. It's like the midpoint, 50% of sort of its really wide range that we've had today. Are kind of hanging around there. So there might be a decent short opportunity actually around these like 9150s, give or take. Have to dip a toe in the water there. See if we can get maybe 30, 40 cents.
Do you have any orders in there, Adobe? This is like the prime
Not
Dorito market for you.
It is. I would be looking to see if we could get back up to these like 9158s for a potential short and see if we can get that down to like 9120s or maybe even 91s. But crude's making lower highs, right? So buyers have not been doing a good job of pushing price higher. They're not nearly as, the conviction is just not there.
Agree.
For the buyers yet.
In crude,
correct. Yeah. I'm double fisting too, Dakota. I'm just not in two markets. I got crude oil up and I got NASDAQ up, both of which are just fantastic to trade.
I wouldn't use those words, but go for it.
We got session lows in crude right around $90.52. We're about 80 cents higher right now. A little downside pressure. In crude, $91.35 now.
Yeah. Let's see if we can
50-50
get
tilt.
Yeah, gold's just chilling at settlement. Back and forth, back and forth. Trade location is the name of the game today.
Yeah, it is.
Also, we've seen lots, about 1,000 lots on the offer, in the ES. I'm getting filled too. Nothing right now. Using that level 2 data. Nope.
Some buyers hanging above
Read.
300.
Yep.
So far, so good.
Little selling
Move my stop loss now here on gold. Moving my stop loss up to 82. Just tight is right on this market now, as we're starting to slow down.
Yeah, what got you back into gold? Just the volatility.
Yeah, we've been. This is a 5-minute chart. If we zoom out, right, we've been in a wedging formation, and we came down to the bottom of this wedge, and I bought it. So I'm looking for this market to rotate back up towards maybe the 20s.
Nice.
It's simple, straightforward.
Longs only in gold, Dakota?
Longs
shorts?
only.
Yep.
Yep. Longs only for me. On the longer term, I'll break down more in depth on some longer term point of view. Probably tonight during slow markets. Where I got Braden joining me.
Just gonna ask. Nice. 7 p.m. Central Time. All right, we can pull the poll. We got 60% saying above 24,300.
All right. Market has slowed down quite a bit.
Yep.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's too quiet again. Here we go.
It's wild.
We're going to offer up 24,311s in the NASDAQ. We've done a good job of making lower highs. So we have a nice little 5-minute range here. So we're going to see if we can get short 311s.
311. Let's trade 24,305. Did print. Yes. Trading 66.30.
Ooh.
Well above initial balance high. Session high. We got 66.46. So.
We got 60% of the poll is saying above. 61% now. Okay. Got
Nice.
a bullish chat. Bullish audience.
10-year prices catching a bid.
Okay. Typically bearish tray for indices.
Bullish right now.
Bullish right now.
10-year yields are coming down. Seeing, okay, just got the crude grinding just a bit lower, $91.28. 26 cents.
Yeah, it's stuck at these 20s. So evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s for crude are always the levels you kind of want to be looking at.
We're
Like
working
91
311.
Short 311s, yes. And apparently they're just announced a new tour. Fantastic.
Oh, nice.
Short 311.
Dakota, do you know who 311 is?
I mean, did we get 311? We're at 301 right now.
Hello.
Let's talk about the band. Talking about the band.
Absolutely incredible.
Come on.
We got 17 minutes on the bottom of the hour.
I know what you guys are talking about. I know it. I know it.
Quiet right now. Another pop in the 10-year.
We might see 311 right here. A little bounce.
We'll see. I'd also be intrigued in longs at 91s in crude, or possibly just a scalp. 91 evens would be a good little bounce area, and crude's been providing pretty good opportunities for 20 to 30, 40 cent bounces.
Okay.
Wow. Market is
poke it, man. Come on.
Pretty chilled out right now.
Holy. Nvidia's flat. It's flat on the day.
Okay.
But Google's down 3%. Man, it got smacked.
Wow.
Microsoft down 2.3. Amazon down 1.2. Meta down 1.4. Walmart's doing the heavy lifting here in the tech. It's up 1.3.
Favorite tech stack. Dynamic pricing. Let's go.
Yeah.
Little uptick in crude. Not too crazy. $91.35.
Oh no, am I too stingy? Is that the problem?
What are you looking for?
Not too stingy. 311 quarter.
Come on.
311 quarter.
Okay, so you are looking for the 311. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Turn into band. 307s.
I can't resist.
Little, yeah. A little more bid here in the 66.31.
Okay.
Got our 311
Let's go.
quarters.
All right, Dobie. I want you to win, but I'm bullish.
Short one, 311.
Totally get it. Trading what the charts are telling me. We got crude bidding off the 91.20s. Let's see if it sustains.
See if we could find some. Maybe both win.
Love the attitude, Dakota. You know,
Definitely
if we end up getting some like momentum here against us, we'll just flatten it. We don't even bother with our full stop loss.
All right. What's your take profit? What do you look?
I'd be looking for like 24,266s. So that would just be the bottom of the 1 minute range. We're
Okay,
only in one
that's about right.
contract.
That's about where my entry is. So yeah, we could both win on this one.
Ooh. So far, it's not great, but you know, that could change.
Keep an eye on gold. Keep an eye on crude.
Gold has not moved.
No, it hasn't.
403.
We'll pop there in crude.
All right.
$91.47. 48 cents.
Green on the screen, Dobie, for both of us.
I mean, $7. We'll take
Hey.
we'll take any green right now. We'll
Gold's
take any green
good.
right now.
Gold's got to get beneath 4,400 and follow through.
I mean,
Step
you know,
back
seeing
in.
green is just an op. So we got that inverse relationship going on here. You know, seeing green just gives us the opportunity to manage risk, basically. So if we can get down to maybe like 24,290s, we can lower our risk to like the next pivot point, so we can shave off some risk here. Because as of right now, we're risking about $50 or 25 points. Micro, get some momentum. That'll give us the opportunity to reduce our risk and get a better risk reward here. Ooh, nice reference, VWAP, George.
50-50 tilt. 12 minutes bottom of the hour. Crude trade $91.50. Gold hovering right
That's
around
good.
4,400.
Yes. Yes. We need some movements. Making.
Yeah, we do.
What do we have there? 91.57.
Yeah, I want to see a break of structure on the 1 minute here in
All
NASDAQ.
these a lot of head fakes. Downside target, Dolby?
264s, bottom of the 1 minute range.
264. Okay.
Yep. If we're feeling really saucy, we'd look for a range break of the 1 minute, and that we'd probably be in this trade for the rest of the session while this plays around.
Oh, okay.
We're right on the day. Let's just get back to
Buyer stepping in on some gold.
Crude as well.
Yep.
I'm zooming in so I could feel something when these markets move a tick.
Just want to feel something, Dakota.
Just want to feel something. Do something here. Come on.
Little downside pressure
300's
here.
the line in the sand.
And Q closing back in on 24,300. ES down a couple points. 66.27 last trade.
All right.
Doing a good job.
There's a little breakout here on gold.
Nice.
Golden.
There we go. Nice little move in the NQ.
A little wiggle.
Yep, we'll take a wiggle right now. It means we're about to get some action. We'll lower our risk to 331s, so about 20 points.
Nice.
Okay.
Really don't want to. We don't want to see this get above 320s. I mean, we're range trading, so anything above 320s is.
Pick up some steam.
Any size of note? Right?
Just no, nothing. Take a look at the NQ ladder. What do we got here? That's 10s and 20 lots. Nothing really jumping off right now, but watching this crude.
Below. It's just chilling. If we can get below 296, we'll tighten up our risk.
I was trying to step in here.
Mm-hmm.
Gold. Back up to 4408. 4409.
Okay, there's our test of entry. So now I'm okay getting a little bit more defensive on the trade. We can get back down to those 296s. We can start lowering our risk a little bit more aggressively. For NASDAQ, typically just want to have one test of the entry, give it enough room to breathe before we start protecting our risk.
Pretty quiet on the wire right now.
Yep. For now.
Yeah, we might have.
You never know.
I know. Who's going to blink first?
Come on.
Come on.
I mean, right at the start of Power Hour, we got a lot of buying in gold and the NASDAQ. So, I mean, 300. 300 must be an important number here.
Yeah, sure feels like it.
Yeah. Above, below.
That short
A little
ES.
wiggly. Nice, let's go. We're going to reduce our risk down to 15 points. As this trade takes some time to develop here.
And Q, gotta get beneath. Well, code is long.
296.
Short. 8 minutes bottom of the hour.
Yep. Man, it's flying by. Let's go.
It's flying by.
Break at 296. We'll get our stop down to 320s. I'm in love with Crude selling off here.
Huh.
It's Taco Tuesday.
Couple ticks. $91.40 last trade in Crude.
I can get you a few tacos.
Go to break even. Go to break even. We'll go to.
I'm not buying it right now.
Buyer stepping right back in.
Yeah, I'm starting to see Crude sell off a little bit, so I want to get a little bit protective of this trade.
Couple down
Still
ticks.
making these higher lows.
Watching gold. Gold continues to gravitate towards
settlement
4400s. In 4406 right now.
Settlement. Stuck at settlement.
All around. This is
wild.
This is absolutely wild.
This is taking a while to evolve here.
The wild thing is we can move up 100 points in a second.
Just like that.
Randomly.
I know. Our stop's at 303, so we're in the money, 15 bucks here.
Nice.
We just
How
want
many
to see this
trillions
fail.
$1 trillion in NVIDIA? 3 years.
Looks like he wants to go. Stay short.
It does.
We'll pop
go.
in Crude a little bit.
Trades
There's a little
cooking.
selling.
Cooking.
3 minute looks bearish, which is great. 5 minute looks great.
Will there be follow through?
That's the question. Can we get to range here and get our TP? Or are we gonna bounce the midpoint of this 5 minute range? I feel like we're very close to it right now.
Let's go hit your take profit and let's bounce. Gold's still finding some buyers here.
288 is the midpoint for this 5 minute range in NASDAQ. So maybe we get a little bit of turbulence there.
Little popping Crude there. Pop. Ooh, a little more. Something's happening. Buyer stepping in
it
Crude.
is.
91.72. So, right back to 91.50.
Big bounce in NASDAQ.
Something's coming.
It feels
saw
like
this earlier.
a trend.
Yeah, we saw this earlier today. 2-3 minutes. Let's see if a headline follows right now. Then Crude pop 91 up to $91.70, back to 91.54.
NASDAQ right back to 300.
Mm-hmm.
We might just taken out here. We'll get 15 bucks, which is great. We'll take a trade for our mental capital. Still doing higher lows on this 1 minute here in the NASDAQ.
5 minutes at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah,
Maybe
let's see if there's a
spice some things up a little bit.
All right.
Ooh,
we're out.
Gold.
We're out there.
Gold through the power hour highs.
We're flat. Plus like $15 on that one.
There we go.
I'm getting short another one. 10 years continues to stay offered.
Nice. Crude has some higher lows off of 91.20s.
What was that pop in crude? 50-50 tilt.
I feel like I want to get back in on this NASDAQ.
Make it a chance. I'm sure from 66.25.
Nice. Okay.
You think we can move away from this 300 level in the NASDAQ? Oh, no.
I don't know. Can't move away from anything here.
Ooh.
Everything feels magnetic right now.
There we go. What was that pop?
Charles over there trading cattle spreads.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
See if we get some more pressure to the downside here in equities. $66.22 last trade. ES now 21s.
New lows. Nice. Not new lows, but
little wiggle.
break structure there. Yep.
Where's the headline?
Yeah, it feels like we're due for one, doesn't it? How long has it been since we've had a headline?
We saw this earlier.
Yeah.
Some volume, some size traded. It was like, what was that? Then like 2 or 3 minutes later, the headline came out to explain why that happened.
Mm-hmm.
So going off of that.
Gold power hour highs here.
Mm-hmm.
44.11s.
Bottom of the hour, 2.5 minutes.
Let's go gold.
So yeah, now gold's pushing higher. 44.11 last trade.
Gold looks like the easier market to trade right now, to be honest.
It's been
kind of trending.
Definitely been cleaner than the other markets, that's for sure.
Yep.
Sell this thing.
Looking good here.
Where's that line?
Where's
We
this
got
headline?
tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yeah,
Sell
crude
off
oil
on NASDAQ.
inventories. Anything else? Pretty light. There it comes to selling. Where's the headline?
I don't trust any move yet.
24,281. Now 280s last trade in the NQ. Now in the 277s. Yes. Pushing lower, 66.21.
Give me my short back.
I'll take. I'll shave one right there.
Mhm.
Nice trade.
Where's the headline?
I don't think this is headline. This is, I don't know. It just doesn't look like a headline.
Yeah, was that someone that knows what's coming on? We'll see what happens here in about 1 minute. 1 minute, 31 minutes till the close, 21 minutes till MOC, market on close. All right, shaved one, short two, still.
You're liking the ES, Andre? You're short the ES?
Yeah, you can
Chair.
scale
Okay.
in, scale out, and
I like it.
not as much slippage.
Yeah, thicker order book.
Mm-hmm. Next question is, do we like longs in the NASDAQ at 260?
Yeah. We got bottom of the hour in 30 seconds.
Yeah, we do.
Let's see if-
$91.63 last trade. Crude. Now 64 cents. Yes, down about 6-7 points since power hour began. NQ, one more follow through to the downside there, 24,265. Here comes the bottom
And
of
we
the hour.
had the entry on that one.
Here's the moment of truth.
Bit impatient.
And
Ooh, look at this go.
So
We had that wiggle around
Uh-huh.
like those 300s, and then we got that sell off like a minute later.
Oh,
Yep.
something's happening.
Um,
Andre.
Nuclear power
Sure tried.
plant was struck in the vicinity of projectile struck vicinity of a nuclear power plant in Iran. Yep.
Crude's popping. We popped 71.75 or 91.75.
Uh-huh. The attack caused no technical damage or casualties based on initial reports. Here's your headline.
Aren't we in a ceasefire? I thought we were in a ceasefire.
There's
know
talk
how
of
that
it.
works.
Nothing confirmed. That's for certain. Nothing confirmed.
Okay. Well, there's a little bit of a
Buyers-
20-point
buyers turn
bounce.
it- Yep, buyers turn it right back around in the equities.
And just like that,
Yeah.
back we go.
And
This market. Wow, look at
say
that.
back to where we were.
Yep.
Brutal.
All right. Let's go
True.
back to the above below 300.
Yeah.
Back to the well.
Yep. Oil back down to 950. Sideways. It's going to go to the right. It's the only thing we know.
Mm-hmm.
Crude popped up to $91, 75 cents. Then got sold back off to 91.59. Buyers coming back in. Yeah.
Data gang.
Dakota, how are you managing that gold trade? You just doing the pivot strategy?
Yeah, just watching to see how this price action is going into the last 30 minutes. I'll make a decision on what I want to do right before MOC. In this market,
Right.
it's just small size
It's-
and wide
Hurry
stop.
up and wait. Yep. All right, let's do a little news break. It is tax season around here. Why your bigger tax refund has a smaller reach. Is it about inflation? Oh, find out right here, right now. What do we got?
As of March 13th, the average refund amount for individual filers was $3,623, up from $3,271 about a year ago, according to the IRS. That's a nearly 11% increase.
If you are falling into a specific category, like a senior who is getting an additional tax benefit or tax deduction, you may be seeing larger refunds because, again, that's a nice boost. The no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime.
While many Americans are looking forward to the extra money, the war with Iran is making gasoline more expensive. Gas prices have soared to nearly $4 nationwide, according to AAA, up almost $1 from February 28th, when the U.S.-Israeli conflict with Iran began. Those gas price hikes are fueled by the effective closing of the Strait of Hormuz that cut off 20% of the world's oil supply and sent oil prices skyrocketing.
It's going to be a tricky situation for a lot of people, especially anybody who might have, mentally started to plan for where this money's going to go. There will be other downstream impacts of higher prices for diesel, shipping costs, airplane tickets. Those are all going up.
Patrick DeHaan, head of petroleum analysis at online price tracker Gas Buddy, says he expects high gas prices to continue into the summer, even if the war ends.
It's going to be a snail's pace for as long as this continues to stretch out, because it will take much more time for markets to globally mend and for them to resupply themselves. So the sticker shock may continue, though there could be relief if it does improve.
I'm Ivan Rodriguez reporting.
Yep. This is going up. Seeing a little downside pressure here in ES and NQ.
Kind of intrigued by these 24 237s. It's the midpoint of the previous 3-minute range that we were stair-stepping from.
As of March 13th, the average refund
run it
amount
back
for
one more
individual
time.
filers was $3,623.
Oh, there we are. Look at that.
That's
Yeah,
scarier than damn taxes.
A little more downside pressure here in equities. 66.15. Last trade ES and Q2 back down to 24,241.
Man,
Picking up some
selling coming
steam.
in. Selling coming in here.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Look at that go.
14 minutes MOC.
We're still bidding a little bit, but kind of stuck. No
Crude
ranges
oil
to be
test-
had right now.
Gold testing.
Yeah, gold
below
beneath 44. See what the buyers want to do. Gold trading 43.98. Now 97s. NQ down about 90 points or so since the beginning of Power Hour. Last trade NQ 24,236.
Yep. Nvidia's down 0.25%. So yeah, we've seen some selling. And we'll see. He's gonna get spicy here.
Definitely. 13 minutes. Right on the headlines.
Oh yeah.
And gold back above. For a second, 4,400. These moves are just weird. Erratic moves. No follow through. Not a lot of follow through.
Neither direction.
Mm-mm.
A little bit hard to find an edge currently.
Yeah. It keeps looking lower. Yep. Right now, 43.97 last trade.
Crude oil's still doing a really good job of catching bids here. Nice higher lows off of 91.20.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find some buyers come in. Can they do it?
We're gonna offer up 259s.
Okay.
There's a headline.
What do you got?
And Coach Hoop in the chat. He's in contact with Washington despite official Iranian denials of negotiation. That was, yeah.
Is that why the buyers jumped
Maybe.
in? The equities?
Is that why crude's selling? Who knows?
10-year just went offered. Crude, yeah, $91.62. What are we going to get? MOC. 11 minutes.
Yep. Gold back above 4,400.
Gold going to lead the way.
Top one's betting on a big flush.
Okay. You working anything, Dolby?
We're offering 259s, and I have an eye on 9150s in crude.
All right.
For a long.
Okay. 59s to sell it.
59s to sell. Yeah, that's kind of just like a continuation short after we broke through the 260s. If we can get filled.
Working 258. Okay, last trade 24,244. 10-year seeing some selling here. Also, little selling gold.
Yep.
Can't get the follow through.
Back and forth right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Crude's pushing a little bit. Oh, there we go. Ooh, a little jump in crude.
$91.82.
Ooh.
83 cents.
See if we can see something. Last 20 minutes.
Yeah. Who said the market was exhausted? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Any size on the ladder? Yes, pretty much an overnight VWAP. The slope is flattened out. Also, trading 66.14.
NASDAQ trying to catch a little bit of a bid here, it seems like, even though crude is also bidding.
This market is
I don't trust it, though. I think we'll be right back to where we were.
Do not trust.
We're working 259s.
Yeah, just a one guy 259s.
Okay.
See if we can get up there.
Come on.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like it wants to, but you never know.
No.
Never know. But it would be nice to get filled there. Maybe continue our adventure down to like 24,176, which would kind of be like range to range.
A little bit of a wiggle in gold.
Yeah, golden. Is it picking up steam? Nope. Here come the
and right back.
bid. Right back to 4,400. Wow.
Buyers stepping back in.
Sure are.
Stepping in both. Okay.
Should we get long?
Should
we get long right now? Chat, what's the scarier trade in the equities, long or short?
Ooh.
Long, I would say,
So?
for equities. Yeah.
Okay. Chat, what we got? Short, long, short, long, short.
That shows you how indecisive this market is.
I agree. Chat, I agree.
Yeah.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Answer is yes. All the
Little,
above.
little grind lower here in 66.13. Step back in. It might be popping.
The only thing is, if you straddle this market, it's the only way I'd be comfortable.
Like options or something?
Nothing on the
Yeah,
wire.
straddling it. I don't care what direction we go, as long as we go.
Volatility?
Double fisting was too much, Dakota?
Yo.
Straddling's okay?
I'm gonna shave one here.
A little too much, Toby.
It's turning
Just
into a
little.
coin flip.
All right.
7.5 minutes. MOC. We got Dolby time. We got Dakota in the house.
Okay, there's some buyers.
Yep.
Gold back above 4,400. Momentum coming in.
Yeah, all selling a little bit. But it's still maintaining the higher lows. So I don't know if I'm convinced yet until we actually... All right, we're short that NASDAQ, 24,259s.
259.
Yep. Catches any momentum. We'll just...
5.9. Straight 24,257. What?
Our
we're trading
stock's
right
down.
around 320s, yeah.
Not taking full risk on this one. Good initial price action, though, which we'll take. Thank you very much.
Buyers still stepping in on gold here. Back
Yeah.
towards settlement, maybe? Maybe.
Was your above low 300s?
300s. Don't count it out yet.
No, not yet. Hopefully after, though.
We got crude. Crude range today. Lowest range we've seen in some time. $3 range. Low on $90.36 and high $93.36.
The VIX is still at 2660s. So the VIX is still up there. So MOC can be very spicy.
MOC.
We're going to put our stop just above this 1 minute range. So accepting about $10 worth of risk now instead of 50. We'll sell off here.
Why is it selling off?
MOC in 6. That was a good entry. But Crude's bidding, which is making me a little bit uneasy, Dakota. But like technically it looks good, but then I'm looking at Crude and I'm like, shit.
Yeah, what's
Can we sell off here?
What gives?
Sideways, man. Crude's
Yes,
at
it is.
91.50.
I'm going to take this. All right, we just took about like $30 on that one.
Out?
Yeah, we're out. So
Yeah.
another 30. So we're just chipping away at kind of this red P&L we got here.
Okay.
But I want to cover that with Crude selling off almost 30 cents, and we got MOC coming up. I'd prefer just being flat. Maybe we can get back at it after MOC.
I like that decision, Toby. Chipping away, base hit.
Just chipping away, yeah. I mean, we kind of had the nuts earlier. Is that one okay, Dakota? So we kind of had the nuts earlier.
Oh,
So we
yeah, that
kind of we
one's
smothered that one a little bit. Like it's selling off.
A little, yeah. A round of selling here. NASDAQ and ES. ES trading 66.10. Q 24,233.
MOC in 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we almost had a 100-point banger. Believe it or not, it doesn't really feel like it, but
What, that first trade?
we're very close. Yeah, the first one. If we
Yeah,
just
that
done
first
nothing,
trade. That first
which-
trade. It's
15s, yep.
quiet 100 points.
Yeah, I mean, how many times is just doing nothing the correct answer in a trade? Oftentimes, it is the correct answer. The market do its thing.
Grinding lower. Yeah, grinding lower. Look at yes, 6609. 6608. Q trading 24,217.
Yeah, I mean, we took 259s to 241s, and we still sold off another about 20 points.
Can we get back in?
Well, now there's not really a range to lean up against. Doesn't mean we can't find a different trade. Yeah.
We got 3 minutes. MOC.
There we go. Yeah, it's been a quiet 100 points.
Crude, what are you doing? $91.60 last trade. Gold right back to 4,400.
4,400. Yep. Sideways, flatlined.
What we got in the Dow? Is Dow selling off?
Okay, we're getting some move. We're getting ready. Market's getting ready for MOC. Gold buying it up.
Yep. Is that short covering? And bounce back in ES and Q and the Dow YM. So pop there. What weird, just the flow. The flow is just, I don't know how to explain it. It's just,
we just
it's
want to
not
do stop runs.
Yep.
Actually, kind of like the idea of getting long 24,190s in the NASDAQ, because we've got this nice Dorito pattern going on. Take a shot, chat. Got this nice Dorito pattern going on. Higher lows, lower highs, and that 190 would kind of be a little stop run of the midnight lows. That would just kind of maintain this Dorito pattern we got. Did a little run down to the 190s.
2 minutes. MOC. Chat loves it. 6609 last trade in ES. Now 6608. NQ grinding. Lower. 24,222.
My above below is extremely at risk here.
You never know, Dakota. You might.
Yeah, no,
you never know, man. Are you convinced with this selling?
I'm not convinced of any move right now.
Seriously.
The only thing that has any conviction feels like it's gold right now, based off of Dakota's charts.
It's stuck at 4,400. That's where that's the tough one.
Another round of selling. We'll see. Okay.
Let's see.
Gotta go flat. Probably go flat before this MOC. Later. Oh. Okay. Here we go. It's gonna go ES, NQ, then the YM. Dakota's still long. 1MNQ, 1 GC.
Gold. Yep. Still long. One of each. Net positive. I'm happy with what I'm seeing here.
Easy. Yeah, right. Easy, Chad. No.
YouTube moderators, what's going on? How's that one get through?
Yikes.
How did that one get through? I've seen you block some other stuff that I thought was pretty insane.
There we go. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. I'm still not out. I should probably get out of this thing. Okay. Out. All right, here we go.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, that's it. Oh, it's bad. It's nothing. It's nothing right now. 58 mil sell side, ES, 6 million buy side. And Q. Those numbers can and will change. Gotten very, very light. Sell side 55 million, ES. And Q buy side 8 million. Dow 15 million buy side. Yikes. Okay. What's the reaction? See some follow through. Pushing lower here in the equities. I thought.
I moved my stop on gold, so locked in profit there.
Nice.
Stops in the 90s. I'm just gonna manage this NASDAQ trade into the closing bell. Just nothing burger. Maybe we rally. Maybe we could get some buyers stepping in.
Yeah. It's like that natural bid that NASDAQ tends to have. Maybe it comes into play here.
8 minutes till the close. Yeah, an MOC very, very light. Pretty much hover around zero all across the board. Again, those numbers can and will change as we go into the New York close with less than 9 minutes. Less than 9 minutes.
Tightened up my stop loss in NASDAQ, 207. If we break these lows, I'm out.
Nice. We're going to offer 240s if we can get it. I'm also interested in buying 180s, 184s if possible.
Yeah, sellers just coming in to hammer it.
We're actually going to bid 186s here.
See a little selling coming in. What's the reason for this? 6605.
My NASDAQ.
Okay. Nothing's really changed.
100
MOC.
points, Dakota.
I know.
Casual 100 points. Sneaky. That was a sneaky 100-pointer.
Wild.
It was.
Yeah.
Shows you
Down 100
how
points.
easy it is to lenny a trade.
Down 100 points in NQ.
Do nothing. Make money.
24,213. What we got? Session lows. IB low in the NQ. 24,134. So about 80 points lower. ES. 6605. ES down 25 points in this power hour. Just isn't like. It's not puking. It's just. There's another round of selling.
Come on, gold.
Mm-hmm.
My last hope is this gold trade.
What's gold doing?
401.
4,400 is what's gold doing now. You know what it's doing. 4,400.
Exactly.
So
401. Yeah.
Let's pick it up a little bit. Only 200 mil. 200 mil. Oh, you know what I want to do? Let's get that live leaderboard in here. We saw some massive numbers yesterday. Let's see some names right now.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. 35,000.
Oh,
Jeet. Oh, Zachary. 35. Jeet up 28. Neil up 28. Yair up 23. 23 again. Look at those numbers. See some big, big numbers. You know, it's changing as well with some new names. Good to see. Job well done.
All
Here we go.
20,000.
7 minutes. 7 minutes till the close. What are we working, Dolby?
Let's go.
We're bidding 24,186. The reason we're bidding it is because we're doing higher lows, lower highs, and the midpoint of the range that we formed at the last lower high is around 185s, 186s. Sometimes you can get some really nice bounces if we retest the middle of a previous range. So we're going to see if we can kind of swoop down there and maintain this lower high and then bid back up.
Okay. Yeah, we got some 400 lots on the bid to the downside in the ES 6600 on 450. 3 points to go.
Don't see any other trades that are really worth taking because
No.
we want to be active at the extremes here. We want to be active at the extremes.
MOC is confused. Still 2,000 people. Bell to Bellers grinding out with us. We got more selling coming here. Click subscribe, click like, click notify if you'd be so kind. We got 5.5 minutes till the closing bell. Can the ES get beneath 6,600?
Crude's actually holding up okay.
Is
Sideways, yeah. Gold trying to find some buyers into the close.
Rejection liquidity showing sell side, boy, 400 mil. See what we get right here.
Wiggle.
Wow.
5.
Womp.
Popping 14-point wiggle.
Working 185s.
186 3/4.
186, okay.
See if we can get a bounce at that area for a handful of points.
Crude's not doing anything.
Nah.
$21.77.
It's wait and see right now.
We're going to close on the lows. And the equities. Dow sure has that in mind. Dow's trading 46,400. Wow.
There's your 200s. Just get 14 more points of the downside.
Buyers jump back in. For now, ES cannot get beneath 6,600 for now. 66.03 last trade. There's a 500 line on the bid. It's 6,600 even in the ES. MOC not giving much. What do we know? It's 200 mil sell side across the board. Okay. In Q, let's see, 24,199.
I'm gonna get out of this gold trade here. Just gonna have a nice little take profit at 404s. Get out of this one.
Nice job. Oh, yep, it's just stuck.
Yeah, no sense of risking much more. Just tighten it up.
Growing a little bit. Nothing crazy.
Buy side's grown.
Sell side, nothing crazy though. It's only 300 mil. They might flip this buy side hard at the end.
All right, I'm out. We got that little bounce in gold and got me out.
66. Okay, yeah. Gold 44.03.
Yep. I'm still bullish gold. I'll go over it tonight with Braden.
Nice.
A little more selling here in NQ 24,196. Yes. Trying to get beneath 6,600. Got a point and a half to go. A little uptick in crude oil. $91.83. Flip this buy side. Crude,
do we flush through to
84 cents, no, 85 cents. All right, they did flip it buy side, but not a whole heck of a lot. 340 mil buy side in the NQ. Yes, 170 mil. See if they really step on it.
170. I mean, I can afford that trade.
Man. It's absolutely nothing.
Come on.
One way or another, it's been absolutely nothing.
Jeez.
We did get a 100-point move here in
we sure
Power
did.
Hour.
Very,
We're just quiet.
Casual.
Uniform.
Sneakiest one. Sneakiest one.
We got 90 seconds. 90 seconds till the bell.
All right. We're going to pull this
Cannot
to
make up its mind.
Get long. Hold the bid. Got nothing working. Crude, nice bid in crude into the close.
Crude $91.90. You go buy side, not too much, just 300 mil. What a weird power hour.
Yeah,
there was no
very indecisive.
Here we go. Less than 60 seconds. Do we get filled on the 1.8?
Hold them. Not worth
okay,
it. Not enough time.
Yep.
Agreed.
I want to take this little more pop here in crude oil, closing it at $92 even, couple cents to go there. And Q beneath, now beneath 24,200. Look at that, just a 120 point sell off in NQ. Just a methodical.
Just lull you to sleep.
Lower.
Lulls you to sleep.
300. Let's get to 300.
Get there, 6605. 6605 in the ES. Look at all that size on the ladder. We saw 1,000 lots flying around. We'll see on the offer today. What's the NQ doing? Little pop there. Looking to get some traction to the upside. Can it follow through?
Well, it looks like the above
they
low
bought
did
at the
not
end.
work
Look
out.
at that. Bought it at the end.
Nice little bid.
Interesting stuff. Yep. All right, Dakota. Dolby time. Man, we grinded there. Well done. Also, shout out to the Bell to Bellers. Grinding this out. Headlines are flying. Can be frustrating. We're all this together. Keep grinding. We're going to get through this. If we can get through this, we can trade any type of markets. Go to Dolby time. Job well done. With that being said, I'm throwing to my main man, James. Take us out here into At the Buzzer. Good job, guys.
Absolutely, Andre. And thank you to Andre, thank you to Dakota, and thank you to Dolby for a wonderful power hour. I know headlines are flying into everybody fast. These markets can change on a dime, but you guys know what to do. You're sticking with the one channel that's bringing you all the news as it happens right here on Topstep TV. But just because we are signing off doesn't mean the market talk has to stop. In fact, it won't, because up next is At the Buzzer. At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to go ahead and break down everything that went through in the markets today. They're going to have you feeling ready for the reopen. And if you missed any of the news that came out today, they're going to highlight it for you. So truly, it's a full-on market recap show, all in a nice little package that we call At the Buzzer. So stay tuned. It's up next, 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Then, if you haven't had enough of Dakota, come back tonight because he's back at 7 p.m. for Slow Markets. You caught him on Fast Markets. You saw him on Power Hour. Well, now come see Dakota in his own show, Slow Markets, tonight at 7 p.m. right here on Topstep TV. Then tomorrow morning, Aaron Trades will be back with the London Open at 2:30 a.m. Central Time. If you saw Aaron Trades this morning on Fast Markets and you thought, hey, I really like that guy, well, you're in luck. He has his own show, the London Open, 2:30 a.m. Central Time. You can see Aaron break down gold and all the other markets only the way that Aaron Trades can. Then stick around because at 5:30 a.m., Deanna will be back with Metal Markets. That's right, Deanna's new show, Metal Markets, at 5:30 a.m. Central Time. It's the perfect primer for Topstep TV because you get to lock in with Deanna, and then once it's over, we're going to be back live at 7:15 a.m. Central Time for another bell-to-bell episode of Topstep TV. Breaking news when you want it, market movements and reporting when it happens. You get all of that right here on Topstep TV. Plus with some tradertainment thrown in. You guys know what you like. Anyway, let's get you on over to At the Buzzer. I've been James Harden. You're the chat. And as always, this has been Topstep TV. Let's go. We'll see you tomorrow.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.